Of course, Ling Jongqing may have been affecting an enigmatic look as he warned Ling Yu, but in reality, he himself had no clue how the cockpits had been automatically ejected from the three mecha. Back then, his first thought was indeed that this was a last resort of the Ling family. He still recalled that when Ling Xiao had left, he had said something carefully and intently by Lan Luofeng's ear. Perhaps even then, Master Ling Xiao had sensed the problem within the Ling family, and for precaution's sake, had passed the secret of this last resort on to Lan Luofeng. Grandpa Chamberlain, you're really thinking too much. The man just wanted to say some sweet nothings to his beau and was embarrassed to be overheard. And later, Lan Luofeng must have passed it on in turn to Ling Lan. It should be noted that Chamberlain Ling Qing's ability to fill in the blanks was certainly a match for Ling Yu's. Initially, Ling Lan had still been worried about how she would explain this issue away, but now, because of these two's misunderstandings, it was no longer a problem. Mind you, as Ling Lan had been discussing the matter of Ling Yi earlier, she had been constantly worried that they would ask about that. Of course, she had already come up with a strategy to handle it, but unexpectedly, the dreaded question hadn't come even when they had left. This made Ling Lan very thankful, and she could finally relax. Since everyone was willing to pretend, she was also happy to play along. Still, Ling Lan wasn't happy for long before she was mercilessly dragged into the learning space. That night, under Lan Luofeng's praise, Ling Lan had played up her cuteness to the max and feasted until she was full. Just as she was humming and preparing to lie down to rest, she felt her consciousness being sucked out of her body by a terrifying force. F***CK. Not again. Ling Lan savagely raised her middle finger against the dark world before her, mentally cursing at the tyranny of the learning space, and at how it didn't know how to respect its own host. Of course, Ling Lan only dared to be so impudent now. Once Instructor Number 1 showed up, Ling Lan would be as obedient as she could be. It couldn't be helped. Number 1 was just too scary. Ling Lan's strength was improving little by little, and the more it improved, the more she could sense how overwhelming Instructor Number 1's strength was. With just one look, he could render her immobile. As expected, the somber coffin-faced Instructor Number 1 appeared, and Ling Lan immediately hid away her indignant expression, lowering her head and smoothing her brows into a face eager to learn. Today's ambush. What are your thoughts? Asked Number 1 directly. In front of mecha, the ultimate solo weapon, pure physical strength is nothing, like an ant. Ling Lan would never forget the helplessness she had felt when facing the mecha. If it hadn't been for Little Four's help, she would have been done for. For the present it's already not bad that you could comprehend that. Number 1 didn't seem particularly satisfied with Ling Lan's response, but he wasn't angered by it either. He continued, based on your current performance and condition, I have to adjust your training plan. Ling Lan was taken aback, she had no idea what Instructor Number 1 meant. Number 5. Number 1 spoke once again, but called out an unfamiliar number. Big bro, I'm here. A vaguely lazy voice rang out from behind Ling Lan. Ling Lan abruptly turned her head, and saw a rather dashing-looking young man with a smile on his lips. When his eyes met hers, he waved at her enthusiastically. Facing Number 1's stifling presence, he seemed entirely unconcerned. Ling Lan's gaze narrowed, this man was definitely more than he seemed. She knew very well how formidable as usual Instructor Number 1's presence was. The fact that this man could be so carefree in the face of that, did it mean that his presence was just as formidable? After this, your training will be led by Number 5, with Number 9 assisting. Number 1 didn't seem to mind Number 5's flippant attitude, disappearing after laying down the law. Meanwhile, Number 9 had also appeared in the learning space. When she saw Number 5, the subtle smile on her face faded into ice. Number 5, long time no see. Lil sis Number 9. It's been such a long time. Your brother here has almost contracted lovesickness since it's been so long. My hair turning white overnight and all. Number 5 scurried over to Number 9, face filled with emotion as he clasped Number 9's hand. His expression was full of longing, completely oblivious of the throbbing green vein on Number 9's forehead. Faced with Number 5's shameless words and actions, Number 9 threw a kick at him without any hesitation. With just a single leap, Number 5 escaped the range of Number 9's attack, but he still showed no restraint, continuing to tease, "Lil sis number 9, so passionate even after so long. You make elder brother so happy. Number 5, do not forget your mission. Number 1 isn't as patient as I am," huffed number 9 coldly. She seemed used to number 5's lackadaisical attitude, bluntly reminding him not to go overboard. When number 5 heard this, his grin visibly froze for a beat. Number 9 didn't pay any more attention to number 5, turning instead to Ling Lan to say, "Ling Lan, number 5's training will not be easy, you must be prepared." Facing her pet disciple, she couldn't help but worry a bit more than usual. She understood that number 1 wouldn't allow her to be the only one responsible for Ling Lan's training this time because he was afraid that her affection for Ling Lan would affect her progress. Although number 1 seemed to be very dissatisfied with Ling Lan, nitpicking at any little flaw, number 1 actually thought very highly of Ling Lan, even training her up as if she were his successor. Otherwise, number 1 wouldn't have modified his training plan for Ling Lan again and again. Hearing this, number 5's smile deepened once again. "Number 9, relax, Ling Lan's also my student. I'll take good care of him." For some reason, looking at number 5's smile, Ling Lan felt a chill settle over her heart. Ling Lan's intuition was not mistaken. When number 9 heard number 5's words, she did not relax at all, but rather looked at Ling Lan with strange pity in her eyes. This gaze set off the final alarms in Ling Lan's mind. Hells, this was definitely nothing good. Before Ling Lan could ask number 9 any questions, number 5 flicked a finger, and Ling Lan was thrown into a new learning area, an endless grassy plain. With a tortured look on her face, Ling Lan heard the voice of the system ring out by her ear. "Mission, 1 minute later, a wolf pack will come. Please hold out against the wolf pack's attack for 20 minutes without dying. Reward for completion unknown. Punishment for failure unknown." Ling Lan had no thought to spare right now for reward or punishment. Her forehead was beaded with sweat, god damn it, actually expecting her to fight bare-handed against wolves. And she had to hold out for 20 minutes as well. This was definitely a mission meant to kill someone. Ling Lan did not believe that the wolves in this wolf pack here would be like the wolves from her previous planet. The wild beasts within the learning space were definitely several times bigger and stronger than their earthly counterparts. It wasn't that Ling Lan had not considered running away, but unfortunately she had no idea which direction the wolf pack would come from, or even if they would attack from all directions. Since she couldn't be sure, recklessly running away might just put her in a worse situation. She might as well just save her strength and wait for the final battle. Ling Lan naturally used the last of her waiting time to observe her grassy surroundings. If she could just find an easily defensible location, then setting aside 20 minutes, she should even be able to defend for a fair bit longer. Unfortunately, Ling Lan was disappointed. The learning space was not like the games of her previous world, full of bugs. In this grassland before her, there wasn't a single obstruction in sight, the endless flat plain of grass only followed by yet endless flat plain of grass. And on the ground itself, there was only soft grass on top of loose soil. There weren't even any hard rocks, so Ling Lan couldn't even find one to use as a weapon even if she wanted to. Damn it, the learning space was truly vicious. It wouldn't allow Ling Lan to borrow any external strength whatsoever, determined to make Ling Lan fight off the wolves with just her bare hands. A minute's time went by swiftly, and then countless howls broke the silence from all around Ling Lan. Sure enough, the wolves were not going to come from just one direction, but were surrounding her. For Ling Lan, this just made the situation even more perilous. Ling Lan narrowed her eyes and released the malevolent aura contained within her body in a sudden blast. The moment this malevolent aura appeared, a change fell over the wolves' howls. Chapter 64, The Rabbit Sky Leap Skill. Against a wolf pack, showing any weakness was not going to work. A wolf pack wouldn't think as deeply as a human would. In their eyes, the weaker the prey, the easier it would be for them to release their aggression upon it. In contrast, against a stronger opponent, a wolf pack would be much more cautious, and wouldn't just pounce recklessly. Sure enough, the full blast of Ling Lan's malevolent aura made the alpha wolf pause. After all, Ling Lan was someone who had killed the king of the swamp before and had been baptized in the blood of the various kingly beasts. This malevolent aura caused the wolves to become wary, and the wolves who had been bounding at her from all directions stopped at the lead wolf's howling cries. Still, they remained poised to attack, just waiting for the alpha wolf signal. The dense pack of wolves almost filled the entire grassy plain, and every wolf was extremely large and fierce, their bodies as big as a small cow's. Their snouts were spread in savage grins, and drool hung from the razor-sharp tips of their exposed teeth. Facing such delicious prey, the eyes of this pack of ravenous wolves were almost glowing green. If a normal person was here and was faced with this scene, he would likely piss his pants and collapse to the ground. Still, Ling Lan was unaffected. She remained cool-headed and continued to look for her chance. At this moment, she was very grateful that she had gone through the survival training in the primordial forest. After experiencing the terror of surviving there, she could keep her calm in this situation, heart steady and muscles pliant. Both sides observed each other for a long moment. And then, the alpha wolf's howl rang out once again. Ling Lan's ears twitched, sifting through the cries coming from the wolf pack, and she managed to confirm that there were actually 5 alpha wolves of equal rank within the pack. Pleasant surprise flashed through Ling Lan's eyes, perhaps this was the fighting chance she had to hold out for 20 minutes. Without waiting for the 5 alpha wolves to come to an agreement, Ling Lan charged forward, her target being the area to the northeast side. Different from the other wolves in the wolf pack, the wolves in this area had a clear red line on their foreheads. Ling Lan's unexpected action caused chaos to break out within the pack surrounding her, but a piercing howl rang out, followed closely by the cries of the 4 other alpha wolves, bringing the pack back to order and silence. Only the wolves with red-lined foreheads continued to bare their fangs at Ling Lan, who had invaded their territory. It looked like the alpha wolf of this part of the pack felt that this was a direct challenge to its authority, and that Ling Lan was a prey that had delivered itself to death's door. Although Ling Lan's fists flew furiously, savagely sending red-lined wolf after red-lined wolf flying, she was still keeping a close watch on the whole situation. Seeing the other wolf packs under the other alpha wolves sitting by the sidelines as she had expected, her heart settled. Of course, Ling Lan didn't think the danger was over yet. If the red-lined wolf pack couldn't handle her, the alpha of this pack would probably compromise in the end and choose to cooperate with the other wolf packs. At that time, she would still be subject to a group attack. Frankly, although the wolves had looked as if they worked together like a single entity at first, they were still divided by their respective packs. Cooperating to take down a prey was fine, but if one pack wanted to enter another pack's territory, that was definitely out of the question. Unless the particular wolf pack was weaker and needed the reinforcement of outside help, only then would the alpha wolf loosen this restriction. Ling Lan had cleverly grasped hold of this point and had jumped on her own into the red-lined wolves' territory, forcing the other wolf packs to step back. And wait. Ling Lan may be small, but the power behind her fists wasn't, and her physical fitness was certainly of the abnormal sort. After 6 years of continuous training with the qi cultivation exercises, along with the medicinal baths of the Ling family, her body's resilience had long since exceeded that of an average person's. Although her skin still looked as fair and rosy as a maiden's, it was very difficult for normal blades to leave any sort of mark on her body. Somewhere high up in the air out of Ling Lan's sight, number 5 and number 9 were watching the fight. Number 5 nodded and said, "Not bad, she has good basics." Number 9, "Looks like you put in a lot of effort." Number 9's eyes held a trace of a smile, and her tone was proud as she said, "Yes, Ling Lan is very hardworking and motivated." Number 5 glanced at number 9 with a half-smile on his face. "You're satisfied with her current progress? It doesn't seem like she's reached her limits yet, number 9, you've become soft on her after all." "That's not like you." Number 9 sniffed. "I think this level of progress is best suited for her." However, after she said this, a subtle blush stole over the skin behind number 9's ears. It couldn't be helped. Number 9 couldn't really say that with full honesty. It was the truth that she hadn't pushed Ling Lan as hard as she could in the past few years. Mind you, the teaching approach of the learning space was to use the most extreme and cruelest methods imaginable to force the children to break past their limits and unleash their innate talents. It made the children challenge their limits in every way, physically and mentally, and even in other respects. This sort of cruel teaching approach put every single child who entered the learning space under an endless amount of torment and duress. Almost all the children had not been able to bear it, and would end up either breaking down in tears, running away in fear, or even losing all their confidence. To loudly beg for mercy, this was all part of the phase of vulnerability that the children had to experience and overcome. But Ling Lan stood out as an oddball. It was as if she had already established her goals early on. The girl was a proper adult who had lived 2 lives, not an ignorant young child. Of course she wouldn't be so easily scared off by this type of teaching approach, so, in the 6 years with number 9 in charge, no matter how harsh the training, or how unreasonable the courses, Ling Lan had endured. She had never voiced a single complaint, nor shed a single tear. This stoicism ended up moving the typically unfeeling number 9, leading her to become somewhat soft on Ling Lan. It had to be said that this was a beautiful misunderstanding. Number 5 touched his chin with his right hand, and the smile on his lips deepened. Perhaps this was why number 1 had unsealed him. This child had actually managed to affect number 9, how interesting. Seeing number 5's strange smile, number 9 couldn't help but worry for Ling Lan. She raised her voice in warning, "Number 5, don't go overboard." Number 9 knew how insane number 5 could get. At the beginning, countless promising prodigies had had their wings snapped by his hand. Of course, anyone who managed to survive his training would certainly become an unimaginable talent. But she had never seen number 5 succeed in training anyone. Number 9 looked over at Ling Lan with a complicated gaze. It's not that she didn't want Ling Lan to become great, but rather than subject her to the unspeakable torments of the training period, she'd rather see Ling Lan happy and carefree. But could a powerless person truly be happy and carefree? As if coming to some realization, number 9 abruptly turned away, and with her back to number 5, she said, "Once you're done with training, come find me." Number 5 quirked a brow. "What? Not going to follow us around anymore? Aren't you afraid I'll end up ruining your beloved disciple?" After all, the reason they had come here was due to number 9's worry to begin with. At this moment, number 9's face no longer held any traces of worry. With a cool expression, she said, "Number 1 did the right thing. I am not suitable to be Ling Lan's main instructor right now. But, I believe that Ling Lan will definitely complete your training course." So much confidence in her. Number 5 was taken aback. For context, it should be known that he had ruined several hundred prodigies with his training methods previously, which was why he had been sealed within the learning space. Thus, he himself was very surprised when he was unsealed this time, and even more surprisingly, number 1 had actually put him in charge of their current host. "Ling Lan's not just my pet disciple, she's also elder brother number 1's." A confident smile appeared on number 9's lips before she disappeared from the area. Number 5 stared at the spot where number 9 disappeared and smiled thoughtfully. Number 1's disciple. That was just too interesting. Meanwhile, around Ling Lan, the bodies of red-lined wolves were beginning to pile up, and although yet more red-lined wolves continued to circle her, their attacks were not as aggressive as they had been before, and were perhaps even a little tentative. This scenario enraged the alpha wolf of the red-lined wolves. It felt that its authority had been undermined by this weak little prey before it. So it let loose another howl, spurring on the attacks of the red-lined wolves, causing them to become more aggressive. Bam! A red-lined wolf who was lunging for Ling Lan's throat was punched right in the head. Crack! Its skull fractured, and its calf-sized body fell heavily to the ground. And there the red-lined wolf lay, whining piteously, and after a few final fluttering breaths, its chest went still and the wolf never got up again. The current Ling Lan was no longer her usual serene self, her eyes held a limitless amount of killing intent, and she attacked with precision and ruthlessness. This sort of life-and-death scenario did not allow for any carelessness on her part. She was determined not to experience death being torn apart by wolves. She had already begun circulating her chi the moment she started attacking, as this was one of her trump cards when charging into the wolf pack. As long as the opponent was not stronger than her, the energy expended in her attacks could be completely recuperated by the circulation of chi. In other words, Ling Lan would never be in danger of a tragic death by exhaustion. The alpha of the red-lined wolves watched as its subordinates fell one by one, with no visible effect on the weak prey. Finally, it could tolerate it no longer, and with a howl, it rushed into the fray. The alpha of the red-lined wolves was much bigger than the other red-lined wolves. Its body could be compared to that of an adult bull. It approached with bloodshot red eyes. The countless deaths of its subordinates by Ling Lan's hands had sent it into a towering rage. The other red-lined wolves backed away in the face of their alpha, leaving the battlefield completely up to their leader. Ling Lan exhaled softly. Plans and counterplans flashed through her mind as she considered whether she should try to draw out the fight with this alpha wolf, so she could while away a bit more time. But the red-lined alpha wolf was not going to give Ling Lan the time to think, pouncing at her the moment it got within range. It swung its thick claws at Ling Lan, trying to tear this detestable prey in half. Ling Lan leant back slightly, just enough to avoid the alpha's claws, when suddenly, the wolf's claws mysteriously lengthened. Ling Lan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly pushed on her 2 feet to spring back further, narrowly managing to avoid those sharp extendable claws. After evading the attack, Ling Lan struggled to regain her balance as she peeked at the alpha's claws. All 4 of the alpha's claws had extended by approximately 10 centimeters. Who knew that the red-lined alpha wolf within the learning space would have the ability to retract its claws? This surprise had almost made her take some unintended damage. The alpha wolf wasn't going to give Ling Lan time to adjust, immediately lunging at her once again, and its main weapon this time was its sharp teeth. Ling Lan met it with a fist, but this time she felt as if she was hitting a solid rock. Her fist throbbed in pain, and the resulting aftershock of energy pushed her back by 5 to 6 paces. On the other hand, Ling Lan's punch didn't seem to have caused much damage to the alpha. The alpha landed squarely, and when it saw Ling Lan falling back, it charged forward once again with all its might, jaws wide open in preparation for a savage bite. Rabbit Sky Leap. Chapter 65, a rip-off of a mission clear reward. Ling Lan's right arm was numb so she could no longer use it to attack, so she decisively threw out a back kick, using the technique she had trained diligently to obtain in the past 5 years, the Rabbit Sky Leap. And now she would finally be able to test it out for real, and see how much power this skill, which had cost her 10 honor points, truly wielded. With a loud bam, the red-lined alpha wolf was sent flying amidst its own pained cries. It smashed onto the ground and actually rolled another 5 to 6 meters due to the remaining energy behind the blow before coming to a stop. Ling Lan put down her right foot, her eyes full of satisfaction. As expected, the Rabbit Sky Leap was really powerful. The strength of her own fists had not been able to do much damage to the red-lined alpha wolf, but the Rabbit Sky Leap could, and it looked like the damage value it dealt was significant. According to Ling Lan's calculations, the Rabbit Sky Leap technique could increase her leg strength by as much as 5 times, and this was just at the basic level of mastery. If she continued to practice and became even more proficient with the skill, it would definitely become one of her killing techniques. At this moment, the red-lined wolf tottered upright again. As its head was hit directly, it seemed to still be somewhat dazed. The red-lined alpha wolf shook its head to try and dispel the dizziness, but this move only made it fall over again. The condition of the red-lined alpha wolf caused the red-lined wolf pack to fall into disarray. The wolves were all howling at the sky worriedly, as if asking if their leader was okay. Still, as befitting one of the reigning kings of the grasslands, the red-lined alpha wolf stood up once again. This time, it seemed to have regained full awareness, and turning to face the one who had kicked it, its eyes were crimson, filled with the need to rip Ling Lan into pieces. Still, the wild beasts within the learning space had a certain level of intelligence. Ling Lan's kick had shown the alpha wolf that this small prey before it was not as weak as it seemed. It knew that it would not be able to handle the prey on its own, and so the red-lined wolf cast away its dignity, and howled up at the sky. Very quickly, the wolves all around took up the howl as well, and the wolf packs in all directions bowed down collectively. From different directions and from different wolf packs, 4 huge alpha wolves emerged. They were like kings, strolling out proudly from among their subjects, slowly approaching Ling Lan. Apparently, the red-lined alpha wolf had called out for assistance from the other alpha wolves. Ling Lan's expression turned frigid. Although she didn't have to continue duking it out with the sea of wolves, the combined attack of 5 alpha wolves was also nothing to sneeze at. She really feared that she might lose her life under the fangs and claws of these alpha wolves as soon as the fight began. Interesting, didn't expect her to have that skill. Number 5's eyes narrowed in contemplation, a complicated expression on his face as he watched Ling Lan preparing to do battle against the 5 alpha wolves. Had that skill been her own choice? Or had it been just luck? At that moment, the 5 alpha wolves officially began their attack on Ling Lan. With the red-lined alpha wolf as the lead attacker, the other alpha wolves circled around, darting in every so often to try and score a sneak attack. Their movements were well coordinated, nothing at all like the messy and chaotic attacks of the regular wolves of the wolf pack. The attacks of the alpha wolves had a sort of beauty to it, unlike the crude savagery of the regular wolves' attacks. The alpha wolves' movements could even be called graceful, though sometimes strange and elusive. But every collaboration between the wolves was just right, causing Ling Lan to be extremely harried as she evaded, almost dying several times in the process. Ling Lan no longer held anything back. She pushed Qi into her 2 arms, instantly doubling their strength. Although it couldn't compare to the power of the rabbit sky leap, it was still more than enough to penetrate through the alpha wolves' thick hides and deal them some pain. Right now, Ling Lan's own body strength was not enough to fight against these alpha wolves. Ling Lan had already become aware of this during her first battle with the red-lined alpha wolf. The perfectly coordinated attacks of the 5 alpha wolves gave them the upper edge, but Ling Lan wasn't helpless under these attacks. The powerful rabbit sky leap was something the 5 alpha wolves had to watch out for because they just couldn't tell which kick was actually a rabbit sky leap in disguise. Under this scenario, the 2 sides were actually pretty evenly matched. Still, the fearsome attacks of the alpha wolves let Ling Lan experience the thrill of dancing with death. She slowly let herself go, subconsciously descending into a pure world of combat, not a single stray thought within her mind. After fighting for a long while, Ling Lan felt a rush of euphoria permeate through her body. The shackles holding her back had finally been broken. Ling Lan felt as if she had entered a whole new world, where the energy within her body was cheerfully waving at her, as if announcing their return. Ling Lan knew what this was. It was the shackles she had put on herself previously to control her own strength. Within the past month, Ling Lan had been embroiled in combat training with the Ling family loyalists, all for the sake of restraining her malevolent aura. Even so, Ling Lan was very afraid that her malevolent aura would suddenly burst out, causing her to lose control and harm her family by accident. And so she had cautiously convinced herself that no matter what the situation, she would not permit herself to release all of her strength in its entirety. Gradually, this self-hypnosis of sorts became a type of shackle, until finally, Ling Lan found that even if she consciously wanted to, she was unable to unleash all of her strength. Ling Lan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this result. Later on, she had sparred with Chiong, and although she should have been able to defeat Chiong with a straightforward show of strength, she had found it impossible to bypass her own personal limiters. In the end, she could only keep dragging out the fight until Chiong had been exhausted for the spar to end. Naturally, faced with such a frustrating situation, Ling Lan was very unhappy. But unfortunately, she had been unable to resolve the problem, and so had had no choice but to push it to the back of her mind, and wait for a solution to present itself later. Unexpectedly, at this crucial life-or-death moment, Ling Lan had broken past her shackles, regaining full access to her strength. The alpha wolves sensed this change in Ling Lan. Slowly but surely, they sensed the strength of their opponent grow stronger and stronger. Attacks which had only caused minor pain previously, were now actually hurting them to their bones. Ling Lan didn't know how long she had been fighting the alpha wolves, but she was starting to feel that her qi circulation could no longer keep up with her energy expenditure. Her stamina was gradually fading, seeming as if it would disappear entirely the very next moment. She should have been anxious and worried by this, but she was uncharacteristically calm, just as if she wasn't the Ling Lan fighting for her life right now, but rather a cold-eyed observer on the sidelines. Indeed, she had actually entered a strange sort of plane, where the attacks of the 5 alpha wolves seemed to occur almost in slow motion. She could actually see a hole in the collaborative attacks of the 5 alpha wolves, and sensed that if she targeted that spot, she would definitely manage to Land a solid hit. Although Ling Lan didn't know why this was happening, she instinctively knew that this was a precious opportunity. Thus, she absorbed energy through her circulation of qi once more, sent it running down into her right fist, and then threw a firm punch at the hole she had noticed. Meanwhile, from number 5's perspective, Ling Lan's right fist vanished mysteriously all of a sudden, and then a loud smack rang out, and an alpha wolf was sent flying to sprawl on the ground a distance away. However, the alpha wolf wasn't heavily injured and managed to struggle back to its feet, and then with an angry howl, it rejoined the battle once more. At that moment, number 5's face was a study in shock. Disbelievingly, he muttered to himself again and again, "How can this be? How can this be? Could it be the zone?" Even as the thought reared its head, he squashed it. He shook his head forcefully, telling himself to calm down, that what he was thinking was impossible. What child would be so aberrant as to touch on the borders of a zone at 6 years old? Perhaps it was just a lucky shot by Ling Lan. Seeing their own comrade being sent flying, albeit just briefly, the other alphas were enraged. This was an outright challenge. They no longer held any of their initial notions of fooling around, deciding to give the fight their all. Ling Lan still remained calm. She had once again noticed a hole in the defenses of the 5 alpha wolves. Even now she was unsure how her fist had connected with the head of one of the alpha wolves. The area she had aimed for had clearly been an empty space. Her last attack had been half-hearted, tentative as she was only testing it out. But this time, she would no longer hesitate. Rabbit Sky Leap. Resolutely, Ling Lan used her strongest technique on the hole. Immediately after, a desolate cry rang out, and one of the alpha wolves was seen falling heavily to the ground. A large hole had been ripped open on its belly, and its blood was gushing out like a river. There was no possibility that it would survive. The Rabbit Sky Leap technique could really be used as a one-hit kill blow. Ling Lan was extremely pleased. Perhaps there were other skills and techniques much stronger than the Rabbit Sky Leap, but Ling Lan still felt that the Rabbit Sky Leap was much more useful and adaptable. Since the movements for it looked no different from a regular kick, she could hide it when she used it. No one would be able to tell which kick of hers was a Rabbit Sky Leap, so it was an extremely stealthy move. The wolf who died was the redlined alpha wolf. All we can say is that the redlined alpha wolf was just too unlucky, coming on so strongly because it thought it had the upper hand, only to lose its lupin life. At the death of the redlined alpha wolf, the redlined wolf pack started a round of mournful howling and then quickly dispersed. Within the span of 2 to 3 minutes, they had all fled the scene. The 4 remaining alpha wolves stared at each other for a moment, and then decided to follow the example of the redlined wolf pack. They swiftly retreated, howling out to their subordinates as they did so. Ling Lan watched as the wolf pack slowly retreated until they had left her range of sight. Still, she didn't relax yet, staying on her feet for another 3 minutes. Finally, she could hold on no longer and toppled over to lie down on the ground. Those final 2 blows at the end had drained all of Ling Lan's physical energy. She had only remained standing out of sheer stubbornness, afraid to reveal her inability to continue to fight. Only when her body could really take it no longer had she given in to fall to the ground. If the wolf packs chose to return and rally a second attack on her right now, it would definitely be an easy task for them to make mincemeat out of Ling Lan. Fortunately though, the wolf packs had really departed, so Ling Lan managed to survive by the skin of her teeth. Even so, Ling Lan was still fearful as she recalled the situation. Once again, she was keenly aware of how important Little Four was to her. Without his comprehensive monitoring, her safety was entirely up to fate and circumstance. Ling Lan really detested this feeling of uncertainty. Of course, most importantly, it was rather lonely without Little Four by her side. However, Ling Lan's thoughts quickly turned to the sensation she had experienced in the earlier battle. That ability to glean the defensive holes of an opponent with one look, the feeling of having the flow of battle within her hands, that sensation was just wonderful. Ling Lan laid on the ground and held a fist up to the sky. Although she had no clue what that sensation was, she knew that it came from within her own body. In the fight, both her combat instincts and her physical strength had been pushed past her original limits, progressing one step further. Was this what was meant by a personal breakthrough? But before Ling Lan could get too caught up in her excitement, a wet blanket in human form appeared in her sight. Number 5 had materialized out of thin air right above Ling Lan. Peering down at Ling Lan, he grinned widely as he said, "Congratulations, you've cleared the mission." At the same time, the system's voice rang out by Ling Lan's ear, "Mission completed. Reward, intense training by number 5 obtained." When Ling Lan heard the contents of the reward, her gut reaction was that she had been ripped off. If she had known that this was the reward for clearing the mission, she would definitely have committed suicide right off the bat, so that she would utterly fail the mission. Ling Lan had not forgotten number 9's gentle warning. Boo-hoo-hoo. Could she have a redo? Ling Lan really felt like crying, full of regret for what might have been. However, number 5 didn't give Ling Lan much time to regret her life choices. With another quick grab, he tossed Ling Lan into his own special training area. Chapter 66, Still ended up a border. Somewhere on the planet of Doha, in a top-secret location, someone was reporting the results of their operation through a communicator. "Sir, the people below have sent back the news, we have failed." What happened? The screen was pitch black, and the disguised voice that came through was cold and mechanical. "There were way too many people protecting that brat, not just those opposing us, but even the Blades showed up." The Blades? Why are they involved? The other could not understand why the bladed forces would appear here and now. "Sir, what should we do now?" The caller's forehead was dripping with sweat. His superior was unforgiving of failure, he was deeply afraid that he would lose his head over this. "Looks like the situation is a little complicated." The bladed forces' involvement was clearly a concern to the other. Ling Zhao's son, perhaps they are using him as bait now. It can't be. The caller just could not believe it. Ling Zhao was the Federation's hero, how could they treat a hero's child so heartlessly? Humph. For their own benefit, what wouldn't the people in power abandon? The other laughed coldly, tone mocking as he continued, "If Ling Zhao were still alive, and found out that the country he defended with his life was using his only descendant as bait, putting him in danger, he would probably be filled with endless regret." As if finding his own words rather pointless, the mechanical voice regrouped and commanded sternly, "Forget going after Ling Zhao's son. Using him as bait to draw us out. In their dreams." Understood. The caller reflexively stood up to receive his orders, however, he was still worried, so he asked, "Sir, that boy is the child of a God-class operator, according to the transmitted data, his potential is excellent. If he is like Ling Zhao, and grows up to be another God-class operator for the Federation, this will be very disadvantageous for our empire. Shouldn't we just take the risk and eliminate him? God-class operators were just too strong beyond belief, capable of deciding the ultimate outcome of a battle if they were present." The speaker of the mechanical voice picked up on the worried tone of his subordinate and chided in dissatisfaction, "Didn't you do research on the information regarding God-class operators? Over the last several hundred years, has the offspring of any God-class operator managed to achieve that pinnacle? Even ascending to the level of an ace operator has been difficult for them. Didn't the geneticists of our empire publicize their research thesis? When a particular bloodline has culminated in a God-class operator, that means that the energy potential within the genes of that bloodline has already peaked. This also means that all the energy potential of that bloodline has been consumed by the produced God-class operator, resulting in his descendants becoming more and more mediocre. Ling Zhao's descendants are done for. Otherwise, Ling Zhao's son Ling Lan wouldn't have failed to even make the top 10 of the Central Scout Academy. The decline of the Ling family was a foregone conclusion, so they weren't really worth their attention. This news dropped onto the caller's head like a bomb, sending his mind reeling. If Ling Zhao's son wasn't a real threat to the empire, then why had his superior spent so much effort trying to assassinate Ling Lan? As if sensing his subordinate's bewilderment, the mechanical voice rang out once more through the communicator, "It has been almost 7 years since Ling Zhao's death, but all the military personnel of the Federation have not forgotten this extraordinary God-class operator, still filled with unflagging admiration for him. If at this time, news that his son had been assassinated by official mecha operators of the Federation were to spread, how do you think the military men in service of the Chinese Federation will react?" The sweat started to flow freely from the caller's forehead. They may start to suspect that Ling Zhao's death was due to a conspiracy, a sacrifice in the power struggle among the upper ranks of the military. A mutiny may occur within the Federation. Who knew that his boss had been planning to use Ling Lan's death to set up such a large stage? What a pity the opponent also thought of the same thing, and decided to just play along with our trick, choosing to use Ling Zhao's son as a sacrificial pawn to bait us. I think, even if we really killed Ling Zhao's son, the opponent will be able to fabricate evidence to pin the blame on our empire. The mechanical voice was filled with regret. This exchange was his loss. It was just lucky that he had discovered this early on, and managed to clean up after himself, only exposing some unimportant pawns in the process. Listening to the analysis of the situation by the mechanical voice, the caller's forehead was beaded with sweat. He had almost ruined his superior's grand plan. He quickly nodded and bowed, saying, "Yes, sir, I understand now. We shall scatter our forces and lay low for now. Don't do anything rash. The matter of the Ling family ends here." The mechanical voice decisively gave up on the operation to assassinate Ling Lan. He just could not let the opponent pin the death of Ling Zhao's son upon the head of the empire. Ling Zhao's death had already shown him the fervor of the military men of the Federation. Due to his death, the conflict between the two nations had escalated into an epic long-standing feud, which currently still showed no signs of stopping. If Ling Zhao's son's death became more fuel to the flame, he was afraid that the empire would become overrun by those military men of the Federation and be utterly destroyed. "Yes, sir," responded the caller, before carefully shutting his communicator and turning to relay his superior's orders. Just like that, the threat towards Ling Lan was resolved. When Ling Lan later became the Federation's star warrior of a new generation, these people would be filled with regret, beating themselves up for not choosing to continue with their assassination operation. Meanwhile, the commander of the Blades had received news from 413, who had secretly escorted Ling Lan all the way home. The assassination attempt this time had chilled him, even as it infuriated him. He had never expected that the opponent had already managed to secretly control some of the high-ranking people within the federal military. The band of mecha operators 413th Squad had captured and brought in were indeed serving military men of the Federation, but unfortunately, they really didn't know anything and were just a bunch of idiots who had been used. Still, the commander of the Blades had been able to confirm that the power base of the opponent hidden within the Federation was considerable, and that a bunch of traitors had already been gathered around him. But for now, his greatest worry was for Ling Lan's safety. Ling Lan may have narrowly escaped this time, but what about next time? The commander of the Blades hesitated for a brief moment, but finally connected to that particular contact number once more. In the end, when he shut his communicator, the tension in his brows had faded and his expression was light and cheerful. Although that old fellow had mercilessly extorted a substantial sum from him, it was all right as long as his objective had been achieved. At the most he'll just have to take on a couple more strenuous jobs in the meantime, but for the preservation of the bloodline of the Federation, this trouble was worth it. Early the second day, Ling Lan finally escaped from the torments of number 5. With low spirits, she levered herself out of bed and washed up, and then rapidly wolfed down her prepared breakfast. There was no helping it, the distance to school was rather far, so she needed to hurry to make sure she had enough time for the journey. Of course, Ling Lan was also considering whether she should look for a place close to the Scout Academy to live. Wasting so much time every day on commuting was not a sustainable plan in Ling Lan's opinion. Ling Lan decided that she would discuss the matter with her mother when she returned from school that day. Just as she finished her preparations and was about to leave, an unexpected guest showed up on the Ling family doorstep, the Dean of the Central Scout Academy. The Dean's arrival was for one purpose only, and that was for Ling Lan to give up her special class right to be a day student. This was because Ling Lan was the only person this year who chose to be a day student, so the Dean was concerned that Ling Lan's grades and progress would be held back by this. Of course, as the Academy was the one to request for the student to relinquish this right, the Academy promised that Ling Lan could request something else from the Academy, as long as the request was within the Academy's means. Although Lan Luophone was very tempted by this offer, she could not agree. Why had Ling Lan chosen to be a day student to begin with after all? Because of the problem of her gender. If she stayed with someone else, the risk of exposure would be too high. Lan Luofeng could not afford to take the risk. Even if Lan Luofeng wanted to refuse, she still needed to have a legitimate reason for refusing. This moment fully displayed Lan Luofeng's ability to improvise. In an instant, she actually managed to concoct a believable excuse. She said that ever since Ling Xiao had passed away, she had contracted an extremely severe case of depression. Consequently, she could not bear to be apart from her loved ones for long. If Ling Lan were to board at the school, she would be unable to control herself, and may end up harming herself. Ling Jongqing, who was standing to one side, was very cooperative, immediately affecting an extremely morose expression, nodding gravely to affirm that what his mistress said was true. Meanwhile, with a face full of worry for her mother, Ling Lan regretfully declined the dean's kind offer. Playing the pity card was obviously a smart move, for the dean's expression was awkward and filled with helplessness. Just as the three believed that the dean would give up on his plan, the dean seemed to come to some momentous decision and suggested an arrangement that shocked the three of them. He actually suggested that Lan Luofeng live together with Ling Lan in the school. And since the academy had the ironclad rule of not allowing non-staff to live on campus, the dean even went so far as to offer Lan Luofeng a position at the school as a teaching assistant, so that she could legitimately board at the school. The dean also promised that Ling Lan and her mother could live alone in one of the villas at the school, where they wouldn't be disturbed. On top of that, the dean even specially permitted Lan Luofeng to bring along 2 servants to help her manage the villa. With this, there was no longer any reason for the three to refuse. Ling Lan quickly thanked the dean, agreed that she would relinquish her right to be a day student, and would try her best to finalize the procedures required to board at the school as soon as possible. Having received a satisfactory answer, the dean was greatly pleased and automatically offered to give Ling Lan the day off so that she could finalize all the procedures today itself. Then, without leaving a trace of his visit, he left, only leaving behind 3 dumbfounded people who hadn't regained their senses sitting in the living room. The dean walked out of the Ling family gates, boarded his hover car, and finally dropped his noble bearing to slump in his seat. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and once again lamented to himself at how difficult the Ling family was to handle. He thought back to the time when he had to persuade Ling Xiao. He had also had to sacrifice a lot then to succeed. However, he had still managed to achieve what his old friend had asked of him. Although the academy had had to pay a steep price, the result was still wonderful. The dean smiled in satisfaction. He had gotten many concessions from his old friend for this, so it was overall worth it. Ling Jongqing was the first to regain his senses. With a face full of joy, he turned to say to Lan Luofeng, "Mistress, this is a great thing. If young Master Lan lives at the school, her safety is guaranteed." Lan Luofeng remained uncertain and suspicious, smiling wryly as she said, "Uncle Qin, why do you think the academy is so accommodating towards Ling Lan, even going so far as to open a backdoor like this for her? I'm very worried." Ling Lan had just been ambushed, and now right after, the Central Scout Academy is giving Ling Lan such preferential treatment. It should be known that the gates of the Central Scout Academy were not so easily entered. The work benefits offered by the school was unquestionably the best in the Federation, so even a lowly teaching assistant position there was still highly sought after by countless highly educated people. Lan Luofeng had never dreamed that such a coveted position would just fall into her lap due to her connection with Ling Lan. Of course, Lan Luofeng was not impressed by the position since she didn't need it. Although the Ling family seemed weak now, it still had a substantial foundation, enough so that both Ling Lan and Lan Luofeng could live n lifetimes without having to trouble themselves over living expenses. Lan Luofeng's words made Ling Jongqing hesitate as well. Could it be that this was just another plot against Ling Lan? Ling Jongqing was beginning to become a little fearful. The assassination attempt and its series of attacks had troubled the heart of the old man, and he hadn't had time to get over it yet. Seeing this, Ling Lan hurried to remind them, "I hear that the Central Scout Academy has the highest safety ranking, and students are prized most highly by the academy. Ever since the academy has been established, not a single student has ever been harmed on school grounds." "Grandpa Ling Jongqing, is this rumor true?" Ling Jongqing's eyes brightened, as if reminded of something. "Mistress, young Master Lan is correct. The Scout Academies are run independently of any government or military system, and God-class operators are the ones in charge of protecting them. Ling Qing's gaze was passionate and heated. Ling Lan was very familiar with such eyes. Some rabid fans of superstars in her previous world had eyes which shined with the exact same type of light. Ling Lan knew that Ling Qing's passionate reaction was drawn out by the God-class operators he mentioned. What exactly was that all about? Ling Lan was determined to let Little Four dig up some information on this later on. Suddenly, she realized that she really didn't know much about this world at all. The assassination incident had given her her first glimpse of real mecha, blinding her with obsession for a moment. These past few years, she had just been focused on training hard and had rather neglected all the interesting things in the outside world. In truth, Ling Lan could not be blamed for this. Some information was actually classified by the government, and Little Four had felt that Ling Lan really didn't need to know about these sort of things at her age, and so hadn't collected these information. As such, Ling Lan naturally wouldn't have known about any of this. Thus, poor Ling Lan was still unaware that her father was the idol of the military men of the Federation, and that he had been the youngest God-class operator of the Federation. Ling Qing's words reassured Lan Luofeng, and so she happily ran upstairs to pack for both Ling Lan and herself. Just like that, Ling Lan did not show up in Special Class A for the first official day of school. When the homeroom teacher of Special Class A glossed over the fact that Ling Lan had already applied for the day off, his tone was obviously protective. This stirred up the discontent of the other students in Special Class A, provoking a flurry of private discussion. While Qilong didn't think much of the matter, Luo Lang seemed to have sensed something, but only Han Jijian had a serious expression on his face. "Boss Lan, who are you really?" Chapter 67, The Impudent Challenger. In the mirror, a little boy was wearing the rumored military-style uniform of Special Class A. The bold red, the fitting tailoring, the glittering bronze leather boots that were so polished that one could almost see one's reflection in it, and the leather belt with a metal buckle around his waist. All of it added a dash of charm to the already handsome boy, swaying the heart of the woman beside him, causing her heart to swell with motherly love. Lan Luofeng framed her face with her hands, expression dreamy as she said, "Lan Lan, you really look so much like your daddy today, so handsome beyond compare." Ling Lan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Praise her if she wanted to praise her, why did she have to bring up her old man? Could it be that she was praising her on the surface, but was actually thinking about her old man? Thinking about Lan Luofeng's long previous history of such occurrences, Ling Lan was pretty sure her mum was caught up in her own romantic fantasies again. She decided to disregard the woman, turning to say to Ling Nani directly, "Grandma Chamberlain, I leave mum in your care." Ling Nani was Chamberlain Ling Qing's wife. This time, moving into the Scout Academy, Lan Luofeng and Ling Lan had brought Ling Nani along, tasking her with the running of the villa. And Ling Nani had then also selected a servant girl who was deadly loyal to the Ling family with an impeccable record to come along with her, to help her with the cleaning of the villa. With a smile, Ling Nani replied, "Young Master Lan, please don't worry." That done, Ling Lan waved goodbye to them and walked to the villa doors. Just as she opened the door, Lan Luofeng finally shook herself out of her love-dazed state. "Ling Lan, what do you take your mother for? You ingrate!" Lan Luofeng bellowed from behind her. She had just registered what Ling Lan was implying, and her ire was raised. Ling Lan turned to look back with a smile. "Congratulations, Mum, you haven't become a complete idiot." That said, she slipped out of the house. Crash! Some unidentified item slammed into the doors, and Lan Luofeng's lion roar could be heard once again. "Ling Lan, just you wait, you'll get it once you get home." With a smile on her lips, Ling Lan left the villa behind. She knew her mum was just talk. When she really returned later, her mum would definitely hug her close and kiss her all over her face, almost seeming as if she wouldn't stop until Ling Lan's face was visibly swollen with her love. There was a time when Ling Lan wondered whether this bad habit was something her mum had learned from her dad, but unfortunately she had no frame of reference, and so the truth would never be known. Ling Lan slowly walked over to the main road which led to this patch of villas. At this dawn hour, there were already quite a few children and teens about, dressed in the same red uniform. Though their ages ranged, the direction they were headed in was the same, towards the learning area of the Scout Academy. It turned out that this villa area that Ling Lan was boarding in was specially allocated for the special Class A students. From the 1st grade to the 10th grade, all of them were in this area. However, very few of these students were walking like Ling Lan. They wore shoes which jetted air out backwards and were flying freely over the main road. These shoes were called jet rollers, very similar to the roller skates of Ling Lan's previous world, which had wheels attached to the bottom of the shoes in either 2 rows or just one single row. However, jet rollers were even more advanced than roller skates. On both sides of the shoes and the heel area, miniature drivers were installed, which could draw power from the energy storage unit to power the jets. When a certain velocity was achieved, the shoes would lift off the ground along with the person wearing them. Of course, their maximum achievable height was only about 2.5 meters. Ling Lan was a little puzzled. The school rules did not allow students to use external powers to fly or speed around within school grounds. How could these special class students be so daring to do so blatantly? It can be confirmed that these students are all 2nd grade and above, Little Four jumped out to say. Look it up, why can they use jet rollers in school? Ling Lan didn't believe that they were so free just because they were in special class A, there must be some other reason. Found it. Apparently they used battle points to redeem those jet rollers, which is why they can use them in school. Little Four was reliable as ever, piggybacking on a random wireless signal to log on to the school intranet, and quickly finding the answer that Ling Lan needed. The redeemed jet rollers are specially customized by Central Scout Academy, tagged with the Central Scout Academy's identification code, which is why they can be used within the school grounds. Other jet rollers are forbidden. If found to be used, demerits will apply, and the student will immediately be downgraded by 1 class level. Without waiting for Ling Lan to prompt him, Little Four continued to supplement his explanation. That's more like it. Ling Lan had just been wondering how the academy could differentiate between redeemed jet rollers and those brought in from the outside, but Little Four's explanation answered all her questions. She stared enviously at those seniors zooming around, and decided that she would also redeem one when she had the chance later on. Ling Lan walked to one of the hover car stops servicing the villa areas. The academy was just too vast. If the students were to walk, they would definitely not get to the learning area within an hour. And as new students, they didn't have jet rollers, so the only way they could save time was to rely on these hover car stops set up by the academy. Even before she arrived at the stop, Ling Lan could see the long line of people in wait. A little put off, Ling Lan scratched her brow. Looks like she wouldn't be able to take the first few cars, but hopefully she wouldn't be late still. Ling Lan had actually left the house a little late due to Lan Luofeng's fussing. Ling Lan maintained her current speed as she walked towards the stop. Right then, she heard a familiar voice shouting out from somewhere not far behind her, "Jijian, Luo Lang, hurry up. We're going to be late." It was Qi Long. Ling Lan was extremely surprised. What a coincidence to bump into Qi Long and the others here. A mischievous smirk appeared on her lips. The 3 boys still didn't know she had started boarding at the school, so they probably wouldn't expect to bump into her here so early in the morning. Sure enough, Qi Long didn't notice that the person walking in front of him was Ling Lan. Just as he was about to zoom past Ling Lan, she stuck a foot out in his path. "Qi Long, watch out." From behind, Luo Lang could see this very clearly, but because he was too far away, he couldn't do anything to stop Qi Long aside from yelling out to him, hoping that he would notice in time. Qi Long truly had the intuition of a wild beast. Ling Lan had stuck her foot out at the most perfect timing to catch him unawares, but even so, just before the moment Qi Long would trip, he managed to catch himself in time to draw his feet back enough to just slide by Ling Lan's foot, escaping the fate of being tripped. However, everything happened too fast, so Qi Long's rhythm was still thrown off. His landing was uneven and he stumbled, almost falling down anyway. "You goddamn bastard." After finding his feet, Qi Long turned around, raging, fully prepared to teach the sneaky fellow a lesson, but was faced with Ling Lan's cheeky grin instead. "Boss, it's you." Qi Long was overjoyed. He took a large step forward and enveloped Ling Lan in a bear hug, before voicing his doubts. why are you here? Han Jijian and Luo Lang had also rushed over angrily in the meantime, but at Qilong's joyful shout, their anger melted away into pleasant surprise. Han Jijian's eyes were even sparkling as he asked, Boss Lan, you've decided to board at school. Seeing Ling Lan here, there should be no other possibility. Helplessly, Ling Lan said, I had no choice. The school forcefully cancelled my day study right, so I could only board at the school. That's great. Now we can always learn and train together. Qilong was the most pleased by this. He finally had someone who could keep up with him in a fight. Yesterday, he had sparred with Luo Lang, but Qilong had not been satisfied at all. Sparring with Boss Lan was still the best, although he would always be thoroughly trounced by Boss Lan. Han Jijian and Luo Lang's expressions were also pleased though, and amidst laughter and chit-chat, they arrived at the hover car stop. By this time, there was already much fewer people waiting in line. Han Jijian flashed his communicator at the stop sensor, and the sensor responded in an automated mechanical voice, the hover car you require will arrive in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Please be ready. Very quickly, the students lining up before them had all boarded a hover car and left, and their group of 4 was next. The Academy's hover cars were all built for 4 people, with 2 seats in the front row and back row respectively, and looked quite like a convertible car from Earth. Their hover car arrived very punctually, 3 minutes 20 seconds later on the dot from the time Han Jijian had checked. Ling Lan's group of 4 seated themselves randomly on the 2 rows and selected the first-year special Class A classroom as their destination. They had just arrived at the classroom doors when the preparatory bell indicating the start of class rang out from within the classroom. The children within the classroom immediately found their seats and began their final preparations for the day ahead. When Ling Lan walked in, she drew their curious gazes. Because Ling Lan's was an unfamiliar face, they quickly surmised that Ling Lan was the mysterious student of probable remarkable origin who had taken leave on the very first day of school yesterday. Han Jijian signaled Ling Lan to follow him. It turned out that the homeroom teacher had already assigned everyone seats yesterday, and Ling Lan's seat was directly behind Han Jijian's, while Qilong and Luo Lang were seated to the right and left of Ling Lan. How did it end up this way? Ling Lan was very surprised. This arrangement was very convenient for them to converse and interact, but it was just too coincidental for all 4 of them to be seated together. With a resigned expression on his face, Han Jijian replied, Your seat and mine are according to the teacher's original arrangement, but Qilong's and Luo Lang's are the results of battle. It looked like Han Jijian had tried to stop Qilong and Luo Lang, but had not succeeded. What do you mean, results of battle? Ling Lan was curious. Qilong piped up excitedly from the side. After the teacher finished assigning the seats, he said that if anyone was unhappy with their seats, they could challenge the student who had the seat they wanted. If they won the challenge, then they could switch seats. If they lost, then they'll have to serve the student they challenged for a month. Both Luo Lang and I won. Ling Lan was speechless. This world was truly a dangerous world. They were all so young, but the teacher was already starting to cultivate their fighting spirit. Looks like she really couldn't take it easy if she wanted to achieve something in this world. Right at that moment, the bell signaling the official start of class reverberated through the classroom, and an elegant and refined youth sedately entered the classroom. He was their first-grade special Class A homeroom teacher. In the new student's first week, there was no official teaching. The first half of the day was taken up by a course teaching them about the Academy's rules, while the later part of the afternoon was allocated for physical training and getting used to the Academy's training machinery and facilities. The homeroom teacher of Special Class A was named Ching Yuanhang. When he saw Ling Lan, his gaze turned cold, and then he announced to the class, Yesterday I said that if anyone had a seat they preferred, they could challenge the owner of that seat as they liked. Originally, the activity should have ended yesterday, but because a student was absent yesterday, we could not just end it. So, I'll ask again today, does anyone here want Ling Lan's seat? Ling Lan's brow furrowed. Looks like the homeroom teacher didn't like her, otherwise he wouldn't specifically call her out by name. The students looked at one another, but no one made a peep. Nobody wanted to challenge Ling Lan. Think about it. Challenging a fellow student with unknown capabilities just for a seat that was not that much different from another, and if you lost, you'd have to serve the other for a month. No matter how you looked at it, it just wasn't worth it. Although Ling Lan's rank was only 17, Chiong and Luo Lang, whose rankings were behind him, had risen up like dark horses and had shown just how unexpectedly strong they were. The students couldn't help but be wary after that. Just as Qing Yuanheng thought no one would challenge, a weak and skinny child stood up and said, "I want to challenge." Lin Jongqing. All the students were in an uproar. The dead last of Special Class A actually wanted to challenge the upper-middle ranking Ling Lan. Wasn't that just looking for trouble? Chapter 68, You've Lost. Ling Lan wasn't particularly bothered by Lin Jongqing's impudent challenge, but her follower Chiong was riled up instead. He felt as if his boss had been looked down upon, so with a loud slap on his table, he stood up and shouted, "Damn it, daring to challenge my boss. You're too cocky. Teacher Cheng, I'm willing to accept his challenge and fight on behalf of my boss." Chiong's interruption startled Lin Jongqing, but then a trace of glee flashed through his eyes. Perhaps no one else saw it, but Ling Lan did. Of course, all the credit should be given to Little Four, who was comprehensively monitoring the classroom. No one's expression within the classroom could escape Little Four's sharp eyes. Chiong's unexpected request for battle caused rage to cross Qing Yuanheng's face. Coldly, he said, "Chiong, don't test my patience." Qing Yuanheng had really been angered. How old were these children? Already forming groups and saying boss this boss that. What do they take this sacred Central Scout Academy for? Qing Yuanheng was of commoner descent, and had only achieved the success he had today via the cultivation of the Central Scout Academy. As such, he deeply loved the academy, and loathed any bad children that might harm the academy's reputation. And Ling Lan, Chiong, and the others in his group, were all bad children in Qing Yuanheng's eyes. Especially Ling Lan. On the very first day of school, he had already made the dean come personally to request leave for him. Qing Yuanheng was very dissatisfied by this. The esteemed dean was the person Qing Yuanheng respected the most. In his opinion, getting the honorable dean himself to come and handle the trivial procedures of applying for leave, this must definitely be due to pressure exerted by the power backing Ling Lan. Because of this, Qing Yuanheng privately came to the conclusion that Ling Lan's inclusion in Special Class A must be due to manipulation of a backdoor. Against these second-generation rich degenerates who relied on their family background and power, he was full of contempt. Therefore, Qing Yuanheng had decided to give Ling Lan a harsh awakening right at the start of today, so that the boy would understand that the Central Scout Academy was not a place where he could dominate just with his family connections. Of course, Chiong wasn't content to just step back. Just as he was about to argue the point, Ling Lan stepped out from the side and pressed him back into his seat, signaling for him to stop speaking. Ling Lan then turned to look at Qing Yuanheng, and asked serenely, "What do you think, teacher?" Qing Yuanheng gave her two options. "You can choose to accept the challenge, or you can refuse. But refusing means that you automatically give up your seat. Student Ling Lan, what is your choice?" Ling Lan looked steadily at Lin Jongqing, and said, "Since student Lin wants to challenge, of course I shall accept." When Lin Jongqing heard Ling Lan accept, a complicated expression crossed his face. There was a trace of unease, but more a sense of relief. This was not the typical expression a challenger should have. "Boss, looks like that midget has an ulterior motive in challenging you." Once again, Little Four had caught on to Lin Jongqing's change in expression, and spoke up to caution Ling Lan. "Okay. Let's wait and see." Ling Lan secretly put up her guard. Although Lin Jongqing looked rather weak, she had read many amount of novels, comics, and anime, and knew that there were many main characters who liked to pretend to be weak to fool their opponents. Who knew if this Lin Jongqing wasn't someone like this? Ling Lan kept her attention focused as she continued her vigilance. Ling Lan's acceptance of the challenge caused all the first-year Special Class A students to become excited. Under Qing Yuanheng's lead, the whole class came to one of the combat halls within the academy. Walking up to the information input station within the main hall, Qing Yuanheng personally keyed in Ling Lan and Lin Jongqing's battle request, and under Nature of Combat, he selected the option of Open Arena. Pensively, Ling Lan glanced at Qing Yuanheng. Looks like this teacher was really against her, it wasn't just her imagination. This wasn't the first time Ling Lan had come to this combat hall. On registration day itself, she had already requested a fight here before together with Chiong. Thus, she knew very well that there were many options under nature of combat, ranging from closed and private, closed small arena, semi-open small arena, open small arena, closed arena, semi-open arena, to open arena. Any option with closed meant the fight would be private and hidden, rejecting any viewing audience, just like her spar with Chiong. Back then, they had chosen a closed and private battle, while this battle between her and Lin Jongqing was actually best suited for the semi-open small arena. Option: a semi-open battle would open a unique combat room, and audience members would need to have the room's passcode to enter. They would just have to let the Class A students know the passcode, then they would have been able to fight a match without any outside disturbance. In that situation, even the side who lost wouldn't have his embarrassment broadcast to the public and lose face. But an open fight was different. This type of battle was open for viewing for all students within the Central Scout Academy. Furthermore, before the fight, the combat hall would even do a comprehensive announcement. As such, open battles were usually only used during the ranking battles every 6 months, extremely rare under normal circumstances. Sure enough, the news of the open arena battle was announced repetitively by the combat hall, drawing all the other students who were here for their own individual practice to the side of their ring. When this impromptu audience saw that there were 2 new students on the stage wearing eye-catching red clothes, they knew it was a fight between special Class A kids. Pleasantly surprised, they started discussing the fight in earnest, and the atmosphere around the arena became even livelier. Quite a few students even turned on their communicators so they could contact their good friends to come spectate as well. Ling Lan and Lin Jongqing were currently standing on the left and right side of the stage respectively, facing each other. In contrast with Ling Lan's calm composure, Lin Jongqing looked extremely nervous. Chiong Yuanhang looked at the 2 people on the stage and asked them, "Are you 2 ready?" The 2 nodded in confirmation, and Chiong Yuanhang issued the command, "Battle, start." Lin Jongqing heard Chiong Yuanhang's call to start, but he didn't choose to attack immediately. Instead, he retreated swiftly, putting some distance between him and Ling Lan. "What is he trying to do?" asked Little Four in confusion. "We'll know when we fight. By the way, Little Four, while I'm fighting, don't make any sound to distract me," reminded Ling Lan worriedly. She still remembered the time a while back when she had been going through combat training with the Ling family loyalists. Due to Little Four's importune interruption, she had been struck heavily by one of the loyalists, almost gaining a serious injury. Fortunately, the Ling family medicinal bath and the qi exercises were very reliable, supporting Ling Lan so she didn't have any lasting damage. Still, that one time was enough to scare Ling Lan half to death. It turned out that her life was still not guaranteed. Little Four immediately pulled an imaginary zipper across his mouth in response, signaling that his lips were sealed. He would definitely not cause Ling Lan any trouble. Ling Lan activated her qi circulation, and could instantly feel all her senses heighten. When she looked at Lin Jongqing once again, she had the feeling as if the entire course of the battle was within her grasp. It was glorious. This was also part of the results of 2 nights of training under number 5, a newly discovered ability. Although it had only been 2 nights in real time, due to the time rate conversion, Ling Lan had actually been tormented viciously under number 5's hand for a little over 2 months. Almost driving Ling Lan up the wall. Luckily, this ability had progressed from its erratic functionality based on her mental condition, to its current stable functioning of working 5 to 6 times out of 10. Ling Lan's suffering had been worth it. The next second was it. Ling Lan's intuition told her that Lin Jongqing's attack was coming. Sure enough, of the 2 people facing off, Lin Jongqing was the first to attack. He swooped in abruptly, and his angle of attack was a tricky one. Many of the higher-grade students nodded in approval when they saw Lin Jongqing's attack. Lin Jongqing's timing was spot on as well. The time he attacked was precisely the point when a human's mental focus would wane after intense concentration. It was when people were the slowest. Moreover, his attack stance was also great, not just any regular combat art. However, Ling Lan's reaction shocked and awed the watching students. As if well prepared, Lin Jongqing's attack only made her move a tiny step, and with a slight tilt of her body, she had easily dodged his attack. F***ck, this kid is just too confident in himself. Actually choosing to dodge in such a narrow range, isn't that too much? The older students were all rather stunned, and started criticizing Ling Lan for being too reckless in her evasion movements. Chiong and Luo Lang looked at one another, and read the shock and surprise on each other's faces. They knew very well that using the smallest angle possible to dodge was Ling Lan's specialty. This was definitely the most energy-efficient way of dodging, but only Ling Lan would dare to do so. Chiong and Luo Lang didn't even dare to try. This was closely related to confidence and ability, and they just weren't at that level yet. However, what shocked and surprised them was not that they were familiar with this evasion move, but because they had sensed that Ling Lan had an even deeper understanding of this type of small-range evasion now, which made her movements look extremely graceful and natural. Lin Jongqing's first strike struck air, but he didn't retreat directly, choosing to follow up with a flurry of combo punches, moving forward with the determined air of wanting to defeat quality with sheer quantity too. Unfortunately, Ling Lan's strength was really just too far above him. This sort of tactic was no problem at all for Ling Lan. Gently swaying her body, Ling Lan swiftly dodged all of Lin Jongqing's combination attacks, and somehow, she found herself once again in that strange state she had achieved during her fight with the 5 alpha wolves. This state was still currently not under Ling Lan's control, so whether she could enter it or not was really up to her luck. Once she entered this state, all of Lin Jongqing's attacks became weakness after weakness in Ling Lan's eyes. With just one punch, she would be able to knock Lin Jongqing down. It's just, now, seeing Lin Jongqing's desperation as he attacked with clenched teeth, his rage and stubbornness made Ling Lan decide to just wait a little longer. Lin Jongqing's boxing skills only consisted of a few moves, and after Ling Lan saw the second repetition of the attack pattern, she knew it was time to end this. Ling Lan did nothing other than make a simple fist, and throw it out firmly at the largest weak point in her eyes. Bam! Ling Lan's fist smacked into a soft ball of flesh, and then that thing was sent flying out like a cannonball, to land heavily on the arena floor. With just this punch, Lin Jongqing had been hit, and was now lying still on the ground without any sign of getting up. All the observing students were gobsmacked. Was this not a battle between two special Class A students, but rather a battle between a special Class A student and someone from the regular classes? They knew very well that although Special Class A had a ranking of 50 spots, all the children didn't really differ much in terms of ability, and were practically on par with each other. But this scene before them shattered everything they knew. Was there such a large gap, such as that between clouds in the sky and dirt on the ground, even among the Special Class A students? "You've lost," said Ling Lan calmly towards the fellow lying on the stage who was still unwilling to get up. Although her punch had seemed heavy, it definitely would not have done any significant damage to the opponent. Chapter 69, Ling Lan's Problem. Expression dark, Lin Jongqing sprang to his feet and said dejectedly, "It's my loss." However, he quickly raised his head again, and with wide, open eyes, and a face full of tenacity, he added, "But next time, I won't lose to you again." The fight and confidence in his eyes were still present, not at all dampened by this loss. Contemplatively, Ling Lan looked at him, and then said sedately, "I'll be waiting." This little guy was no fool. With that performance, he had probably drawn the attention of the homeroom teacher. Sure enough, Chiong Yuanheng started applauding from below the stage, expression approving as he said with a smile, "Not bad, Ling Lan, as expected of one of the higher-ranking students in our class." Then, he turned to look at Lin Jongqing with an expression of deep appreciation for talent, clearly showing who Chiong Yuanheng truly approved of, and said, "Lin Jongqing, your performance was very good. Failure is the mother of success. Keep it up, you'll succeed one day." Hearing this, Ling Lan was speechless. "Teacher Cheng, oh Teacher Cheng, when you say this, could you not do it right in front of me?" Wasn't this just cursing her to one day lose at Lin Jongqing's hands? Ling Lan was currently simmering with resentment. Receiving Chiong Yuanheng's praise and encouragement, Lin Jongqing suppressed the gratefulness in his heart as he replied, "Understood, teacher. I will work hard." That's awesome. He had managed to leave a good impression on his homeroom teacher. Lin Jongqing gave himself a mental fist pump. Then, he turned to look at Ling Lan, who was standing across from him with his hands folded before him, and doubt rose in his heart. Subconsciously, he swept his gaze to the area below the stage and saw Ling Jie's unconcealed anger at Ling Lan's success in the limelight. At that, his mind settled. Heaven destroys those who don't look out for themselves. By this time, Little Four had sensed Lin Jongqing's intentions. In the mind space, he was so angry that he was stomping around, insisting that Ling Lan should teach that horrible punk a lesson, better yet, she should beat him up until his own mum couldn't recognize him. Darn it, actually daring to think of using his boss, did he really think his boss would be so easily taken advantage of? At this moment, Ling Lan was flipping through the files on Lin Jongqing which Little Four had passed to her. She found out that Lin Jongqing was a commoner child, and tracing back n generations, all information indicated that his family was of perfectly normal commoner descent. Lin Jongqing's rank body and Tier 1 spiritual power were definitely due to a type of genetic mutation. The child was really quite pitiful. For the sake of money and other benefits, his parents had given him to the military as research material. However, after 6 years of research, Lin Jongqing was determined as the result of a lucky genetical mishap, and so did not have any research value whatsoever in the stimulation of genetic mutation. As a material with no research value, the military was unconcerned about his whereabouts. Thus, Lin Jongqing became a member of the Central Scout Academy this year. For such a person of 3 lacks, lacking family, lacking money, and lacking power, what was it that pushed him to challenge Ling Lan? If Lin Jongqing had only continued to maintain a low profile and avoid attention, he could have smoothly completed his 10 years of education at the Central Scout Academy, and then be free to choose the future he wanted. But he had instead chosen to grandstand, and though he had indeed managed to attract the homeroom teacher's attention, the disadvantages were obviously greater than the benefits, and Lin Jongqing did not seem like an impetuous person. Thinking of this, Ling Lan said, "Little Four, dig a little deeper. I don't think this matter is that simple." Little Four patted his little chest energetically, saying, "Boss, don't worry, I'll keep a close all-round watch on Lin Jongqing. I'll definitely find out his secret." That said, Little Four scarpered off to write out his comprehensive monitoring plan, seeming as if he would not rest until he found out everything there was to know about Lin Jongqing. At this moment, Ling Lan made a silent prayer for Lin Jongqing. Being targeted by Little Four basically meant that he would have no more secrets to himself. And so Ling Lan and Lin Jongqing's fight ended just like that, but the ripples following the event were not over yet. Among the special class students of the upper grades, rumors spread about a first-grade special class A kid who was extremely strong, so much so that his class A classmate, who was also within the top 50, had been defeated with just one blow. Everyone began to anticipate the ranking battles coming in 6 months. Every year, the top-ranking student of Class A had the right to challenge across grades. Who knew how far this first-year Class A student could go? How many grades ahead could he defeat? These people didn't even consider the possibility that Ling Lan wouldn't be the top-ranking student. At that thought, the first-grade students were keyed up, while the upper-grade students were eager as well, ready to teach this arrogant upstart a good lesson. As the rumors spread, they became more and more twisted, finally skewed in such a way that Ling Lan became an extremely strong and capable punk with a terribly arrogant attitude. In the 4th grade special class A, a sunny youngster grinned cheekily as he said to his companion beside him, "Shiyu, with such a formidable kid in the 1st grade, your little cousin brother's position at the top is at risk. That bratting Jia, if he doesn't take a loss, he would really think that he's at the top of the world." Li Shiyu's face was full of contempt as he said this, as if extremely scornful of his own younger cousin. You Li family members are really something. If your eldest cousin brother really has no talent, then why do you all insist on making him the first in line to inherit? Causing your entire household to be full of civil strife, so troublesome. The Sunshine youngster was grateful that he was born in the Yun family. Although there were also some messy affairs within the family, in comparison with the Li family, those issues were not really issues at all, so his family affairs could even be described as clean. Yun Xiu, you look down on my eldest cousin. Li Shiyu's expression was a little strange as he glanced at him. Yun Xiu threw a sarcastic look at him, you think He's older than you by a few months, but he couldn't even qualify for the Central Scout Academy. I heard he was sent by your grandpa family head to the Li family origin planet of Azure to study at the Scout Academy there. Looks like your family head isn't optimistic about this first inheritor of your family. Planet Azure was a third-rate planet, and was one of those planets that were rather behind on resources. It could not compare at all with the premium capital planet of Doha. Typically, any child with even a speck of talent would never be assigned there. Who knows? Li Shiyu's expression was a little lost. He had not had many encounters with his eldest cousin because ever since his eldest cousin had been born, he had been taken away by grandfather for personal training. From young, the times they met were fewer than few, countable on just one hand. But even so, he had a very deep impression of this elder cousin brother of his. This profound impression was not due to his status as first inheritor, but was something caused by the very essence of his elder cousin himself. His eldest cousin had a warm aura about him that invited others close, mysteriously drawing in the people around him. Even if everyone in the Li family said that his eldest cousin wasn't fit to be the first inheritor, he had never seen a trace of resentment or dissatisfaction in his cousin's bearing. That never-changing, warm smile led others to become reflexively happy in his presence. Although Li Shiyu was also a strong contender for the right to inherit, every time after he met his eldest cousin, the yearning to fight for it would lessen just a little more. Sometimes, he even felt that letting his eldest cousin become the family head wasn't such a bad idea. He would be very willing to help his cousin blaze his way forward, eliminating any rebellious Li family members in his path. Li Shiyu shook his head, trying to dislodge this notion. His parents would never allow him to do so. He couldn't help but sigh softly. My eldest cousin is hard to understand, viewing him as an enemy is very difficult. Ever since their eldest cousin brother left for planet Azure, he had not returned in 4 years. Quite likely, Lin Jongqing had very little memory of this cousin brother, which was why he was so fixated on getting the inheritor position. If he really met their eldest cousin, he would very likely start gradually losing the motivation to steal this right from him. The old grandfather of your family is still going strong anyhow. Any fight over the position will still have to wait for many years later. It's still too early to think about all this. But, I'm curious. When that self-important younger cousin of yours gets robbed of his rank at the top, what will his expression be like? Yun Xiu smirked evilly. It was his favorite thing to see the expressions of those pompous brats who thought they were geniuses when they were being ground into the dirt. Ho, so your vulgar taste remains unchanged. Well, you'll see in 6 months, teased Li Shiyu, expression light and casual. Li Jongqing wasn't the eldest cousin he didn't want to fight, he would gladly see him become a laughing stock. Alright, so brotherly ties were weak in the Li family to begin with, it's just that this generation had produced an oddball like his eldest cousin brother. Leave me alone, aren't you even more vulgar? That's your younger cousin, you know. Yun Xiu smacked Li Shiyu's shoulder in mock anger. Li Shiyu's interest in seeing Li Jongqing make a fool of himself was no less than his own, as expected of someone from the Li family. Li Shiyu just laughed at Yun Xiu. One really didn't need that many friends, sometimes just having one who really understood you was enough. Ling Lan's study life had officially begun, or we should say, Ling Lan was getting along just fine. Although the homeroom teacher Qing Yuanhang had treated her rather harshly on her first day, he had changed his original view of her after seeing her impressive performance, and consequently no longer went out of his way to give her trouble. This was one of the payoffs of her battle with Lin Jongqing. Another payoff was her popularity among the Class A students. The entire class consisted of boys. Ling Lan's current identity was that of a boy, so we can just ignore this irregular case, and they followed the mentality of survival of the fittest. As such, Ling Lan's defeat of the last-place Lin Jongqing in one move was greatly admired by all her classmates, so they all wanted to be friends with her. This was because they felt that they themselves would have been unable to pull off what Ling Lan had done. Of course, there were still some who were averse to Ling Lan, such as the small group that was led by Li Jongqing. They shunned her subtly, and were even a little combative at times. Regarding this, Ling Lan was apathetic. She had never considered herself as a femme fatale invincible from all angles, someone who had flowers blooming in her presence, people falling at her feet, who caused havoc on heaven and earth, disturbing gods and spirits alike with her beauty. Ling Lan was of the opinion that such a woman was definitely not human. Thus, it was perfectly normal for there to be people who didn't like her. Furthermore, speaking of Liangjie, she also didn't like him in return. That smug look of his was just like that of a narcissistic peacock, not cute at all. Fine, although Ling Lan wasn't a pure face con 1, she was a certified mo con 2, only being fond of pretty and adorable children. However, the fight didn't just bring Ling Lan good results, it also brought along a large problem. And that was this uninvited guest, Lin Jongqing, before her. Even though Ling Lan had refused the month of service he owed her after he lost his challenge, Lin Jongqing would not accept it. He still insisted on paying this debt with full diligence. According to Lin Jongqing, you reap what you sow, he took the gamble, so he must pay the price, this was what a true man must do. Translator's thoughts. Ryuxinji. We move up, we move down, but we've been firmly in the top 20 rankings this week. Degree, W. Yay to all of you. Red Heart, have some love with this bonus chappy. Chapter 70, The Meaning of Companions. Lin Jongqing's decision was supported by many of the students in Class A, even teacher Qin Yuanheng was full of approval, but Ling Lan was aggravated by it. Bastard! Ling Lan cursed in a very unladylike fashion, extremely disdainful of the people who supported Lin Jongqing's high-handed way of doing things. Was causing trouble to others really something a real man would do? Alright, perhaps if she really was a boy, she wouldn't be so confused by this. But damn it, she was a girl, definitely a girl, forever a girl, if she let a boy serve her in such close range, and if the truth came out, how would she still get married in the future? Ling Lan had still not given up on the idea of getting married as her true self in the future, primarily because she really wanted to give birth to a child of her own to play with. Adding up the ages of both her lifetimes, she was already an old lady of over 30 years old. Her mental age was definitely at that particular stage where she desperately wanted to get married and have kids. However, Ling Lan was still rational and knew that she could only think about it for now. If she really wanted to have a child, she would still need to wait for this body to mature, and for that, she would still need to wait for about 10 years, or was it 20 years? When the horrific concept of 20 whole years crashed into Ling Lan's awareness, Ling Lan was immediately reduced to tears. How was she to pass her days from now on? Did she really have to wait until her mental age was already at the level of the Grand Monkey King, Sun Wukong I, before she would be able to wed and have kids? While Ling Lan was still caught up in her melancholic musings and her endless resentment at the cruel drag of time, completely lost in her own mind, that extremely troublesome person in her life right now appeared again. Classmate Ling Lan, here are the notes for the previous theory class that I've spent all night compiling. Respectfully, Lin Jongqing came over to hand over a Blu-ray USB storage drive from this world. The storage drive was very advanced. One only had to align one's wrist communicator to face the drive and turn on the Blu-ray function to transfer all the data within the drive into the communicator, to be read at the user's convenience. Ling Lan wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at Lin Jongqing's good intentions. She really had no need at all for any notes, for Little Four had the ability to record the entire lecture of a teacher, available for her to peruse whenever she needed. Of course, Little Four's supremacy could only be fully realized within this period of time. When it came to the second half of the year, the first-grade students would be allowed to enter the virtual world to study, so they would no longer have to fear being left helpless when they couldn't understand their lessons. In the virtual world, all the Academy's courses had an equivalent virtual counterpart. However, every time one accessed these virtual classes, one would have to spend credits, i.e. money, or use battle points to redeem credits for use. Lin Jongqing's way of doing things was just a troublesome annoyance to Ling Lan, but a particular little brat had been utterly driven up the wall by him. Within the mind space, Little Four was throwing a violent tantrum. He felt that Lin Jongqing was taunting him, challenging him for his treasured position as Ling Lan's #1 follower. The infuriated Little Four lifted the kitchen knife in his hand up high, who knows where he got it from, and swung it around impassionedly. This caused Ling Lan's eyelid to twitch nervously, fearful that Little Four would accidentally cut himself. Vehemently, little Four swished the kitchen knife down before him, raging, "I'll kill him. I must kill him. Boss, don't you stop me. But I've never even thought of stopping you." Ling Lan would really like to say that, but unfortunately she was afraid that little Four would start to cry as if tears were free. That amount of tears would certainly be enough to turn her mind space into an endless ocean. And she really didn't want to drown to death. Head aching, she rubbed her forehead and said helplessly, "Little Four, are you able to kill him right now?" Hells, how would an incorporeal little Four kill a flesh and blood Lin Jongqing? Don't bring up things that are impossible, people will just laugh at you. Realizing how idiotic his actions have been thus far, little Four threw away his little kitchen knife, and pounced on Ling Lan to cling to her thigh as he whined, "Boss, you'll definitely help me, right?" Was this how the rumored thigh-hugging too felt like? It truly feels pretty good. Little Four rubbed his face against Ling Lan's thigh. Although Little Four was still just a little bean right now, his actions were already moving towards becoming a little pervert. Unaware that she was being taken advantage of, Ling Lan stared at Little Four's shameless actions and a vein throbbed on her brow. She dearly wished she could just grab Little Four and give him a good beating. Unfortunately, she had already promised Little Four that she would not resort to domestic violence, so this wish had to be left unfulfilled. This made Ling Lan feel that she had agreed too hastily in the beginning. If she had only known then how much worry Little Four would cause her, she would definitely never have simply agreed to this condition just to cheer him up then. However, Little Four's next words thoroughly chased away all of these thoughts from Ling Lan's mind. Cold sweat started to flow freely from her pores, and even her legs felt a little weak. "Boss. Just you wait, the moment he logs on to the virtual world, I'll definitely show him. I'll make sure he dies silently within the virtual world, he. Little Four's sinister demeanor caused the hairs on Ling Lan's back to stand. How had she forgotten about Little Four's powers within the virtual world? Finally understanding that Little Four's words were not just idle threats, Ling Lan panicked. That's right. Although she did feel that Lin Jongqing was bothersome, and also wanted to get rid of this bother, that didn't mean she wanted him to die. No matter what, Lin Jongqing was still an adorable little kid, although she didn't like this kid so much since he was a little complicated. She rushed to talk down Little Four, speaking gently to try and dispel this terrifying notion from Little Four's mind. "Little Four, don't worry, that punk is no threat to you. Little Four will forever be the most precious follower in my mind." At this moment, Ling Lan was unstinting with all the flowery sweet talk she could muster, just so she could get rid of Little Four's killing intent. All this to save a totally irrelevant villager. Why was life so hard? Ling Lan's words made Little Four blush instantly. Happily wriggling his little bottom, he asked coyly, "The most precious, most important, #1 follower, right?" Ling Lan nodded decisively. "That's right. Little Four is my most precious, most important, #1 follower, no one can take away your position. So Little Four, you can just enjoy looking down upon the other followers fighting beneath you." She had never thought of continuing to collect followers though. Why did the conversation take such a weird turn as she was speaking with Little Four? Damn it, it must be Little Four's fault. He must have some strange ability to distort the topic of conversation. Ling Lan resolutely put all the blame on Little Four. Little Four had no idea what Ling Lan was thinking, but hearing what Ling Lan said, he seemed to come to some realization. "Boss, I understand now. You mean, those other followers are all followers of this follower," he said, pointing to himself gleefully. Ling Lan could almost cry. That wasn't really what she meant, right? Unfortunately, at that moment, she didn't dare not to nod. If Little Four went crazy again, it could be predicted that half a year later, a large swathe of special Class A students would be dead. That would definitely result in a terrifying upheaval, and she would most likely be implicated. Therefore, she needed to stop Little Four now. Alright, so Ling Lan didn't really have the saintly love of a matron goddess. In the end, she was still just looking out for herself. Decision made, Ling Lan nodded again firmly. In her mind, a scene formed where Chiong, Han Jijian, Luo Lang, and the others were chasing the kitty Little Four around yelling out, "Big bro, while little Four had his little hands on his waist, laughing long and loud into the sky above. Ling Lan was instantly pained, sweating internally as she made a silent apology. "Sorry dear brothers, for the sake of world peace, and humanity's safety, you all will just have to put up with this." Because she had never imagined that she would actually bring this nuclear weapon down upon this world, she was culpable. Finally, it seemed that little Four was hit by Ling Lan's candy-wrapped missiles, and calmed down. He stated grandly that he would be merciful, and let that Lin Jongqing go this once. When Ling Lan heard this, she immediately turned up the sugar level, cajoling little Four until he was all smiles again, no longer having any thought of almost losing his precious #1 follower position. Only then could Ling Lan relax and turn her attention to the sticky problem of Lin Jongqing. When all was said and done, the root of all the problems was Lin Jongqing. This time, Ling Lan no longer wanted to reject diplomatically. She pushed the USB drive back directly, and said coolly, "I don't need it." She had even refrained from putting it more politely. Do you see how much effort she was expending just to save this fellow? Even Chiong and the others had to pay a painful price for this objective, although they weren't aware of it. Ling Lan's brusque refusal froze Lin Jongqing's expression, but he soon regained his composure. He hesitantly took back the Blu-ray USB drive, and pretended not to notice Ling Lan's cool dismissal, continuing to ask with a smile, "Classmate Ling Lan, where will you all be going later?" There was just one period of Mandarin class in the early afternoon, and then it was all free time until lunch time. As Ling Lan's personal attendant, Lin Jongqing needed to know what Ling Lan was going to do next. Ling Lan merely glanced coolly at him, saying nothing. Ling Lan already had no more patience to continue going back and forth with Lin Jongqing. Beside her, Han Jijian seemed to have picked up on Ling Lan's mood, so he spoke up, "Lin Jongqing, we do not welcome you here, and we do not need your so-called service. We hope that you do not come looking for our boss Lan anymore." Being rejected formally and verbally for the first time, Lin Jongqing could no longer maintain his smile. His face fell and he looked at Ling Lan with a troubled expression. However, this time he did not continue to cling on with words, but just bowed politely to Ling Lan before he turned and left. Lin Jongqing's abrupt departure puzzled Chiong. What does he mean by that? Will he not bother us anymore? Uncertainly, Luo Lang replied, "Probably. We've already said it so clearly." Han Jijian watched Lin Jongqing's gradually departing figure, and his brows furrowed as he said, "Boss Lan, this person, is probably not so easy to chase off." Ling Lan nodded. "Yes. Him sticking to me is not because he lost the challenge, but for some other purpose." Han Jijian was startled. What purpose? He had not sensed anything at all, thinking all this time that Lin Jongqing was simply doing this so he could fulfill his bet, to show how trustworthy he was and gain some brownie points in the teacher's eyes. At this moment, Han Jijian felt a little lost. He had self-categorized himself as the intelligent strategist in Ling Lan's group. He had categorized himself this way because his combat ability was no match for Chiong's. Chiong was a natural-born fighter, certain to be a high-level mecha operator. In the future. Already aware of Chiong's superior combat prowess, Han Jijian was mentally prepared, and so wasn't too depressed by it. But he had never expected that Luo Lang, who joined in later on, would also be stronger than him in combat ability. This caused him to abruptly lose his self-set place, so he had no choice but to search for a different position he could fill. Very quickly, he had noticed that their group was still lacking a wise strategist. With regards to this character setting, Han Jijian felt that he was quite suited to the task. So although he didn't state it outright in front of his companions, his actions and the learning courses he chose all started leaning in that direction, a clear sign of his determination. However, Ling Lan's words floored him once again. Could it be that he wasn't suited for this character setting after all? The more Han Jijian thought about it, the more insecure he felt, and his mood dipped significantly. Seeing Han Jijian's expression change, Ling Lan felt a headache coming on again. Why did these little fellows by her side all require so much care? Ling Lan could only deepen her wry smile and say, "Actually, I'm not too sure myself. It's just that every time Lin Jongqing looks at me, his gaze gives me that sort of feeling, perhaps I'm just thinking too much." Although Ling Lan's expression was a little exaggerated to the point of suspicion, those words weren't actually lies. She really still wasn't sure what Lin Jongqing's motives were in trying so hard to get on her good side. However, Ling Lan wasn't anxious. She believed that with the passage of time, she would naturally learn of the other's plan. Besides, they were all just 6-year-old brats right now, not involved in much power struggles for wealth or political clout. No matter how much Lin Jongqing plotted, not much harm could come to Ling Lan. This was yet another reason why Ling Lan was not at all impatient, and could just ignore Lin Jongqing. Ling Lan's words let Han Jijian temporarily push away the uncertainty in his heart. With a serious expression, he said, "Since Boss Lan has said so, there must be something wrong with Lin Jongqing. We need to be a little more careful." Despite Ling Lan's rather ambiguous explanation involving intuition, Han Jijian decided to put his faith in her full-heartedly, and started cautioning the others to be more alert. It wasn't just Han Jijian who trusted Ling Lan, even Chiong and Luo Lang were the same, nodding firmly to show that they understood. The unquestioning faith of her companion surprised Ling Lan slightly, and an indescribable swell of warmth rose within her heart. Was this what was meant by the trust of one's companions? In her previous life, Ling Lan had always been stuck in the hospital, constantly struggling at the border between life and death. She had never experienced what the term companion meant, but now, Ling Lan felt as if she understood it a bit better. It was soon proved that Han Jijian's judgment was very accurate. Lin Jongqing was not someone who easily backed down. At noon, Ling Lan and the others had just walked into the school canteen when they heard a familiar voice cry out, "Classmate Ling Lan, here, over here." Ling Lan lifted her head and looked over, and saw Lin Jongqing waving at them enthusiastically with a wide smile on his face, just as if that awkward situation earlier that afternoon had not happened at all. She was thoroughly impressed by Lin Jongqing's thick skin. Already having been denied so heartlessly, how could he still greet them so passionately? This child's resilience was really just too strong. Chiong and the others looked at one another, unsure how they were supposed to react. All their lives, they've never met such an agreeable child. They couldn't find it in themselves to keep rejecting Lin Jongqing in the face of his unreserved smile. Even the typically cold-hearted Han Jijian had nothing to say. Ling Lan exhaled a quiet breath. Fine, she too found it impossible to continue refusing such a resilient child, so she said, "Let's get to know him a little better. The four of us, against one of him, no matter how you look at it, we won't lose." These words were unanimously approved by all three of her companions, and so they headed towards the beckoning Lin Jongqing. However, internally, Ling Lan was more vigilant than ever. This Lin Jongqing was so unbelievably tolerant, what he wanted must not be trivial. She couldn't help but sigh again. The children of this world were definitely non-human. Even with 2 lives worth of experience, she could only stay ahead of them by a little. If she compared her true 6-year-old self from her previous world with these children, she would undoubtedly lose all. The Way to Distant Siberia 4. Chapter 71, Lin Jongqing's Objective. The actions of Ling Lan's 4-man group surprised Lin Jongqing for a beat, but he was then overcome by a surge of joy. In all honesty, when he had greeted them, his heart was pounding, for he was afraid that Ling Lan and her group would just ignore his existence. Unexpectedly, Ling Lan and her friends were really headed in his direction. This made him suspect for a moment that he was in a dream. Lin Jongqing's tenacity and perseverance had gained him the favor of the simple-minded organism Chiong. Afraid that his sharp-tongued mate Han Jijian would say something to hurt Lin Jongqing, Chiong hurriedly called out, "Lin Jongqing, why are you looking for us?" Naturally, Chiong's goodwill was felt by the perceptive Lin Jongqing. With a grateful glance at Chiong, he said smiling, "I just wanted to tell classmate Ling Lan that, I've found him a seat." Although Lin Jongqing had been smiling at them all this while, it was normally just a polite facade, but this time, his smile seemed to be somewhat genuine. For the first time, Ling Lan felt that Lin Jongqing actually looked pretty cute when he smiled. Han Jijian frowned slightly, and his originally cold expression became even colder. Meanwhile, Luo Lang sniffed, as if displeased at Lin Jongqing's unnecessary action. It was true though. A redcoat student would never lack for a seat. If they found a seat they liked, as long as the seat wasn't occupied by another redcoat student, they need only walk up to that person, and without having to say a word, the student dressed in a uniform of any other color would automatically relinquish their seat. Of course, Ling Lan's group of 4 would never do such a tasteless thing. The dining area was very large, so there would always be some seats open, they just needed to spend a little time looking, that's all. Lin Jongqing was unconcerned with what Luo Lang and the others thought. Solicitously, he pulled out one of the chairs and said to Ling Lan, "Classmate Ling Lan, please sit here." Ling Lan looked at his slightly fawning face, and thought back on that slightly sincere smile, and felt her heart soften. So, she did not refuse, sitting on the chair he had pulled out. After all, Lin Jongqing was just a 6-year-old child. Ling Lan, who was really a quirky auntie at heart, was truly unable to resist such a little kid. Seeing Ling Lan take a seat, Chiong and the others quickly chose a seat before them at random and sat down as well. Ling Lan's first ever concession to him was obviously a good sign. Suppressing the emotional upheaval within himself, Lin Jongqing asked carefully, "What would classmate Ling Lan and your friends like to eat? Let me bring it over for you all." Bring and not buy. Lin Jongqing very clearly articulated to Ling Lan and the others what his bottom line was in terms of service. Ling Lan cast a searching look at Lin Jongqing. This child was just too artful with words and phrasing, he avoided offending them, but also didn't let himself be pushed into a corner. As long as this type of person got a chance, he would certainly become a commendable man. Ling Lan decided that she would give Lin Jongqing that chance. She indicated for Lin Jongqing to push his wrist communicator closer, and then used her own communicator to transfer some credits directly to Lin Jongqing. Not much, just 240 credits, the exact amount to pay for 6 deluxe set meals. In this era, personal communicators not only could send and receive messages, but were also equipped with the ability to retain personal identification information, bank cards, and other miscellaneous services, truly providing multipurpose convenience. 6 deluxe set meals, a double portion each for Chiong and I. Ling Lan pretended not to see Lin Jongqing's stunned gaze, tonelessly listing out what they wanted to eat. Frankly, Lin Jongqing could not be blamed for his reaction. Set meals were typically only chosen by children from the commoner families. Any child from a slightly better family background would basically order separate dishes which had an overall better taste. Lin Jongqing did not know that Chiong's and the others' credits had long ago been confiscated by Ling Lan on the first day of school. Since then, the communicators of the 5 of them, including Chiong, as well as the 2 girls always hanging out with them, had never contained more than 1,000 inch credits. Thus, their every meal changed from the luxurious spread of delicacies they began with, to the current simplistic set meals, though these set meals were still of the deluxe variety. Even so, this was undoubtedly many brackets below what they were having before. Of course, this wasn't a baseless decision by Ling Lan. Through Little Four's research, they found that the food groups within the Academy's deluxe set meal could fully provide all the nutrition that the children needed. Even Ling Lan and Chiong, who had extraordinarily high metabolisms, were able to fuel their bodies sufficiently by eating a double portion of said set meal. Of course, Ling Lan would never tell Chiong and the others that after she went home, she still had to supplement her diet with a gargantuan supper. It couldn't be helped. Ling Lan was a glutton to begin with, and on top of that, every night she would be tormented ceaselessly by Instructor Number 5, so her energy consumption was rather off the scales. Lin Jongqing very quickly regained his composure, and he felt the stirrings of gratefulness within his heart. Was this Ling Lan and the others' strange way of preserving his dignity? He said nothing, only casting a brief complicated look at Ling Lan before nodding heavily and leaving to help them get their food. Looking at Lin Jongqing's departing back, Han Jijian's frown eased slightly. With a hint of uncertainty, he asked, "Boss Lan, you seem to have some admiration for him?" Hearing this, Chiong and Luo Lang turned to look at Ling Lan, and waited for her answer. This would affect how they would treat Lin Jongqing, whether he should be considered as a companion or not, the treatment would be completely different. Yes, I have some admiration for his tolerance. If we were to switch places, I don't think I'd be able to bend as far as he has. Carrying out one's responsibilities while tolerating shame was not something everyone could do. Even Ling Lan, with her 2 lives of experience, could not say for sure that she'd be able to endure it. Ling Lan's words caused Chiong and the others to descend into a thoughtful silence. Lin Jongqing's humility had made them forget that he was only 6 years old just like them. What kind of experiences had he lived through to have learned to be so tolerant? Right at that moment, the sounds of a commotion could be heard coming from not too far away. Ling Lan and the others all turned to look, and saw a significant crowd surrounding a lone figure. Among those in the crowd were students dressed in red, as well as those dressed in uniforms of other colors, while the one being surrounded was definitely wearing bright red clothes. They seemed to be arguing, which greatly surprised Ling Lan and her group. After all, the hierarchy within the school was clear. Unless it was an uncompromisable conflict, the students in school uniforms of any other color would never challenge a redcoat student. For if they were caught by the school disciplinary committee, it wouldn't end well for them. "It's Lin Jongqing," exclaimed Luo Lang in surprise. From his position, he could just see the profile of the redcoat student being surrounded. The ones surrounding him seemed to include some of our classmates. Han Jijian had also seen some familiar faces in the crowd, and his frown deepened. Although Lin Jongqing was ranked lowest within their class, in last place, his popularity within the class was still pretty good. What reason could there be for him to be in a standoff with their classmates? "It's Li Yingjia's group," said Chiong with clear dislike. Ever since Chiong had helped Li Jinghong brush off Li Yingjia, within the class, the two of them were constantly at odds. Every time they met, they couldn't resist exchanging a few barbed words. If one had to name Chiong's most hated person within the academy, Li Yingjia would be it. Right now, in the first grade special class A, there was the incipient formation of 2 clear power bases. One of the power groups was Li Yingjia's. Having the prestige of being at the top of the rankings, he naturally drew a portion of the students to his side. Meanwhile, the other power group was Ling Lan's party. In contrast with Li Yingjia's abstract rank, the strength displayed by Ling Lan's one-move defeat of Lin Jongqing was much more persuasive. Many students did not really acknowledge the legitimacy of Li Yingjia's ranking, after all, part of it was just based off interviews, and not truly earned through real battle with other students. This situation was very vexing for Li Yingjia, causing jealousy and hate against Ling Lan to rise within him. He believed that it was Ling Lan who was hindering his steps towards uniting the first grade special class A under his rule. After some thought, Ling Lan said, "Let's go find out what's going on." Lin Jongqing was currently on an errand for them after all. It was the morally right thing to have a little concern for him. The 4 of them walked over to the scene of the commotion and heard the surrounding students in lively whispered discussion. After listening for just a moment, the 4 of them had gotten a rough idea of the situation. It turned out that when Lin Jongqing was passing by Li Yingjia's group, he had been stopped by one of the lackeys dressed in white. The lackey had ordered Lin Jongqing to go see Li Yingjia for a talk. Although Lin Jongqing's family background was common, and he was in last place within special class A, he still had the pride of a redcoat student. How dare an insignificant whitecoat student order him around with such a tone? He naturally did not respond well, refusing tersely without any concern for politeness. If that lackey had just stopped there, this matter would have been swept away just like that. Unexpectedly, the lackey had brashly grabbed hold of Lin Jongqing. Enraged, Lin Jongqing had immediately sent the whitecoat lackey flying with one kick. Lin Jongqing's actions were taken as provocation by Li Yingjia's group, who all jumped up in anger and surrounded him, demanding that he apologize. And so this scenario was the result. Right then, Lin Jongqing's expression was extremely dark. If it wasn't for his extraordinary tolerance, he most likely would have already started throwing punches, and this standoff wouldn't have happened. The appearance of Ling Lan's group of 4 made Lin Jongqing's expression lighten a little, a trace of astonished delight flashing through his eyes. On the other hand, when Li Yingjia saw Ling Lan and her group, his expression darkened noticeably, looking a little grim, but was mostly disgruntled. It looked like he was unhappy with Ling Lan's group butting in. Suddenly, Ling Lan's steps paused. With a strange expression, she looked at Lin Jongqing, a possibility flashing rapidly through her mind. Was Lin Jongqing's tolerant behavior these past few days just so he could depend on her to handle Liangjie and his group? When Ling Lan stopped, Chiong and the other two stopped as well. Although they didn't know why Ling Lan had stopped, it was already a habit for them to follow Ling Lan's movements, so they also stopped without hesitation. Seeing Ling Lan's group stopping still, Liangjie's expression eased a little. He was very pleased at Ling Lan's understanding of the situation. He really didn't want Ling Lan to come interfere in his plans at this moment, and Lin Jongqing was his first target. In contrast, when Lin Jongqing saw Ling Lan staying put, his expression changed. He could vaguely sense Ling Lan's intent to just observe from the sidelines, and this troubled him. His initially somewhat calm expression dimmed significantly, and there was actually an almost unnoticeable trace of despair in his eyes. Ling Lan frowned deeply, troubled and a little puzzled. If Lin Jongqing could thicken his skin and suck up to her, then why couldn't he do the same with Liangjie? Could he have some other unknown reason for this? With a shift in thought, Ling Lan decided that she would help out Lin Jongqing this one time. After all, doing so was no skin off her nose, she was already on bad terms with Liangjie anyway. Her halted steps resumed once more. Ling Lan's actions rekindled Lin Jongqing's deadened and hopeless eyes, and there was even a hint of gratefulness within his newly brightened gaze. Chapter 72, A Response Which Exceeds Expectations. Ling Lan moved, and the three followers behind her moved with her. Very quickly, they were all standing before Liangjie. Lin Jongqing, why haven't you bought the set meals? Ling Lan's tone was brusque. If he wanted to borrow her strength, then Lin Jongqing should understand that this strength was not so easily borrowed. What needed to be paid still needed to be paid, Ling Lan had no intentions of working for free. Ling Lan's words settled Lin Jongqing, and he responded, "Classmate Ling Lan, I'm sorry for making you wait." He swept his gaze towards Liangjie's group as if telling Ling Lan that they were the culprit stopping him from buying the food. Ling Lan obligingly followed Lin Jongqing's gaze to cast her attention upon Liangjie's group, and with affected surprise, she quirked a brow and said, "Oh. It's classmate Li. What's up? Do you all have some business with Lin Jongqing?" Ling Lan's surprised look was so obviously fake that Liangjie's face immediately flushed with anger. Ling Lan had clearly seen him here from the start but was so blatantly lying. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Oh, so it's classmate Ling Lan. I do have some business with him." If Ling Lan wanted to pretend, then he would play along and pretend as well, he was sure he could pretend even better than Ling Lan. Ling Lan nodded, and said almost casually, "Then let's do this on a first-come first-served basis then. Classmate Li, why don't you wait till classmate Lin has completed my requests first before coming to look for him again?" As if suddenly thinking of something, Ling Lan added, "A month later sounds about right." A little coyly, she continued, "Classmate Lin lost to me, you see, so no matter what, he needs to serve me for a month first. So sorry to let you down." Ling Lan's words almost caused Liangjie to spew blood. This was basically telling him that Lin Jongqing was now under Ling Lan's protection. Liangjie could no longer maintain a friendly appearance. With a frigid expression, he said lowly, "Ling Lan, you're really going to oppose me now?" Ling Lan's expression was innocent as she asked Lin Jongqing, "Classmate Lin, do you want to stop carrying out the terms of the bet you lost when you lost the challenge?" Lin Jongqing shook his head firmly. "No." With a helpless look on her face, Ling Lan shrugged at Liangjie. "Classmate Li, it's not that I want to oppose you, but classmate Lin isn't ready to break his promise." Ling Lan's expression seemed to imply that Liangjie was barking up the wrong tree by being angry at her. This performance by Ling Lan made Liangjie even angrier, yet he couldn't find any way to refute what Ling Lan had said. His face flushed an even deeper red in bottled anger. Ling Lan was unconcerned with the near-exploding Liangjie. Turning her head, she said to Lin Jongqing, "Why are you still standing there? We're almost starving to death." "Yes, classmate Ling Lan, I'll bring your lunches over immediately." Ling Lan's response had already surpassed Lin Jongqing's expectations. He was a little groggy, unsure why the thus far cold and unfriendly Ling Lan would help him this much. Initially, he had only wished for Ling Lan to confirm that he was serving him, just so he had an excuse to refuse Ling Jie. Ling Lan was satisfied. She directed a slightly apologetic smile at Ling Jie, and then led Chiong and the others away from the area. This almost dismissive attitude was quickly driving Ling Jie mad. He wanted to stop Ling Lan and teach him a good lesson, but he just damnably couldn't find a usable excuse. Right then, he hated the fact that he was within the Central Scout Academy. If this were the outside world, he would definitely use his power and authority to take care of this detestable, arrogant bastard before him. Right now, in his eyes, even Ling Lan's most normal attitude would be taken as a personal taunt. When the boss gets mad, it was naturally up to the followers to help the boss take out his anger. A lackey boy dressed in a white school uniform leapt out, but knowing that Ling Lan's group wasn't something he could handle, he didn't dare to say anything to them. Instead, he set his sights on the seemingly more bullyable Lin Jongqing. Lin Jongqing, don't you dare leave. If you leave, I'll make it so your life's hell. Perhaps this punk had gotten used to being an arrogant little sh*t since young, for his first impulse was to threaten. Thing was, his threat made all the watching students burst out into laughter, and of course, this laughter was filled with mockery. This mocking laughter caused the white coat lackey's face to flush and pale erratically. In that moment, he just couldn't figure out why he was being laughed at. Actually, he couldn't be blamed for this. It wasn't unusual for new students who had just entered the Central Scout Academy to find it difficult to adapt to their new roles within the school. Particularly those second-generation young lords who were used to getting their way from young, it was even easier for them to make a mistake. Only once they had tasted the bitter consequences would they understand that the world within the Central Scout Academy was entirely different from their previous world. In this world where the strong dominate and everything was based on personal strength, the distinction between the elite and the humble was represented by the color of their school uniforms. Every 6 months, the internal academy re-ranking was the chance for the students to find a new foothold in life. Therefore, how could a white coat student threaten a red coat student? The school disciplinary committee would make them understand that the results of violating the color hierarchy was not something they could bear. Ling Jie glared fiercely at that follower who still didn't know that he had violated the school rules. No matter how much Lin Jongqing was ignored within Special Class A, he was still a red coat student. How could a white coat student threaten a red coat student so brazenly? If the academy administration found out, this follower of his would be in a world of trouble. Lin Jongqing turned his head, casting a scornful look at that white coat student. I would really like to see how exactly you would make my life hell. Although he was meek by necessity within Special Class A, this didn't mean that he would take bullying from the students of the other classes. The red clothes he was wearing represented his status, his dignity. The white coat lackey still looked as if he wanted to say something when Ling Jie said curtly, "He Fei." Sensing Ling Jie's rage, the white coat lackey, otherwise known as He Fei, didn't dare to say anything more. Ling Jie looked at Lin Jongqing, and asked coldly, Lin Jongqing, you've really decided? Lin Jongqing's family background was common, and his strength wasn't outstanding in Special Class A, which was why Ling Jie had initially set Lin Jongqing as his first target. He had intended to make Lin Jongqing his subordinate, and then slowly tame the other Special Class A students until he finally managed to achieve full control of Class A. What a pity this Lin Jongqing was such a stubborn fellow, actually ignoring his invitation from the very beginning, until his direct refusal at the end. Not just that, Lin Jongqing had aligned himself with the group of people he hated the most. Yes, I, Lin Jongqing, always mean what I say. Lin Jongqing's demeanor was tough and intractable, leaving no retreat for himself. If small obstacles like this could cause him to shrink back, he would never have been able to survive those couple of years in the laboratories. While other children were growing up under the care and affection of their parents, he had already learned how to think for himself, knowing that he would have to depend on himself to obtain the life he wanted. Fine, in that case, I won't force the issue. Ling Jie was straightforward when it came down to it. He truly let go of the idea of recruiting Lin Jongqing to his side right then. With a cold expression, he turned to his band of followers and said, "Why are you all still standing? Sit down and eat." All of his followers were students with uniforms of other colors, so of course they didn't dare to ignore Ling Jie's orders. They all quickly sat down and began eating. No longer surrounded, Lin Jongqing finally released a sigh. Having Lin Jie give up on his own was the best outcome for him. Still, he didn't let his guard down yet, afraid that Lin Jie was only distracting him with empty words, but was actually planning to deal with him privately. Lin Jongqing knew very well that, with his current abilities, he could not stand up to Lin Jie. The principle of the survival of the fittest was protecting him, yet placing him in danger at the same time. The moment Lin Jie decided to go after him, he would definitely be in trouble. This was the reason why he was willing to stoop so far to insinuate himself into Ling Lan's group's favor. Indeed, from the very first day of school, Lin Jie had already set his eye on Lin Jongqing. Meanwhile, Lin Jongqing had no intention whatsoever of becoming anyone's follower. 6 years of life within a laboratory had been enough. He wasn't about to so easily let go of the precious freedom he had regained. Yet, he couldn't stand up to Lin Jie with his own strength. And so he had cracked his head trying to think of a way to help him out of this mess. Initially, Lin Jongqing had been banking on Chiong or Luo Lang. Their challenge battles on the first day to get the seats they wanted had shown Lin Jongqing just how strong they were. They had respectively managed to defeat the initial rank 5 and rank 8 of the class without much trouble, suggesting that their strength was on par with the top 3 of the original ranking. However, he had then inadvertently heard Chiong and Luo Lang talking about their absent boss Ling Lan, and changed his mind. Since that absentee had the ability to be the boss of these two formidable students, Ling Lan's strength must not be any weaker than that of Lin Jie's. As long as he could borrow some of Ling Lan's power, he should be able to escape the clutches of Lin Jie. And so, this had led to his challenge towards Ling Lan. From the very beginning of the challenge, he had already known that he would lose. However, what he wanted wasn't victory, but to lose the challenge so he could obtain the punishment of serving the other for a month. A month's worth of buffer time was sufficient for him to grow and improve so that he could find a better way to handle Lin Jie. The result of all this strategizing was worth it. Although Lin Jongqing wasn't sure if Lin Jie had truly let go, he could at least avoid Lin Jie's outright forceful maneuvering, having earned some breathing space. Lin Jongqing, who was waiting for the service robot to deliver the set meals, thought about all that had happened thus far. He clenched his fists, eyes shining with a fierce light. As long as he had enough time, he would no longer let anyone be in a position to threaten him again. An intense desire to grow stronger blazed high within Lin Jongqing's heart. Meanwhile, at that moment, Ling Lan, who had been waiting at the dining table for Lin Jongqing to bring the set meals over, was talking with Chiong and the others when, suddenly, her expression tightened minutely, but the change was quickly smoothed away. Her strange expression lasted for only a microsecond, and had not been picked up by Chiong or any of the others. Little 4, enlarge and dissect that expression of Lin Jie's. Ling Lan ordered Little 4 within the mind space. Yes, boss. Little 4 was very excited. Finally, it was his chance to shine again. He must live up to the title of number 1 follower after all. In the mind space, the trace of vicious anger in Lin Jie's eyes was enlarged by Little 4, and then it was studied closely, up, down, left, right, near, far, and from multiple angles. After much comparison and checking, it was confirmed that the target of that gaze was Lin Jongqing. Boss, what do we do next? Little 4 seemed ready to stir up some trouble. Ling Lan rolled her eyes at him. Do what? Donut 1. Just go back and rest. Since Lin Jie's target was Lin Jongqing, then she wasn't going to spend time worrying about it. Ling Lan was not a saint. Lin Jongqing. Helping him once was already her being merciful. Subsequently, whether or not he could tide the waves was all up to himself. Translator's thoughts. Ryuxinji. Happy New Year in advance with an advance extra chapter. There'll be a longer chapter coming up at the usual time in a couple hours. Chapter 73, Ling Lan's Crisis. Time flew by, and very quickly, 5 months had passed. The atmosphere within the Central Scout Academy started becoming restless, for the mid-year wide-scale ranking which would decide the fate of the students for the next 6 months was about to begin. For the sake of doing well in this critical ranking, all the students in the Central Scout Academy were hard at work making their final preparations. Ling Lan had passed these past few months uneventfully, not standing out, but not being lost in the masses either. However, after Lin Jongqing's challenge, Ling Lan hadn't fought with anyone else again. Even during physical combat class, when her classmates would spar with one another to improve, Ling Lan had also refused to fight. Of course, at the start, in the first month after school began, Ling Lan would still enter the combat hall to hold sparring practices with Chiong, Luo Lang, and Han Jijian. But these practices hadn't gone on for long when, in one of the later battles, Ling Lan had lost control and seriously injured Chiong by accident. After that incident, Ling Lan had adamantly refused to spar ever again, only allowing Chiong and the other two to spar with one another. Honestly, it wasn't that Ling Lan didn't want to spar and exchange tips with her friends. She had her own considerations for this. Because, she had discovered that, when going through the number 5's most recent so-called ultimate training method, a strange fluctuation would appear in her spiritual power after every night of training she endured. As time went by and the nights accumulated, this strange fluctuation just got stronger and stronger. She had been constantly nervous, wondering what this strange phenomenon would bring, but no changes appeared in her daily movements, so she could only set the matter aside temporarily. But gradually, she realized that whenever she was fighting, especially when she entered attack mode, it was all too easy for her to descend into a bloodthirsty frenzy, and she would be filled with the desire to destroy everything in sight. In the beginning, she had still been able to contain this desire, so she thought that she was strong enough to overcome these negative emotions caused by the insane training. However, with the passing of time, she found it harder and harder to control the force of these negative emotions. She started having doubts, wondering if something had gone wrong with her spiritual state. After injuring Chiong, Ling Lan finally understood. There was indeed something wrong with her, her spiritual power had gotten out of control. Number 5, who was said to have driven countless talents insane, had similarly caused Ling Lan to develop a spiritual issue after tormenting her for a month. Thus, Ling Lan no longer dared to join in the fights. She was afraid that she would really kill Chiong and the others next time. If that happened, it would definitely be too late for regrets. Chiong and the others knew why Ling Lan refused to fight, so when other students challenged her, Chiong and Luo Lang had stepped forward. They said that if the students wanted to challenge their boss, they would have to get through them first as they were Ling Lan's followers. And there were those who really were skeptical whether they would follow through, but when the third ranked of their class put forth his challenge, Chiong had immediately stepped in to accept on Ling Lan's behalf. This time, the challenge was again set as an open arena battle, drawing the attention of the students of the Central Scout Academy. School hadn't started for long, but the first grade Special Class A had already requested for an open arena battle twice. This gave the upper grade seniors the uniform impression that this year's new students were certainly a violent lot. Of course, this also increased their anticipation for the upcoming mid-year rankings. Would the rankings of the first grade Special Class A change drastically? If that really happened, it would likely establish a brand new record within the academy. Mind you, in the past, the rankings of Special Class A had always been pretty much stable and unchanging. Chiong and that third-ranked boy had fought bitterly for an hour, the battle dragging on till the very last moment. In the end, Chiong's will proved to be stronger, and his stamina was better, and he successfully defeated his opponent. This result made the initially restless students shut up completely. Think about it. Even the third-ranked had lost. If anyone else wanted to challenge, they had better weigh their own capabilities once more before doing so. Chiong's reliable performance helped Ling Lan earn several months of peace, which also gave her time to resolve the troublesome issue of her out-of-control spiritual state. But as the mid-year wide-scale ranking loomed ever closer, the originally calm Ling Lan began to get agitated, because she had still not been able to find a solution to her problem. When the mid-year ranking tournament arrived, she would no longer be able to refuse the challenges of her peers, unless she chose to give up on her results and leave the special class to become a regular class student. This was a result that Ling Lan could not accept. After knowing what it meant to be in Special Class A and having experienced all its myriad benefits, Ling Lan wasn't so stupid as to let it go. That's right, Ling Lan really didn't want to stand out too much, but she also didn't want to become a weakling. She still wanted to be in control of her life, and become a truly free person. I must solve this problem, said Ling Lan, clenching her fists tight. Ling Lan knew very well that if she didn't resolve this issue, she would not be able to fight. The Central Scout Academy would never condone the existence of a homicidal maniac. Her loss of control was already at a rather severe stage. Now, whenever she fought, blood would flow like a river, and corpses would litter the ground. She could still clearly remember how she had failed in the most recent mission given by the learning space. This time, the mission she had received had been to rescue a hostage. However, she ended up killing everyone in the target area, including the hostage she was supposed to save. Consequently, she experienced the learning space's punishment for the first time. Ling Lan shuddered violently in recollection. That had certainly not been a great experience. The electricity coursing through her body, lingering, as she hovered on the edge of wanting to die yet being unable to die, wanting to live yet unable to live, that suffering was pretty much on par with Number 5's perverse torments. She definitely never wanted to experience it again. Now Ling Lan finally understood. The so-called learning space was not a helpful cheat code, with the exception of Little 4, but was definitely a malicious glitch that existed to torment her. While Ling Lan was struggling with anxiety and helplessness, in the learning space, the great Number 1 who Ling Lan had the utmost respect for was ripping apart Instructor Number 5's personal training space with extreme prejudice. At that moment, Number 5 was busily plotting something inside. When he felt the ground shake and the mountains tremble, he looked at the rapidly disintegrating world around him and knew that the situation was not good. But just as he was about to run, a large hand clamped harshly over his neck. Number 5, I merely intended for you to train up Ling Lan's ability to withstand pressure and hardship, not destroy her. Number 1 steadily glared at Number 5, a deep and seemingly unquenchable anger smoldering within his eyes. He was someone who put his full trust in his brothers and subordinates. Since he had decided to entrust Ling Lan to Number 5 for training, he wouldn't interfere in the process. Thus, he hadn't been aware of the abnormality which had developed in Ling Lan's spiritual state. If Number 9 had not been keeping a close watch on Ling Lan and noticed her strange behavior in time to notify him, he might have only found out the truth after Ling Lan had thoroughly descended into madness. Facing Number 1's wrath, Number 5 was still extremely calm. Helplessly, he said, Number 1, I haven't destroyed her. She's just reached the point where she has to choose a Dao one. Number 1's expression changed. How did this happen so quickly? My initial estimate was that she would only reach this stage 4 years later. Recalling something, Number 1's expression turned frigid. With mounting anger, he asked, Number 5, did you break the agreement you made with me and used your extreme hell training method? Number 5 laughed, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. With that, Number 1 understood everything. Overwhelmed with rage, he no longer held back, instantly slamming Number 5 violently into the ground. With a resounding BAM, Number 5's training space was once again sent shuddering. Number 5's entire body had been slammed deeply into the ground, and only his face remained exposed above ground. This force wasn't easily borne. Number 5's expression was gruesome. The tearing pain didn't allow him to maintain his smile any longer. However, Number 5 was unwilling to admit his loss just like that. He forced the corners of his lips to twitch into a smile and said, Number 1, don't blame me. Who asked Ling Lan to be such a great piece of material? Originally, I really hadn't thought of using that method, but every time I set an outrageous mission for her, she still managed to ride it out. You just don't know how every time she completed a mission, I would get that much more excited. Even more unexpectedly, in half a month's time, besides the extreme hell method, she had already worn out my bag of tricks. All my insane training torments had been overcome by her. Number 5's expression turned a little wild. That resilience, it's abnormal. I've never encountered anything like it before. And so I became reckless with emotion. So, you broke the rules and let her into your extreme hell training method for training. You didn't know that doing so would destroy her, said Number 1 with profound heartache. Ling Lan was the first person he had truly wanted to cultivate as an inheritor, but unexpectedly, due to his carelessness, she was on the brink of being destroyed by number 5. He, who had never regretted anything before, actually felt the stirrings of regret in this moment. No, I didn't destroy her, number 1. Did you know, she really passed it, the extreme hell training method, she's the only one who passed it and kept her mind. She has only become caught up in the confusion of Dao. The more number 5 spoke, the more excited he became, and his face was brimming with the fervor of success. Passed? You said Ling Lan passed. Number 1 couldn't believe it. Yes, she passed. The only regret is that she actually couldn't find her Dao. Number 5's face was filled with regret. In his visualizations, anyone who managed to pass the extreme hell training method, as long as they came out with their mind intact, would become a strong fighter possessing Dao. But Ling Lan was an oddball. She passed with a clear mind, but was unable to find the Dao that was right for her, and thus descended into chaotic confusion. How did this happen? Number 1 was also confused now, since he had faith in number 5's deductions. I suspect that it's because she doesn't have a purpose to become strong. Number 5's expression was a little strange. After spending these past few months with Ling Lan, he had gotten a vague sense of how Ling Lan thought. Ling Lan's thoughts were contradictory. She wanted to become a strong person, yet she didn't want to stand out and be burdened with too much responsibility. Even more emphatically, she didn't want to be weak, unable to control her own destiny. As a result of these contradictions and doubts, although Ling Lan's spiritual power had already arrived at the doorstep of Dao, its weight was not substantial enough to push open the door to enter a more profound realm. For context, it should be known that once a person grasped the power of Dao, all aspects of their abilities would improve on a vertical axis. In future, regardless of what they wanted to do or learn, their progress would certainly cover 1,000 miles in one day too, things that would have taken them 10 years to learn before, would very likely take them only 2 to 3 years to master. What Dao do you think she's most likely to enter? Number 1's expression was grim as he asked this. Number 5 was the most familiar with Ling Lan's condition. Number 1 needed to understand more, so he could figure out how to help Ling Lan choose the right Dao. Killing Dao. A while back, she failed a hostage rescue mission. The reason being that she killed everyone at the campsite, including the hostage, said number 5 with a smile. If they left Ling Lan unchecked, then with the passing of time, it was almost a certainty that Ling Lan would enter the killing Dao. Unacceptable. The killing Dao is too bloody, incompatible with Ling Lan's personality. Number 1 rejected this Dao immediately. Frankly, the killing Dao was also an extremely good Dao, except that anyone who walked this Dao must be able to become truly cold and emotionless, so it was unsuitable for Ling Lan. Ling Lan may look cold and aloof on the surface, but inside, she was actually a person who cared deeply. This was why she was willing to pretend to be a boy for Lan Luofeng's sake, and go through all the accompanying troubles. It was also the reason why when Chiong and the others had stuck to her and insisted on calling her boss, she had decided to just give in. It was why even when she knew Lin Jongqing was just using her, Ling Lan had still chosen to help him out. The demonic Dao is also a possibility, choked out number 5 amidst laughter. He actually knew well that Ling Lan was very against the killing Dao, so it was highly probable that her heart would become troubled and conflicted, resulting in an internal demon. If the internal demon managed to fully develop, Ling Lan would have no other choice than to walk the demonic Dao in the end. Number 1 threw a cold glare at number 5, causing his exposed head above ground to break out in a cold sweat. He received number 1's meaning loud and clear. It was obvious that number 1 hated his recklessness, which had resulted in this internal demon forming within Ling Lan, which may force her onto a path that number 1 found distasteful. According to number 1's original plans, 4 years later, Ling Lan would very naturally enter the gates of Dao. Then, she would have been able to smoothly transition into the problem-free sovereign Dao or perhaps the sage Dao. This was the Dao that number 1 had intended for Ling Lan, for it was the broadest and most straightforward of Daos. Unfortunately, number 5 had interfered. Although he had managed to push Ling Lan to the gateway of Dao within a terrifyingly short time, because Ling Lan's spirit wasn't ready yet, she was now plagued with a host of problems. Looks like, Ling Lan needs to find her personal reason for becoming strong as soon as possible. But, who can help her? Number 1 sighed. He wasn't good at handling this sort of psychological issues. I'll go. A clear voice rang out from behind number 1. Number 9 appeared, her sweet face filled with killing intent, and the gaze she directed at number 5 was almost heavy enough to kill. Number 5 raised his head to look up at the sky, pretending that he didn't see anything. Right now, he simply didn't dare to annoy number 9 who was in full protective tiger mom mode. Number 1's expression eased and he said, "All right. Number 9, I'll leave Ling Lan to you." Number 9 nodded and quickly disappeared. Only then did number 5 smile bitterly and look back. Finally, she's gone. Number 1, can you let me out now? Number 1 stared at him coldly, and then stomped firmly right on top of his head, sending him straight into the ground so he was truly buried alive. Then, number 1 immediately disappeared from number 5's training space. Not too long after, number 5 miraculously resurfaced from within the earth. His expression was at ease as he said cheerfully, "So not just number 9 has developed feelings, even number 1 is affected, becoming more and more human." The experiment this time was very successful. Ling Lan truly possesses the ability to influence intelligent bioentities. The only thing left is whether this ability is beneficial or harmful to us intelligent bioentities. Still, it's really dangerous for Ling Lan this time. Did I really go overboard? If something really happens to Ling Lan, then wouldn't I lose a lot of entertainment? There's no other material with such resilience, capable of withstanding every single one of my newly developed training methods. Yes, looks like I'll have to think of a way to help her overcome this crisis. Number 5 was deep in thought. At this moment, he was completely unaware that he, who had never cared for whether a material lived or died, was actually worrying over Ling Lan. Translator's thoughts. Ryuxinji. New developments for a new year. XD. May you all have a great year ahead. Sends good vibes. Chapter 74, Little Four's Suggestion. Ling Lan had just lain down, when she felt her consciousness being forcefully dragged once more into the learning space. However, Ling Lan was now used to this. After all, the instructors in the learning space all just loved to contact her this way. This time, what she saw first wasn't the cold face of number 1, nor was it the twisted smile of number 5, instead, it was the delicate features of number 9. Seeing number 9's lovely face, Ling Lan felt as if she was healed instantly. Instructor number 9. Overcome with emotion, Ling Lan pounced. She really hadn't seen instructor number 9 in so long. She had really missed her, but it wasn't up to her whether or not she could see a particular instructor. The learning space was the one who decided. Hugging instructor number 9 tightly, she could feel the generous swell of the other's bosom under her military uniform. Oh, the envy, jealousy, and hate that stirred within her. Heaven knows if she would be able to have such a voluptuous body like instructor number 9's when she grew up. Then, Ling Lan recalled her current identity as a fake man, and was instantly thrust into gloom. She had overheard her mother saying before that, once she hit puberty, she would need to be injected with blockers to prevent her body from secreting too much estrogen. In other words, if she could not reclaim her female status, then she would be destined to be just like how she was in her past life, flat as an airport runway 1. Number 9 looked at the emotional Ling Lan, and her heart was filled with fluffy feelings. It truly had been a while since she last saw Ling Lan, and she had missed her just as much. However, number 9 was still number 9 in the end. Her emotions were only visible for that short moment before she regained her usual cool and aloof appearance. She patted Ling Lan's shoulder before letting go, and then asked calmly, "Ling Lan, is something wrong with your spiritual self?" At this question, Ling Lan bowed her head dejectedly. Instructor number 9, so even you found out about it? Yes. Strange fluctuations appearing in your spiritual self, as an inhabitant of your mind, of course I can sense it. Number 9 explained why all the instructors knew. Of course, what number 9 didn't say, was that this was actually only possible if an inhabitant broke the rules, forcefully. Breaking boundaries to sense the host's condition. For that, number 9 had to pay a hefty price. This was the learning space's restriction upon the inhabitants, as well as protection for the host. If number 9 wasn't so concerned that number 5 would break Ling Lan, she wouldn't have committed this violation. Seeing Ling Lan in such low spirits, number 9 was anxious. Not one to beat around the bush to begin with, she went straight to the point and asked, "Do you know why this situation is happening?" Ling Lan thought about it for a moment, and then replied uncertainly, "Is it because instructor number 5's training has created some negative emotions? Which then influenced my emotional balance?" "No, that's not it," number 9 denied firmly. Seeing number 9 reject the reason she had thought was behind all this, Ling Lan was even more confused. "If that's not it, then what is it?" "It's your heart. It's filled with doubt and uncertainty." Number 9 announced the answer directly. Huh? Ling Lan hadn't expected this answer. Could doubt and uncertainty cause her spirit to twist so much that she would lose control? Ling Lan's first instinct was disbelief, that number 9 was just joking with her. But seeing number 9's steady gaze, Ling Lan could not be sure. "Ling Lan, although I do not know why your tolerance is so extraordinary, almost aberrant, it is why you were able to withstand all the tests and torment set for you by number 5. This has made your spiritual power grow very strong, very rapidly, to the point that you've even touched upon the gates of Dao." Dao. Ling Lan was even more bewildered. She was currently in a technologically advanced future world, not an ignorant medieval period when cultivation theory discussions were popular. You don't need to understand this right now. What I want to tell you, is that this abnormality in your spirit is occurring because you do not have a clear purpose in your heart for becoming stronger. Number 9 knew she had slipped up, so she hurriedly tried to gloss over it. Purpose? By this time, Ling Lan's eyes were wide and round, dazed. Number 9 had thoroughly confused her, and her mind was spinning. "Yes, you've accepted all the missions and training we've set for you, and endured them despite all the difficulty. Why?" Ling Lan held her dizzy head in her hands as she desperately searched for an answer to the question. But number 9 stopped her. "Don't be in a rush to answer, go back and think about it carefully. Think about what kind of future is it that you want, and what your reason is for wanting to grow stronger. Once you've figured this out, the spiritual problem bothering you now will go away and you'll return to normal." With that said, number 9 chased Ling Lan out of her training space. Just like that, Ling Lan came to the central hall of the learning space. At this time, little 4 was crouched in the center of the hall, drawing something on the ground with his butt stuck up in the air, completely oblivious to Ling Lan's arrival. Ling Lan calmed herself a little, and started to reflect on instructor number 9's words. Number 9 had undoubtedly given her some good news, which was that the loss of control of her spiritual power she was so worried about was not a huge problem. It could be healed naturally, as long as she could find the answer to dispel the doubt and uncertainty from her heart. But, what were her doubts and uncertainties? Ling Lan was lost once again. Little 4, having finally completed his masterpiece, stood up, and was prepared to admire it for a good while when, with a subconscious lift of his head, he saw Ling Lan standing right before him. With a thump, little 4 fell over, and his first reaction was to wonder if his tricks had been noticed by Ling Lan. This noise startled Ling Lan, who raised her head to see little 4 sitting on the ground with a frightened look on his face. She couldn't help but frown and ask, "Little 4, what's going on?" Little 4 hurriedly put on a fawning face and said sweetly, "Boss, why are you here?" With a pull of his right hand, a floor cushion appeared in his hand out of thin air. He carefully set down the cushion by his side and said submissively, "Boss, are you tired? Come sit here." At the same time, behind him where Ling Lan couldn't see, little 4 swiped his left hand and the picture on the ground before him was wiped clean, leaving no trace behind. Ling Lan's thoughts hadn't been on little 4 to begin with, preoccupied with her own internal dilemma. Hearing little 4's reply, she didn't pry any further, but instead sat down with a long face by little 4's side, sighing deeply. Knowing that he hadn't been found out, little 4 was instantly at ease. It was his duty as Ling Lan's number 1 follower to help his boss solve her problems, so seeing Ling Lan so troubled, he quickly opened his mouth to ask, "Boss, why are you sighing? Tell me about it. Maybe little 4 can help." Instructor number 9 said that my heart has doubts and uncertainties, and that I don't have a resolute will or purpose for becoming stronger. Of course, Ling Lan didn't really expect little Four to be able to help her, but it was still nice to share one's troubles, so she spilled her worries to little Four anyway. Little Four was very surprised, for he didn't think of that as a great problem at all. Boss. What's there to worry about? If you don't have a purpose, you just need to find one. Does it work that way? Ling Lan was nonplussed. Could it be that she was overthinking it? Chapter 75, The Dream of Having Kids. Why wouldn't it? If you don't have a purpose, then let's just build one. Once you have a purpose, boss, then you won't be doubtful and uncertain anymore. The more Little Four spoke, the smugger he became, and then he abruptly realized that he truly was, as expected, one of the smartest of the intelligent bioentities. It made sense. Ling Lan decided to try out Little Four's method, even though Little Four really did seem rather flaky. Perhaps she would be able to luck out, like a blind cat stumbling over a dead rat, and stumble across the solution. Ling Lan contemplated for a long while, and then, with a face full of confusion, she asked, Little Four, what purpose should I build exactly? Little Four was speechless. Wasn't this something the boss should decide for herself? Why was she asking him? Still, Little Four was undoubtedly a dutiful follower. Without a word of complaint, he immediately browsed through his database, and word after highlighted word started popping out at him. Excitedly, Little Four said, Boss, let's go dominate the galaxies. Ling Lan rolled her eyes dramatically at Little Four. Do you take me for an idiot? Anyone who would do something so troublesome, putting in so much mental and physical effort for no praise to boot, must be an idiot. Then, how about becoming a king somewhere? Little Four lowered his ambition by a large margin. Not interested, said Ling Lan huffily. Couldn't Little Four give any more normal suggestions? She was definitely not the type of person who wanted to become a ruler. Ling Lan knew herself well enough to know that. Building a harmonious and perfect world. Becoming a peerless hero. Ling Lan was peeved. Suggesting all these grand ambitions, Little Four was obviously just mocking her. Damn it, she wasn't a saint. Under Ling Lan's increasingly displeased gaze, Little Four's voice became softer and softer. Boo-hoo-hoo. Boss, these are all search results from the database. Even if Ling Lan wasn't happy about it, there was nothing he could do. Oh. There was one more. Little Four suddenly noticed one unread result. Right, we could start a harem and sow seeds. Although he didn't have a clue as to what start a harem and sow seeds meant, this phrase appeared at a rate no less than the previous suggestions. Hearing this, Ling Lan flew into a rage, immediately hammering a fist onto Little Four's head. Idiot, I'm a girl. Damn it, sowing seeds was something men did, all right. Besides, she didn't have a female queen mentality. Plus, she had been raised with the concept of one husband one wife. As such, this was something that she simply could not accept. So a girl can't sow seeds in a harem? Little Four pouted, a little unconvinced. He really didn't understand what this had to do with gender. However, since Boss clearly hated this one, of course it would be discarded without question. The two of them continued to puzzle over the issue, seated together with their faces resting within the cups of their hands, frowning heavily. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed, and finally, an hour passed. Still unable to think of any good suggestions, Little Four was driven mad. Pulling at his own hair, he screamed, Aya. I really can't think of anything. What other great purposes are there? Great? Why does it have to be great? Ling Lan seemed to have been triggered by Little Four and found a new avenue of thought. Perhaps we could start thinking from small wishes. Little Four did not understand. What do you mean? For example, Little Four, what is the goal you want to fulfill most right now? Hearing this, Little Four puffed out his little chest and said, I want to be Boss's #1 follower. Ling Lan's was speechless. Didn't he have any slightly more ambitious thoughts? Besides, she had already declared him her #1 follower. Why was he still so caught up in this issue? Little Four seemed to have gotten the point though. He looked at Ling Lan with shining eyes and said, "Boss, what do you want to accomplish at the moment?" "Continue maintaining my position in Special Class A." Ling Lan's response was quick and without hesitation. This was truly what had been bothering her most recently. "Maintain? Don't you want to be first?" Little Four was puzzled. With Ling Lan's strength, getting first place should be a piece of cake. No plans for that. Of course, if I get it by accident then that's fine too. I'm just going to go with the flow. Ling Lan wasn't too bothered by this issue. The moment she finished speaking, Ling Lan jolted. Could it be that the aimlessness and hesitation that Instructor Number 9 had mentioned was precisely this lackadaisical attitude of hers? Because she had always gone with the flow, accepting everything life gave her, be it her grades, her training, or even the training missions in the learning space. Honestly, she had never pursued any of it on her own initiative. "I've figured it out." Ling Lan felt enlightened. Could it be that I really should go after the first place ranking? Although Ling Lan felt that she was onto something here, her heart was still a little troubled. Deep inside, she didn't really want to make waves and push herself into the spotlight, would forcing herself to do something she didn't want to do really resolve her current plight? Or would she just end up going further down the wrong path? If you don't feel like it then leave it. After all, even if you get first place, there aren't that many benefits to it. The cost and benefits just don't match up. Little Four wasn't plagued by all those chaotic thoughts running through Ling Lan's mind, he was only looking for the answer purely from a cost-benefit standpoint. Obtaining first place, there was pretty much no benefit other than an increase in reputation, so Little Four was unconcerned about whether his boss became the first rank. "Boss, you need to find something more profitable to do." Out of boredom, Little Four conjured a lollipop in his hand and licked it a couple of times. He believed that anything could be done, just not pointless work. More profitable? There really isn't anything. Ling Lan, who was all tapped out of desires, really couldn't think of anything that fit Little Four's criteria. Little Four was stumped. He gave a hard lick to his lollipop, and then very seriously said to Ling Lan, "Let's put it this way. Boss, what kind of life do you want to have in the future?" "A peaceful, free one. And when I'm bored, I can give birth to a child, raise him, and play with him." A smile played on Ling Lan's lips. She really wanted a child of her own. If her two lives were added together, she really wasn't that young anymore. When Little Four heard what Ling Lan had to say, his expression turned miserable. Seeing Little Four's exaggerated expression, Ling Lan was irked. "What? I can't have a child." "Of course you can," Little Four hastily reassured her. "But boss, have you not thought about your situation?" "Situation? About my identity as a fake man?" Ling Lan was abruptly brought back to reality. With this identity, it was basically fated that she wouldn't be able to wed someone openly. If she wanted to borrow sperm from some man, she'd even have to do it secretly. "I believe the Ling family will arrange for a loyalist to couple with me." Ling Lan wasn't worried that she wouldn't get a man, for Lan Luofeng and Ling Qin would never let the Ling family line die out. "Won't work," objected Little Four, agitated. "Huh? Why?" Ling Lan didn't understand. "Boss, you must know, whether a child is excellent or not is basically all up to the genes of the father one." Within this period of time, Little Four had been doing a lot of research on this topic on the virtual network. "Ah, so this means that no matter how great my genes are, it's useless." Ling Lan was incensed. She would be the one giving birth to the child, but whether or not the child was excellent had nothing to do with her. That was just preposterous. Regretfully, Little Four said, "Of course if the mother's genetics are better, the child will be even more outstanding, but the main load is still on the father. If the father's genetics are weak, the child's birth stats are almost guaranteed to be weaker. In other words, if I want my baby to be more outstanding, I cannot just find some random man." Ling Lan gnashed her teeth. What kind of heredity is this? Why make the father's side so important? With Schadenfreude too, Little Four said, "That's right, boss. With my current circumstances, it's impossible to freely date a strong man, get married, and have kids. Ling Lan finally understood the meaning behind Little Four's exaggerated expression. Of course, if Ling Lan didn't care for the stats of the baby, then all this wouldn't be a problem. However, Ling Lan was definitely a responsible mother. If she could let her baby be more outstanding, she would definitely not let her own baby take the lesser option. Is there really no way to resolve this? Asked Ling Lan with a frown. She didn't believe that. No matter what, she would have a baby. No matter how difficult the process was, she would still accomplish it. This was all she wanted to do in this life. There is 2 ways. Little Four was as reliable as ever, directly coming up with 2 options for Ling Lan. Number 1, rob the Federation's sperm bank. I believe there will be lots of strong men's sperm kept there. Little Four's words made Ling Lan's eyes light up, but his next words made Ling Lan's face fall. However, you'll need to defeat the Ace Mecha squad stationed there. Rumor has it that the leader is an Imperial operator. As a reminder, an Imperial operator is just 1 level below a God-class operator. For you to successfully steal the sperm from the bank, you'll need to have the capability close to that of a God-class operator, otherwise, you'll be going in alive and coming out dead. And the other way? Ling Lan decisively discarded this option. She only wanted to have a kid, not seek death. Find a random strong man you like, push him down, and just have your way with him, said Little Four savagely. Ling Lan wanted to facepalm. Damn it, these 2 methods were just not something a normal person could do. I recommend you pick the second option. Going up against 1 strong man will definitely be easier than going up against a team of strong men, suggested Little Four considerately. Little Four's words didn't make Ling Lan's expression turn any better, because raping a strong man was definitely not an easy thing. Of course, you could also try seduction. If a strong man is willing to take a romp under the sheets with you, boss, then you wouldn't have to worry anymore. Little Four smiled in satisfaction, thinking that this suggestion of his was just amazing. Idiot. Ling Lan knocked Little Four's head exasperatedly. Which man would willingly romp under the sheets with another man? Unless he was bent. But if he was bent, then she wouldn't be able to take it, because ultimately, she was still female. No. Then boss, you'll just have to do it forcefully, said Little Four regretfully. Forcefully, eh? Looks like I'll have to become even stronger or else I won't be able to overpower the other. Ling Lan racked her brains and found that what Little Four said made sense. For the sake of giving birth to an outstanding baby, she just had to break past her limits. Yup. Good luck, boss. You'll need to work harder from now on, or else you won't be able to raise an outstanding child. Little Four gave Ling Lan his encouragement. Suddenly, Ling Lan found that all her suffering at the learning space's hands was not meaningless. It would make her stronger, making it easier for her to achieve her goals. A child birthed by me, Ling Lan, must be the most excellent one. Ling Lan's eyes no longer held any trace of doubt or uncertainty. No one would be able to stop her from carrying out her resolution to give birth to an exceptional child. In that case, I must become the strongest so that I will have a greater range of selection. Because of this simple wish, Ling Lan stepped onto the path of the strong, no longer lost. Chapter 76, The Ranking Tournament begins. It wasn't long before the mid-year wide-scale rankings were finally here, and the theoretical exams for various subjects were the first to be held. Ling Lan was very confident regarding these exams. She always had a great memory, and now she also had the ultimate cheating machine, Little Four, so it was almost impossible for her not to get full marks. However, Ling Lan soon found that she had celebrated too soon. Any child who could enter Special Class A was no simpleton. Their IQs were all terrifyingly high, as proven by the publicized scores on the digital bulletin board. Almost all the Class A students scored full marks, with the exception of a few kids who lost 1 or 2 marks out of carelessness. Alright, so only 2 students didn't get full marks, and one of them was Chiong. Furthermore, he was the one who had the most marks deducted, 1 mark each for 2 subjects, tragically putting him in the last place of Special Class A, which Chiong felt was a great loss of face. There was no helping it. His brash and forthright personality made it impossible for him to be as detail-oriented as Han Jijian and Luo Lang. Lacking the patience to check his work, he could only lose marks. Luckily for him, he only made minor errors in 2 subjects. Based on Han Jijian's pre-exam prediction, Chiong would have at least lost marks in 3 to 4 subjects. Meanwhile, the other student had only been deducted 1 mark. But that 1 mark was enough to drop him below rank 100, for among the children of the other classes, there were more than a few who scored full marks as well. Of course, Chiong, who had been deducted 2 marks, was no longer even within the top 200. One could clearly see just how intense the competition was within the academy. Of course, the current rankings were only temporary. The final rankings were still pending on the combat results, for that was where the real test was. The Central Scout Academy placed the highest priority on combat arts. As long as you defeated everyone, even if your theory grades were average, you would still be the uncontested number 1 of the Central Scout Academy. Of course, the theory grades were not unimportant, for the combat exams were held under an elimination system. The children who were eliminated would be given their final rank based on their theory results. Only if 2 eliminated students happened to have the same theory results, then the 2 of them would have to go through an additional combat match to determine their final rank. For example, when the top 8 progressed into the top 4, 4 students would be eliminated. Based on their theory grades, the one with the highest score would automatically be ranked 5th, and so on and so forth. In the situation where same scores appear, like say the 5th and 6th place have the same theory marks, then the 5th and 6th would have an additional fight to determine the actual 5th and 6th places. If this happened with the 7th and 8th, it would be the same thing, where the 7th and 8th would battle to confirm the 7th and 8th ranks. If the 6th and the 7th had the same theory grades, then the 5th rank and the 8th rank would be confirmed first, and then the 6th and 7th would battle each other to determine the true 6th and 7th ranks. Therefore, the theory results were not very important for the winners but were crucial for those who failed. At times, the difference of just 1 theory mark could spell the difference between heaven and earth. And so, the much-anticipated ranking tournament officially began within the combat hall of the Central Scout Academy. Because this was the combat ranking battles held every 6 months, all the arenas in the combat hall were opened. The options for closed battles were removed so all the battles could be displayed openly for public viewing. The students could choose to spectate in person or watch a live broadcast of all the arena ranking battles from their dorms. The ranking battles were fought on an elimination system. The 10 grades of the Scout Academy were split across approximately 3,000 arenas. On the first day, those participating in the ranking battles were just the regular class students. The winners would then move on to the second day to battle the merit class students. On the third day, the special class B students would officially join in, while special class A would only take part on the fourth day. These few days, Ling Lan had just stayed put in her own villa. She told the others that she was meditating to center herself, but in truth, she was actually entering the learning space and making full use of the time she had left to resolve the problem of her loss of spiritual control. Ever since she had confirmed her desire to have an excellent kid as her purpose for becoming strong, when Ling Lan had once again accepted a bloody mission from the learning space, she actually found that she would no longer lose herself like before when she entered combat mode. She could retain a little of her awareness now, though this duration was short, it was still undoubtedly a good sign, giving Ling Lan hope that she would be able to regain full control of herself. Ling Lan was glad that she had the learning space. The ranking battle was almost here, so there wasn't much time left in reality, but her time could be considerably extended within the learning space. Without any hesitation, Ling Lan had taken the initiative to ask Instructor Number 5 to extend the time within the learning space to the maximum so that she would have sufficient time to resolve her problem. She knew that this decision would also extend her time of suffering under Instructor Number 5's hands, but in order to accomplish her objectives, Ling Lan no longer feared anything. Number 5 was extremely receptive to Ling Lan's request for further self-torture and had agreed without question. After 3 years' time which had been prolonged by the learning space, of bitter suffering, Ling Lan regained her sobriety bit by bit. Finally, she succeeded in mastering her self-control within the time limit. Moreover, due to the additional torments she had endured within this period of time, her heart had become unbelievably strong, and her spiritual power had become extremely solid. Ling Lan believed that, even if the world were to be destroyed before her eyes now, she would be able to face it with a calm face and a steady heart, as serene as ever. While she had succeeded in mastering her mind, Ling Lan had also discovered that she now had a new understanding of the combat arts she had previously learned. Early on the fourth day, Ling Lan, who had perfectly resolved her control problems, left her residence. She had just arrived at the hover car stop when she saw Chiong and the other two boys waiting for her a little further ahead. When Han Jijian saw Ling Lan arrive, he used the sensor to call for a hover car to bring the four of them to the colossal combat hall. Right now, the combat hall was not as crowded as it had been in the last 3 days. After all, only 200 combatants were left for each grade, so the total of all 10 grades only made up 2,000 people. Adding on the friends and classmates who were here to spectate, there was still only 500 to 600 inch people. Compared to the first day when there were 70 to 80,000 people rubbing shoulders, this was nothing. Chiong, here, here. A strident voice rang out from a corner of the combat hall. Ling Lan looked over and saw that it was the two girls, Han Shuya and Luo Chao, and beside them were some of the other original Group 072 members. Luo Lang was very excited and was the first to rush over while Chiong, who had been called for directly, naturally went together with Luo Lang. Ling Lan and Han Jijian shared a smile, and then slowly walked over as well. The female dormitory where Han Shuya and Luo Chao were staying was on the opposite end of Chiong and the other three's dorm, so it wasn't very convenient for them to meet up anywhere else but here in the combat hall. You all came too. Ling Lan nodded in greeting to the others. Yup, we've all been lucky enough to squeeze into the top 200. Lin Jongqing was the one who spoke up. As a member of the merit class, he was thrilled to make it into the top 200. It should be known that there were 2,000 students in the merit classes. Anyone who could enter the top 200 was undeniably outstanding, for among these top 200, the 50 special class A students were also included. Good luck. As long as you win one fight, you might have a chance to enter the special classes, Chiong cheerfully encouraged Lin Jongqing as he patted his shoulders. The top 100 were the special class students, with the only difference being whether one was in Class A or Class B. If Lin Jongqing really managed to win his upcoming battle, he would definitely be considered a successful contender and would probably become the center of attention for a long while. Lin Jongqing was a little embarrassed. I don't dare to think that far. Everyone here is strong, I can only say that in the earlier fights, I was a bit luckier. The opponents I faced were all not very strong. Hearing this, Chiong, who was also in the merit classes with Lin Jongqing, was a little displeased. Jongqing, it doesn't matter if we can do it or not, but we shouldn't lose our spirits. Since we've already made it here, we should fight our best. Lin Jongqing was enlightened, and nodded energetically. Chiong, you're right. Since we're already in the top 200, if we don't try our best then it wouldn't be fair to our previous efforts. That's how it should be. Chiong smiled. The two of them were the only two of the 072 group to enter the merit classes. Being in the same environment had made them become very close, they'd helped each other, supporting one another as they progressed together. Seeing this, Luo Xiaoyun said worriedly, Lin Jongqing and Chiong are working so hard, looks like our positions aren't safe. Luo Xiaoyun's words caused Han Shuya and Luo Chao to become worried in turn. You're still alright, but it'll be difficult to say for little Luo Chao and me. Han Shuya sighed heavily. She found that the pressure from entering Special Class B was much higher than that of entering the merit classes. This time, she had only narrowly made it into the top 200, if the opponent hadn't fallen over before she had from a lack of stamina, she might already have lost in the battle moving from 400 to 200. Heaven knows if she would be able to continue on this time. If she couldn't make it into the top 100, she would drop into the merit classes. Staring at her own fingers, Luo Chao timidly said, I'm also very worried. Her expression rendered Luo Lang speechless. Unfortunately, he couldn't fight on behalf of his sister, otherwise he would definitely not let Luo Chao be so worried. At this stage, it's no longer a matter of just strength, but more of spirit. Seeing the misgivings on the two girls' faces, Ling Lan, who was also a girl at heart, couldn't help but speak up. How so? Apart from Qi Long, Luo Lang, and Han Jijian, the other children all looked at Ling Lan with expectant faces, hoping that Ling Lan would enlighten them. The strength of those who managed to enter the top 200 is actually roughly the same, so it's possible for either side to win. In the end, victory will depend on whose confidence is stronger, and whose endurance is greater, that's all. Ling Lan kept her arms folded behind her back, and secretly crossed her fingers. Her intent was just to encourage them, she wouldn't take any responsibility for anything beyond that. Han Shuya's gaze brightened. Just like my previous match. I just have to hold on for a second longer than my opponent, and victory will be mine. Ling Lan nodded, indicating that what Han Shuya said was right. Luo Chao looked at Ling Lan, blushing, and thought to herself, Ling Lan definitely must not like girls who give up easily. Yes, I must work hard, I must hold on until the end. Ling Lan settled everyone's nervous jitters with a few words, and their eyes all began to shine with confidence. Han Jijian stared keenly at Ling Lan. He hadn't expected Ling Lan to be so astoundingly proficient at handling the hearts of people as well. Where the hell did he come from really? An elite family? Some unknown formidable force? Or perhaps? Han Jijian didn't dare to probe too deeply. He took a deep breath and pushed aside all the stray thoughts in his mind. He warned himself, Ling Lan was just Ling Lan, their boss Lan. All he needed to do was remember this. Chapter 77, The Debut of Techniques and Secret Skills. Frankly, Han Jijian was overthinking things. Clever people were very likely to make this mistake. Ling Lan's words were all just plain reassurances, there was nothing more to it. As for why they worked so well, all we can say is that Ling Lan was just too highly regarded within Group 072, so everyone believed her without question. Their small group walked to the area set aside for the first-grade ranking battles. Along the way, Qi Long subtly tugged on Ling Lan's arm and Ling Lan reflexively slowed her steps. Seeing that the other companions beside them weren't paying any attention to them, Qi Long whispered quietly, Boss Lan, has your problem been solved? The other companions may not have known about Ling Lan's problem, but as an unintended victim, Qi Long knew very well that when Ling Lan put his full attention into battle, he had issues with losing control. Ling Lan's heart felt warm as she nodded at Qi Long, saying, Don't worry, I'm fine now. Qi Long smiled in visible relief. That's great. Suddenly, his expression turned serious and he said, Boss Lan, this time, I will fight with my full strength. When he said this, Qi Long's eyes were full of fighting spirit, it was clear that he really wanted to defeat Ling Lan just once. Ling Lan nodded, accepting the challenge. Right then, the two of them felt the communicators on their wrists vibrate powerfully. Their eyes lit up, the notification of their battles had arrived. Sure enough, the communicators displayed their fighting grounds and match order. Qi Long's fight was at Arena 33, the third match, while Ling Lan's was at Arena 35, the sixth match. Boss Lan, this time, my fight will end before yours. Qi Long was very excited. This way, he wouldn't miss out on watching Ling Lan's fight. Their other companions had also received their respective notifications. Several of them were browsing through their notifications when Han Shuya abruptly yelled, why is my battle the first match? I'm not mentally prepared yet. Luo Chao hurriedly consoled her, saying, mine's not much better, I'm fighting second. Me too. Me too. Luo Xiaoyun and Li Jinghong yelled out at the same time. The three of them anxiously stuck out their arms, lining up their communicators in a row so they could compare their fight arenas. When they found that they weren't assigned to the same arena, the three of them let out a breath of relief. Luo Chao in particular was patting her chest lightly, trying to calm her pounding heart. Everyone's luck was pretty decent, they didn't have to fight amongst themselves from the start. None of them wished to fight one of their own companions and send the other out. Both Qi Long and Yuan Yuyun were up for the third match, but just like the others for the second match, they were at different arenas. Han Jijian and He Chaoyang were up for the fourth match, again at different arenas, causing all of them to sigh in relief. Luo Lang was up for the fifth match, while Ling Lan was up for the sixth. Although they didn't know if there was a seventh match or more after that, this was the best arrangement possible for Ling Lan's group. The knowledge that the strongest Ling Lan was going up last, was an intangible source of inspiration and mental support for them. The first up was Han Shuya. The first match was at Arena 32 and she was up against a chubster from the merit classes. The fights arranged by the academy were never dictated by luck. The students from the special classes would be fighting against those students from the merit and regular classes who had battled their way up, so if those students wanted to rise up beyond their station, they would have to defeat a special class student fair and square. The two chubby kids standing together on the arena stage made for a humorous picture. Han Shuya, in particular, had a strange quirk. She liked to chew on jerky during battle, so her chubby cheeks were forever bulging, just like an eating hamster. Of course, only Ling Lan felt this way. The other companions were all watching Arena 32 anxiously, waiting for Han Shuya's battle results. They became superstitious at this time, hoping that Han Shuya could bring back the first win and bring them all luck. Han Shuya didn't let them down. The chubster across her didn't give Han Shuya too much trouble. Not long after the fight began, Han Shuya caught onto one of the opponent's careless mistakes and threw him to the ground. Before the other could climb back up, Han Shuya barreled right at him like a mini torpedo. A heavy bam of impact made Ling Lan and the others observing gasp in sympathetic fright, teeth aching. Sure enough, the little chubster was utterly stunned by Han Shuya's heavyweight blow, allowing Han Shuya to sit on him without much resistance, wherefore she began pummeling him left and right. The teacher refereeing the match couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat. He hurriedly called an end to the match and declared Han Shuya the winner. He was afraid that the little chubster would end up dying if he yelled any slower. Smugly, Han Shuya walked off the stage. Chiong asked Han Jijian beside him, "Have you all learned a new move?" Han Shuya's teeth-aching method of barreling into someone was something she couldn't do before. Han Jijian nodded and said, "Yes. For this ranking battle, the elders in the family specially arranged some special training and taught us a few tricks we could use right now." Chiong's expression grew grim. Most likely, any student with hereditary family martial arts would have had special training in preparation for the ranking battles. This competition wasn't as simple as he thought it would be. When Luo Chao went up next, this point was proven. Luo Lang and Luo Chao hadn't wasted any of their prep time either. Luo Chao's physical strength was obviously weaker than Han Shuya's. This time, Luo Chao fought in a very smart manner. She didn't engage the opponent directly like Han Shuya, but danced around the opponent, saving her strength as much as possible as she looked for the opponent's weak points. Luo Chao's opponent was also a member of the merit classes, who had solid basics. Even though his every move and stance was nothing special, they also had no obvious weaknesses. "Your sister may be in trouble," Chiong commented worriedly. Although he and Luo Lang didn't really get along, he was still rather protective of the bashful Luo Chao. Seeing the fight entering a stalemate, he couldn't help but say something. Luo Lang's hands had already clenched into fists by his thighs. He was the one who was the most worried for his sister, but he still remained calm as he said, "Don't rush, just wait a little longer. As long as she can find a weak point, Luo Chao will definitely be able to defeat the opponent." Luo Lang had seen Luo Chao's hard work all this time. He hoped Luo Chao's efforts wouldn't go to waste here. This match was the longest of all the first-grade matches. Luo Chao's match was still unfinished by the time Luo Xiaoyun and Li Jinghong returned. And at this moment, Chiong and Yuan Yuyun had already received the notification to get ready, for their matches were about to start. Chiong and Yuan Yuyun hadn't left for long when Luo Chao's movement speed slowed noticeably, and Luo Lang's expression changed dramatically. At the same time, Luo Chao's opponent was startled for a moment, but then his eyes gleamed with joy. He quickly sped forwards and thrust a fist directly at Luo Chao's chest. Although Luo Chao had quick reflexes, turning her body to evade, her left shoulder was still hit, and a trace of pain appeared on her young face. However, her left hand didn't slow down at all, grabbing hold of the opponent's right arm which had struck her. Not good. The opponent felt his right arm being grabbed and knew that he was in trouble. As expected, Luo Chao's right fist came right at him, but he had no way to dodge. Who'd have expected that such a delicate-looking girl would have the courage to exchange a fist for a fist? This was thoroughly a lose-lose situation where both sides would be injured. Oh no! They're both hurt. Is little sister Luo Chao alright? Seeing this scene, the newly returned Luo Xiaoyun and Li Jinghong couldn't help but exclaim in shock. They really liked this pretty sister of Luo Lang's. Luo Lang said nothing in response but looked at the scene with a cold expression. Equally injured? Not necessarily. Luo Chao's opponent naturally didn't want to just take Luo Chao's punch without resisting. He brought up his left arm in a horizontal block in front of his chest and readied himself to take Luo Chao's attack. In his opinion, girls were naturally weaker, so his left arm should be enough to parry the attack and diffuse the power behind it. However, when Luo Chao's fist met his shoulder, he felt a great surge of energy crashing onto it, and then a snapping sound could be heard coming from his left arm. Intense pain radiated from his arm straight to his heart, and he couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" Luo Xiaoyun gulped. Luo Lang, is your sister a freakishly strong woman? This strength appeared to be even stronger than his own. It should be noted that children nowadays had extremely sturdy bodies due to the absorption of gene agents to repair and supplement the body. Although it wasn't at the level of copper skin and iron bones, it was still strong enough that normal levels of strength shouldn't be able to hurt them. No, this is one of our family combat techniques, 1-inch punch 1. Luo Lang wasn't secretive about it, and he started giving Luo Xiaoyun and the others a detailed explanation. The 1-inch punch wasn't an advanced technique. Many families had similar strike techniques, so Luo Lang wasn't worried about others knowing its name. If the technique wasn't orally taught along with a physical demonstration, observers wouldn't be able to learn its secrets, so there was no need to fear it being stolen by others. Little 4, did you save a recording of Luo Chao's attack earlier? Ling Lan's eyes lit up. This sort of strike technique was pretty good. It would be a good idea to take some time in the future to research it. Saved. Little 4's answer was met with Ling Lan's hearty approval. When Ling Lan wasn't paying attention, Little 4 smugly made a victory V with one hand. He would never tell Ling Lan that everything that had happened throughout her life, every moment from her birth till now, could be found within his databases. There would never be any storage problems. Seeing that the child's arm was broken, the teacher in charge of Luo Chao's arena immediately called a stop to the match and declared Luo Chao the winner. Although Luo Chao's opponent was unwilling to surrender, he could do nothing to fight this result and so could only walk off the stage with teary eyes. This time, he had lost due to impatience. He shouldn't have rushed, for his chances of winning had actually been much higher than Luo Chao's. Luo Chao leapt at her brother excitedly and Luo Lang caught her in a hug. But then, with an unhappy expression, he chided, "Why did you use this method?" Although he was happy that his sister won, he didn't want his sister to win in a way which required her to get injured. Luo Chao peered up timidly at Luo Lang. My stamina was running out, and the opponent was still very steady, revealing no weak points. Has said before that my attacking speed is very slow, so, if I didn't use this method, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hit him. Luo Chao still wanted to nag, but Han Shuya interrupted a little unhappily, "It's fine as long as she won. Did you want to see Luo Chao lose?" Luo Lang was flabbergasted. How could I? And with that, he couldn't scold Luo Chao anymore. After all, Luo Chao had won. Luo Chao sighed internally and sent a grateful look at Han Shuya. She still wasn't good at handling her elder brother's disapproving gaze. Surreptitiously, she glanced at Ling Lan and found Ling Lan looking back at her with a bright smile on his face and approval in his eyes. Her face bloomed red instantly. He is looking at me now. Luo Chao felt as if she was going to faint, her heart was throbbing so violently. Boss, after that little girl looked at you, she looks like she's going to faint. Oh, it must be that you're too fierce and scared her. Little 4 recalled the violence he was subjected to when he first met Ling Lan and immediately empathized. Chapter 78, Advancing in One Move. Ling Lan glared at Little 4 exasperatedly. You still have the free time to worry about other people? Have you figured out the secrets of that 1-inch punch yet? At those words, Little 4 puffed out his cheeks. This request of his boss was just too unreasonable. How could the secrets of the one-inch punch be so easily deciphered? Such little consideration for her followers, this was obviously child labor abuse. He wanted to lodge a complaint, that is, find a helper. Little Four's gaze was mournful as he took one last glance at Ling Lan, whose attention had already shifted back to the outside world, and slowly disappeared from the mind space, going heaven knows where. Luo Chao's victorious return gave Luo Lang and the others the heart to go check out Luo Xiaoyun's and Li Jinghong's battle results. As expected, Luo Xiaoyun successfully advanced into the top 100, but Li Jinghong failed. The students of Special Class A were not herbivores. To achieve an upset was really as difficult as mounting the heavens. When Luo Lang discovered who Li Jinghong's opponent was, he couldn't help but pity him for his bad luck. It turned out that Li Jinghong's opponent was the second-rank, Wu Jiong. Even Luo Lang himself was uncertain if he could beat that fellow for sure. If they fought, the odds would be 50-50, or perhaps Luo Lang's odds of winning might be even lower. Not long after, Chiong bounded back happily. His opponent had been someone from the merit classes, and so had not given him much trouble. He had handily defeated the other within 10 moves and now returned triumphant. Meanwhile, Yuan Yuyun was still fighting and probably wouldn't be done for a while longer. Soon after, the fourth matches began. Han Jijian and He Chaoyan went up, and they were followed by Luo Lang for the fifth match and Ling Lan for the sixth match. Just like that, they all took their turns on stage, and Ling Lan's group of 10 finished their fights for the first half of the day. Both Li Jinghong and He Chaoyan from the merit classes had ended their run, while the remaining 8 had successfully entered the top 100, guaranteeing their places in the special classes. Clearly, the positions of the original special class students were very secure, for any child from the merit classes to overthrow anyone. The journey was still long. Of the students who advanced to the top 100, Ling Lan was the one who advanced the most easily, defeating the merit class student she was up against with just one move. Of course, this method of winning almost crumbled the other child's confidence. Luckily, the refereeing teacher immediately provided some counseling and spiritual guidance, thus saving the child's future. Because of this, Ling Lan received quite a few displeased glares from that teacher. His gaze was clearly saying that she should have shown some mercy and let her opponent show off some moves at least. Why did she have to be so ruthless? Against the teacher's pointed gaze, Ling Lan could only rub her nose and quietly slink away. Frankly, she could not be blamed. The moment her opponent had moved, she had clearly seen the other's weak point. This weak point had shone with such a brilliant light that she had thrown a punch before she knew it. By the time she was aware of it, the opponent had already been knocked off the stage, so it was too late even if she wanted to let the other show off a few moves. Aside from the oddball Ling Lan, the next best results were those who managed to defeat their opponents in 10 moves. There were quite a few in that category. The top 5 of Special Class A all managed it, along with Chiong and Luo Lang. Just like that, the battles in the first half of the day were over. Li Jinghong and He Chaoyan collected their emotions and happily joined in the celebrations of their companions who advanced. Together, they came to the school canteen and prepared to indulge in a good feast to reward themselves. Ling Lan decided to be generous at that moment, agreeing to withdraw 5,000 credits so they could order several delicacies and treats they'd been drooling over for a long time in celebration. All of them ate happily. After eating their fill and resting for a bit, they welcomed the second round of the fights for the day where the top 100 would be narrowed down to the top 50. In other words, it was the final battles to determine the Class A positions. Because the number of combatants had been halved, there were only 3 match slots in the afternoon battle rounds. Ling Lan was no longer the finishing act this time, but was up first instead. Ling Lan's opponent was a student from Special Class B. In these top 100 to top 50 advancement rounds, the Special Class A students would not be placed in a situation where they'd have to face one another. The academy wouldn't be so brain dead as to let the outstanding students face off so early and lose their chance to advance that way. Therefore, if the Class B students wanted to enter Class A, they would have to defeat a Class A student to prove their worth. The moment Ling Lan stepped on stage, she sensed an extremely blatant warning stare. She looked towards the source of the stare and immediately felt a little guilty, cold sweat beading her forehead. Damn it, why was her luck so terrible? It turned out that the referee in charge of their arena was, of all people, the same teacher referee from her morning bout. Seeing Ling Lan appear, the narrowed gaze of the teacher was filled with warning, wordlessly telling her that she should tone down a little and not hurry to end things this time. No matter what, she should still leave some room for her peer to keep his confidence. Ling Lan secretly wiped off the sweat from her forehead, reminding herself that she could not make the same mistake as in the previous round. For this reason, she purposefully put both arms behind her back and gripped each arm with the other tightly, so they would keep each other under control. This way, no matter how strong her reflexes were, she wouldn't be able to move so quickly. Although Ling Lan was doing all this out of good intentions, in the other's eyes, Ling Lan's action of putting both arms behind her was really just too arrogant and obviously demeaning. He felt as if he had been shamed, his small young face turned bright red in anger. The moment he heard the referee yell, "Start," he pounced. There was no probing involved, he attacked directly with a powerful whirlwind side kick. The force behind the kick could certainly be considered as all the strength his body could muster. It was clear just how angry the opponent was, almost driven to the edge of irrationality, which was why he had charged headlong at Ling Lan to attack without any other considerations. Regardless of how much Ling Lan had prepared before the fight, it was all, unfortunately, useless. Ling Lan saw the opponent's fierce kick coming at her, and as it got closer and closer, an absolutely fatal opening appeared before her. Typically, any move, when nearing the end of its force, would have this sort of opening. The only question was, how big the opening was. Ling Lan's reflexes were definitely top-notch. Seeing this opening, she didn't even have time to think, reflexively counterattacking. Wasn't Ling Lan's arms gripping onto each other behind her back? Why could she still counterattack? Indeed, Ling Lan's arms were gripped tightly with no way of attacking. However, who asked the opponent to attack with his feet? Thus, Ling Lan also reflexively fought back with her feet, instinctively sending a leg kicking out. When her foot slammed heavily into a human body, she already knew that she had messed up. Unfortunately, by this time, it was too late for her to pull back her strength. The one saving grace was that she had not used the wave stacking art she had learned from the learning space and had even controlled her own physical strength to 50%. Even so, the opponent was still sent flying off the stage by her kick. This beautifully clean kick drew shocked gasps from all the students in the audience, as well as made the senior students who had inadvertently witnessed the scene sober up. The scene also drew the infuriated gaze of the teacher referee. "Damn it, didn't I ask you to take it easy? Why are you doing it again and again and again?" The teacher's eyes were full of resentment and blame. Ling Lan couldn't take it any longer and shrunk back, jumping off the stage to slip away. Ling Lan's clean and decisive one-move defeat of her opponent drew the attention of all the first-grade students. Remember, Ling Lan's opponent had been a special Class B student. Although the Class A students were indeed stronger than the Class B students by a head, it wasn't at the level where the former would be able to defeat the latter in just one move. Ling Lan's impressive performance caused everyone to start speculating in secret. Ling Lan was most likely the strongest within the first grade, the current best student or first rank was all just in name. The subsequent matches seemed to prove the point. The Class A first rank Ling Jie had gone up against a Class B student and had only managed to defeat the other after 28 moves. This result, in comparison with the results of previous years, was actually quite outstanding. Unfortunately, in comparison with the aberrant Ling Lan, Ling Jie's performance became extremely average. This caused Ling Jie to be filled with anger and hatred, and he now had yet another reason to hate Ling Lan. That arrogant fellow had stolen the wind from his sails. He was really too despicable. Qi Long's performance was also pretty good. He managed to defeat his opponent at the 30th move, while Luo Lang did a little worse, but also managed to defeat his opponent within 50 moves. These results were already considered above average within Class A. Meanwhile, Han Jijian had got caught up in a drawn-out battle. It couldn't be helped, for Han Jijian's strength was his exceptional intelligence, while his combat abilities were considerably weaker. In addition, he didn't have any finishing moves and so could only draw out the battle to while away his opponent's stamina. Finally, after almost 300 moves, the clever Han Jijian managed to find an almost imperceptible opportunity and used it to defeat his opponent, successfully making it into the top 50. Han Shuya, Luo Chao, Luo Xiaoyun, and Yuan Yuyun, who had originally been part of Class B, were all stopped here. They couldn't make it into the top 50 and so would remain in Class B for the next 6 months. This proved once again that progressing even just one step further was definitely not that easy. At the end of this day's battles, the name list of the top 50 was officially released. 49 names stayed the same, remaining as Class A members, while one member was changed. The original second place from the bottom was defeated by Class B's second place from the top, who successfully took his place on the new roster. Successfully advancing into the top 50, he became the only child who managed an upset. This result really made the first place of Class B want to cry. In fact, he was actually stronger than the second place, however, he had lost to the last place of Class A, Lin Jongqing. His luck was really a little terrible. Lin Jongqing's strength was actually much stronger than the person ranked before him, leaving no chance for the Class B first place to win. In the end, he could only watch as his weaker classmate successfully advanced, while he had to wait for yet another 6 months. In reality, the classes were basically settled by the end of this day. Over the following few days, the internal class ranking battles would be held and the ranking battles for the top 50, in particular, would be the center of everyone's attention. On the 5th day, the internal class ranking battles began. The matchups were announced on the day itself and, as usual, had been determined by ranks. The first place was matched up against the last place, the second was up against the 49th, and so on and so forth. Seeing this matchup list, the Class A 34th place was the first to start wailing. The first person he was up against was the one who had advanced into the top 50 by defeating all of his opponents in one move, Ling Lan. The classmates who were on good terms with him all patted his shoulders in consolation, but they were actually secretly sighing in relief, glad it wasn't them. Chapter 79, Talent Killer. Alone in a corner, Lin Jongqing stood with his head bowed, carefully reading through the information on his communicator about his fight venue and match order. He heard the voices of the surrounding students consoling the 34th place and surreptitiously lifted his head to look at Ling Lan, who was currently engaged in conversation with Chiong and the others. His gaze was complicated and hard to decipher. Of course, Lin Jongqing had known that Ling Lan was very strong, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get Chiong and Luo Lang, whose strength was on par with the top 3 of Class A, to submit to him. Even the abnormally intelligent Han Jijian had willingly acknowledged him as his boss. One could tell all this just from their conversations and how they acted. Still, he hadn't expected Ling Lan to be this strong. Advancing this far with consecutive one-move takedowns, it was quite terrifying. It should be known that this result would be brag-worthy at any school. Even the self-titled ultimate genius Li Yingjie was unable to do this. Although Ling Lan seemed very cold and aloof, he was not against helping out if it was something he could do with a lift of his hand, just like when Lin Jongqing had needed his help previously. Thinking of this, a bitter smile pulled at the corners of Lin Jongqing's lips, and regret settled on the surface of his heart. Sometimes, what's lost is lost. If he hadn't thought to take advantage of Ling Lan back then and had chosen to serve him sincerely instead, perhaps he might have had a chance to obtain Ling Lan's friendship. Unfortunately, now it was no longer possible. No one would be willing to be friends with someone who had once used them. Lin Jongqing's gaze cleared up instantly, as he ruthlessly strangled the rebellious bit of hope within his heart. The experiences of his youth had made it impossible for him to put down his defenses to trust in someone else, which was why he was destined to be forever alone. Friendship and sentiment and anything else along those lines were all just passing clouds. Lin Jongqing was patiently awaiting the start of the fights, when he found that 2 people he loathed had appeared beside him. It was Li Yingjie and his lackey, the one who was third last in Class A. Lin Jongqing really looked down on him. Although they were insignificant in Class A, being at the bottom of the heap, that didn't mean that they should throw away their dignity to become someone else's lackey, allowing another to order them around and yell at them, just for certain benefits. Of course, if they were like Chiong and Luo Lang, who submitted due to the other's personal charisma and strength, and called the other boss out of their own personal will, he would never view them with contempt, but would instead admire them. Unfortunately, this punk Liangjie, other than being stronger than others, really had no charisma or qualities that would lead others to submit to him. He was just no match for Ling Lan. At this time, Lin Jongqing still hadn't noticed that his heart had already acknowledged Ling Lan. Perhaps sensing Lin Jongqing's contempt for him, Liangjie's lackey, that third last in Class A, actually took the initiative to mock, "Yo, isn't this our dead last Lin Jongqing? Who knew you would still be in Class A, how lucky." Since the second last had already been thrown out of the class by the Class B second place, he could only seek a little sense of superiority from Lin Jongqing. Lin Jongqing did not care about the others' taunts. If he didn't even have this bit of tolerance, how could he have survived those 6 years as a research lab rat? He only glanced impassively at the lackey, before lowering his head to look back at his own communicator. This clearly dismissive behavior made the other's face flush red immediately. Lin Jongqing's attitude caused the surrounding students to break out into laughter. Lin Jongqing was on good terms with most of his classmates, and could be considered a socially intelligent person. However, when it came to Liangjie's group, Lin Jongqing's attitude was rather unfriendly. No matter how tolerant a person was, when someone pressed the wrong buttons, they would not be able to just continue tolerating. Lin Jongqing, who had already lost 6 years of his freedom, prized his independence the most. Meanwhile, Liangjie had wanted to use forceful measures to get Lin Jongqing to become his subordinate, and be at his beck and call. This had completely stomped all over Lin Jongqing's buttons, which was the main reason for Lin Jongqing's hostility against Liangjie. Unfortunately, till now, Liangjie still didn't know where he had gone wrong, and was still trying to use force to get what he wanted, causing Lin Jongqing to hate him more and more. Lin Jongqing's attitude enraged Liangjie's lackey. He couldn't help but shout, "Don't get too cocky. Later, Boss Li will definitely teach you a lesson." By the end, his tone held an obvious trace of schadenfreude. After hearing this, Lin Jongqing lifted his head and looked at him strangely. That look was the look one used to look at an idiot. Seeing this, the lackey was about to blow his top, actually raising his hand in preparation to teach Lin Jongqing a lesson right then and there. Lin Jongqing waited. If the other initiated an attack, then he would have an excuse to retaliate. Seeing a private battle about to break out, everyone's gaze was drawn over. Liangjie, who was standing by the side, frowned slightly, and yelled out tersely, "Yuanli, draw back, now." Liangjie's shout made Yuanli stop immediately, and he scurried back to Liangjie's side with a panicked expression. Ever since agreeing to become Liangjie's follower, he had certainly received quite a few benefits. High-grade gene agent, which he had to save up so hard for before, was now given to him, 1 tube every 3 months. This was also the real reason why his strength had remained consistent enough so he could keep up with the others. However, at the same time, he also lost a lot to get this, such as his pride. Liangjie stopped Yuanli, and only then did he look at Lin Jongqing, and say haughtily, "Lin Jongqing, stop taunting my subordinate. Purposefully picking a fight, why don't we make a bet instead?" Lin Jongqing snorted in laughter. Taunt Yuanli? Was he so free that he had nothing else better to do? Bullsh *T. Liangjie didn't care whether Lin Jongqing agreed with him or not. He continued, "Next round, should be the fight between you and me. Why don't we make a bet? If you can hold up against me for 50 moves, then I'll forgive the past, but if I defeat you within 50 moves, then you'll have to acknowledge me as your boss." In the end, Liangjie still hadn't given up on bringing Lin Jongqing under his control. When Lin Jongqing heard this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Hey, Liangjie, is your brain dysfunctional?" At these words, Liangjie's entire face turned dark and cold. From his perspective, he had already given Lin Jongqing plenty of face, but unexpectedly, his kind intentions made Lin Jongqing become so brazen. Actually daring to be so impudent to his face, he must really want to die. A fierce light flashed through Liangjie's eyes. He decided that in the upcoming match, he would utterly destroy Lin Jongqing, and chase him out of Special Class A for good. However, Lin Jongqing's response ripped through Liangjie's scheming. You should probably confirm who your opponent actually is. Lin Jie's first reaction was to assume there had been a mistake. He hurriedly searched for the notification on his communicator, and saw that he was up against the 50th place. Wasn't the 50th place Lin Jongqing? He continued to read the rest of the notification, and sure enough, the name listed at the 50th place was not Lin Jongqing, but a name he wasn't familiar with, meaning that that person was definitely not someone from Class A. With a flash of realization, Lin Jie abruptly understood. The Class B second place who had defeated their Class A second last in the previous round, had been automatically assigned last place in their class by the Academy's AI because he had just qualified for Class A. Meanwhile, Lin Jongqing had automatically risen by 1 rank, becoming the 49th rank. In other words, his next opponent was not Lin Jongqing, but the new X-Class B student. He had been mistaken. What a shame. I had really wanted to bet with you. Lin Jongqing slowly drew closer to Lin Jie. Just as he was about to brush by, he suddenly stopped, and threw down this statement, 50 moves. How weak. Ling Lan would have been able to defeat me in 1 move. Compared to him, you are really too weak. These words made Lin Jie's face burn red in anger. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to stay calm. The Academy prohibited students from fighting privately. If any such incidents were discovered by the Academy, the students involved were very likely to be downgraded and punished. This was something Lin Jie could not accept. The moment he dropped down to Class B, he might even lose the right to contend for the Li family inheritance. Meanwhile, Ling Lan's group, who had already noticed the commotion around Lin Jongqing, had heard the words Lin Jongqing said as he left, and all of them couldn't help but frown. This punk is again adding to your hate value. These days, Han Jijian had started habitually using some of Ling Lan's vocabulary from her previous world when he spoke. He felt that those terms were just too descriptive, such as this, hate value, apt and brilliant. A fierce expression appeared on Luo Lang's pretty face. I'll go teach him a lesson. Count me in, said Chiong hurriedly. He wasn't in it to teach the other a lesson, but was just looking for a chance to fight. Ling Lan lifted her hand to grab hold of Luo Lang's cheek, and pinched and pulled at it harshly for a bit, until Luo Lang was begging for mercy, before letting go. Don't be hasty. If we really taught him a lesson, that would just be playing into his hands. Ah. Luo Lang was stupefied, a little uncomprehending. Han Jijian's eyes, however, lit up, thinking of something. Ling Lan shared a smiling glance with him. It was always so easy talking to intelligent people. Chiong rubbed his head, but didn't say anything. He believed that Han Jijian would explain things for him sooner or later. Chiong's trust was not misplaced. As expected, Han Jijian began explaining things to Chiong and Luo Lang. Lin Jongqing is currently struggling to find an excuse to interact with us. If you go look for him, isn't that exactly what he wants? But I would be going to teach him a lesson, said Luo Lang stubbornly. Han Jijian smiled wryly as he shook his head. You won't be able to handle him. If he thickens his skin and clings to you, you probably won't be able to deny him. Just think of what happened before. Luo Lang abruptly had nothing more to say. That 1 month, Ling Lan had always kept cool and ignored Lin Jongqing. Han Jijian had been sly and had not given Lin Jongqing much opportunity to get close, while Chiong had focused on his training, unconcerned about anything else. Only Luo Lang had found himself subconsciously talking to Lin Jongqing, and he had even helped Lin Jongqing out of several tricky situations. Alright, I'll keep away from him. Luo Lang's strength was that he would always fix his mistakes if he knew about them, although he might still make the same mistake again later on. The morning battles officially began. This time, there were only 2 match rounds. Han Jijian was up for the first round, while the remaining 3 were all up for the second. However, by the time Ling Lan and the other 2 had returned after their battles, Han Jijian's fight was still ongoing. It was clear just how difficult it was for Han Jijian to fight. In the end, Han Jijian's stamina was better than his opponent's, so he managed to outlast the other. Even so, Han Jijian was almost burned out and was immediately sent to a healing pod to recover his energy. Chiong and Luo Lang did not have much difficulty. Chiong had defeated his opponent after exchanging roughly 50 moves to clinch the victory, while Luo Lang did slightly worse, only managing to defeat his opponent after nearly 80 moves to advance. As for Ling Lan, the moment the fight began, Ling Lan had not dared to open her eyes. She was afraid that she would again see some fatal weakness, and then her body would reflexively attack and steamroll the opponent. After a night of research, Ling Lan had finally figured out the reason. These uncontrollable reflexive movements were the final remnants of her spiritual loss of control. There wasn't actually a problem, her body and mind were still in the process of syncing up after she returned to normal, so the issue would resolve itself after another 1.5 months. Ling Lan could only blame herself for recovering too late, so there wasn't enough time for the residual effects to clear out, resulting in her current predicament. To prevent once again defeating her opponent in one move, Ling Lan decided to close her eyes this time. She thought that, if her eyes were closed so she couldn't see the opponent's attack, then it would be impossible for her to attack reflexively anymore, right? Of course, Ling Lan only dared to do so because she had full confidence in her 2 ears. In the learning space, one of her training sessions under number 5 was in a pitch-black sealed room, where she had to dodge the attacks of hidden weapons without sight. In the beginning, she had died horribly countless times, but eventually, she managed to evade everything to emerge unharmed. This experience had given her a pair of extremely sensitive ears, with the trained ability to discern movement and positions just by listening to the wind. However, even so, after dodging about 10 moves, Ling Lan could hold back no longer. With just a slip in attention, her eager foot shot out in a kick. And then, the opponent was cleanly sent tumbling off the stage. Ling Lan opened her eyes, and immediately saw the almost apoplectic referee. Her heart dropped. Why was it this teacher referee again? As Ling Lan had kept her eyes closed the moment she stepped on stage, she had really not noticed that the one in charge of refereeing her match this time was still the same referee from her previous 2 matches. Ling Lan hurriedly put an innocent look on her face, her large bright eyes broadcasting only one thing: she really hadn't done it intentionally. In order to escape responsibility, Ling Lan decided to play up her cuteness just this once. The referee charged over, the muscles on his face a little twisted, as he said through gnashing teeth, "Couldn't you have pretended to struggle for a few moves with your opponent before defeating him?" Ling Lan's expression became even more innocent. Didn't she already dodge for about 10 moves? Seeing that Ling Lan still hadn't figured out her mistake, the teacher couldn't take it anymore, yelling, "You bloody kept your eyes closed, and kept both hands behind your back, and waltzed around cockily daring him to hit you. Do you really think we're all blind?" Clearly, in others' eyes, Ling Lan had still defeated her opponent in one move despite what she did. Moreover, the blow to the other child's confidence this time was even more severe. In her previous 2 matches, they could still comfort the children who lost that Ling Lan was just lucky, or that he had just been born with supernatural strength, or perhaps the children themselves had been too careless and had lost to Ling Lan's sneak attack. These excuses had been enough to salvage the children's confidence. But now, what Ling Lan just did was obviously telling his opponent that he really didn't even consider him a threat. Even if he kept his eyes closed and gave you a 10-move handicap, you would still be unable to hit him, and in the end, he only had to use one move to defeat you. This blow was just too heavy. The teachers were at a loss, unable to find any excuses to use to comfort the losing child this time. Tell me, how could they not be frantic? This was why the teacher could no longer hold his temper. This brat Ling Lan was clearly a talent killer. Translator's thoughts. Ryuxinji. One move Lan strikes again. XD. On a side note, RIP, I guess Webnovel is still using an auto-updating formula for release rate. So, FYI, the release rate on the novel main page is currently wrong. I'm still only promising a stable 7 CHPS/week. The holiday season and ranking bonuses are throwing the rate off. XP. Chapter 80, Advancing into the Top 13. However, no matter how angry or resentful the teacher was, he could do nothing about Ling Lan. If the children in Class A were the talent that they treasured and wanted to cultivate, then Ling Lan was most certainly the largest pearl deep within their hearts. The appreciation they had for him was immeasurable. This was why the teacher could only yell somewhat angrily at Ling Lan for a while, reminding him to not be so heavy-handed next time to save them the trouble. Even if they really, really cherished Ling Lan, they still had to maintain their impartiality on the outside. No matter what was said, the other children were also the future pillars of the Federation, they couldn't just give up on them. The teacher's demeanor really resembled that of a parent whose child had hid a child from another family. As a parent, he had to scold his own child just to placate the other party. As for whether he was actually gleeful inside, I'm sure you all understand. Just like that, under the teacher's repetitive nagging, Ling Lan could only nod obediently to show she understood. It couldn't be helped. Ling Lan still had to take the oppression of the academy for another 10 years, so she had no choice but to carry on with her tail between her legs. Of course, Ling Lan was personally a child who was so obedient that she couldn't be any more obedient, so obedient that she had never gone through a rebellious phase in her previous life. Thinking of this, Ling Lan considered, should she try being rebellious once in this life? But when her mum Lan Luofeng's tear-blurred eyes appeared within Ling Lan's mind, paired with her loving yet melancholic expression, Ling Lan just couldn't muster up the heart to think any more about it. Yup, she definitely couldn't handle the acting of her Oscar-level diva mum. If Ling Lan was a little fox too still in training, then her mum was definitely a grand fox demon that had been through 1,000 years of cultivation. They were just on completely different levels. More than once, she had lost to her mum's waterworks. Even if she knew that Lan Luofeng was just faking it, she still fell for it. It was all because she couldn't bear to see others cry. This weakness that she had brought with her from her previous life caused her to be fully trapped within the manipulations of her 1,000-year fox demon mother. Just like Monkey Sun 3 within the Buddha's hand, she would forever be unable to escape from her mother's palm. At this thought, Ling Lan was shrouded in gloom. She began resenting that dad of hers who had died so early, leaving behind such a troublesome burden for her. If her dad were still alive, this 1,000-year fox demon would have been her dad's responsibility. However, this was all just fanciful thinking by Ling Lan. Lan Luofeng was, in fact, Ling Lan's sweet burden for this life, which she carried with pain, yet also with much joy. When the morning's official advancement battles ended, the children who advanced had no more business in the hall and were free to do whatever they wanted. Meanwhile, the students who had been eliminated continued to remain in the combat hall to wait for the system to once again announce the battle. Pairings for the rankings of the 26th place to the 50th place. Of course, this had nothing to do with Ling Lan's group of 4, so they went straight to Chi Long's and the other 2 boys' villa. There, they settled down on the living room sofa, and comfortably watched the fights while having warm drinks. Among the first-grade special Class A 26th to 50th ranking battles, the only one whom they were concerned about was Lin Jongqing, who asked Lin Jongqing to have impure intentions towards them at the beginning. This caused Ling Lan and the others to involuntarily start paying attention to him. During the advancement battles from top 50 to top 25, Lin Jongqing had been up against the Class A second place, Wu Jiong. Lin Jongqing had lost as everyone expected, however, unlike what everyone expected, he had not been defeated quickly by Wu Jiong. Instead, he had battled with Wu Jiong for over 100 moves before finally being brought down by Wu Jiong, who had been patiently waiting for an opportunity, when he ran out of stamina. These results caused an uproar among the Class A students. However, what the students were stunned by was not Lin Jongqing's incredible improvement, but rather, Ling Lan's strength. Because they still remembered how, when school first started, Ling Lan had once beaten Lin Jongqing easily with just one punch. Didn't this prove that Ling Lan's strength was already far beyond the top 3 of Class A? At that time, the gazes directed Ling Lan's way from the other students had been filled with deep apprehension. The children from Class A had forgotten that half a year had already gone by since Ling Lan's fight with Lin Jongqing. Lin Jongqing's current strength could no longer be compared to his strength back then. If Ling Lan fought with Lin Jongqing once more, she might not be able to defeat him in one move anymore, however, doing so in 2 moves was still very possible. However, Lin Jongqing's subsequent performance gradually eased their classmates' fears. In the ranking fights to determine his actual ranking, Lin Jongqing proved his strength. He consecutively defeated many people, finally settling in the 28th spot. This result may not seem brilliant, but compared to his rank at the start of the school year, his improvement was undoubtedly astonishing. It should be known that the Class A rankings were not upset so easily because Class A was made up of various prodigies from all over, who were all exceptional. To go up in rank among this group of freakish talents, it was really extremely difficult. This also proved that Lin Jongqing's natural talent was prodigious, though of course he also put in more effort than the other students, otherwise he wouldn't have improved this much. Lin Jongqing's performance this time made Ling Lan's group of 4 start to take him seriously. This little fellow who had a belly full of plots and schemes, though unlikely to be a threat to Ling Lan, could very well become a rival for Chiong and the others. Han Jijian, especially, felt the pressure most keenly because Lin Jongqing's future development was looking to be an intelligence-type soldier just like him. In the meantime, Ling Lan and the others also watched several matches of the popular upper-grade students. As expected, they were all formidable opponents, full of amazing moves. Ling Lan was delighted, making little 4 copy everything down. If they could decipher just 1 or 2 of the moves, Ling Lan would already benefit greatly. The combat arts taught by the learning space was definitely top-notch but was way too lethal. Every move, every stance, was aimed at an opponent's fatal spots, making it rather unsuited for this sort of arena sparring tournaments held by the academy. And while the Ling family had their own combat arts, it had the same problem: the combat arts of the loyalists were naturally geared towards killing an enemy efficiently. Of course, the Ling family did not lack for those so-called orthodox combat arts as well, but with Ling Zhao's death and Lan Luofeng falling out with the entire Ling family, Ling Lan never did have the chance to learn those combat arts. This was why Ling Lan couldn't drag out the fight for a few moves before defeating her schoolmates. The moment she moved, it was a killing blow. How could the fight be prolonged? Therefore, Ling Lan was extremely interested in these random skills and techniques she saw in the academy, though they were looked down upon by the instructors within the learning space. Ahem, she needed to give face to the academy teachers, didn't she? At the least, she should show that she had already listened to their advice. When all of the fights ended, Ling Lan's group prepared to eat lunch. However, this time they didn't go eat at the canteen but went online directly to order some takeout, requesting the canteen to send several deluxe set meals straight to the villa. After they had eaten, Ling Lan and the others rested for a little while and then headed back to the combat hall. Right now, the combat hall was no longer as raucous as it had been at the start. It had already become extremely quiet. Other than the Class A students of the 10 grades, who were waiting for their matchups to be announced by the system, almost everyone else had gone back to their dorms to watch the ranking battles of the top 25. Very quickly, the notifications came. Ling Lan opened it to look and was immediately dumbfounded. It turned out that she had received a bye for this round. It was very likely that the academy was afraid that Ling Lan would commit another one-hit kill and cause them trouble, so they had arranged for her to just move on for this round. The moment the news spread, the other children in the top 25 actually cheered in unison. It looked like no one wanted to go up against Ling Lan so early. Although they still needed to fight a proper match, it was still better to have some hope instead of having to face the hopeless situation of going up against Ling Lan. The matchups of the fights this time were truly randomized. There was no longer much differentiation in strength among the top 25, so they would be paired up randomly by the system to fight it out. But in this way, tragedy struck. On Ling Lan's side, Han Jijian and Chiong were matched as opponents, creating the first occurrence of an internal fight between the members of Ling Lan's group. This made the other students extraordinarily happy. There was no helping it, Ling Lan's group was just too strong, so one less to worry about was a great stroke of luck. Han Jijian reacted in a straightforward manner. The moment the fight started, he raised his hand to signal his surrender. He knew he was no match for Chiong in terms of combat. The two of them often sparred together for practice, so Han Jijian knew very well what the final result would be. As such, there was no reason to waste his strength. Luo Lang's opponent was comparably weaker. Still, the students who entered the top 25 all had exceptional strength. Against them, Luo Lang did not have an overwhelming advantage. The odds of him winning were 60 to 40 at most. Luo Lang, who was only just a little stronger, was very cautious in his fights. He could clearly remember Ling Lan's reminder at the start of the battles. Capsizing a boat in a ditch for. He would never allow that sort of thing to happen to him. Still, boss was really boss. Why was everything he said so meaningful? Ahem, yet another unwitting little guy had been won over by the charm of this sort of olden sayings. Unknowingly, his admiration towards Ling Lan had risen a little bit more. Luo Lang fought very carefully and seriously, giving his opponent no chances from start to end. And once his opponent's stamina was about finished, Luo Lang swooped in to grab hold of an unintended small opening exposed by the opponent, knocking the other off the stage, and advanced to the top 13. The original top 9 ranks of Class A, as expected, all successfully advanced. However, the 10th rank unexpectedly lost to the student who was originally in 14th place and was knocked out. Including Ling Lan, Chiong, and Luo Lang, those within the top 13 were officially settled. After that, the ranking battles to determine the 14th to the 25th place were held. Han Jijian performed impressively, defeating 2 people, getting a bye, and then finally going up against the original 10th place to score a win. He ended up in rank 14, which was a significant improvement from his initial rank 21. However, as his original results had been purposefully suppressed by the hacker of the Bladed Special Ops team, this was just him returning to his rightful spot now. Of course, if he hadn't had to go up against Chiong during the advancement rounds into the top 13, he might have perhaps even gone up a few more ranks. Just like that, the day's ranking battles were over and Ling Lan remained firmly in the category of those who advanced with ease. Chiong could also be considered as one within that category. After all, he hadn't had to fight at all for his second match since Han Jijian had just surrendered, letting him advance easily. Luo Lang was the most exhausted one. When they returned to the villa, without saying a word, he immediately shuffled off to lie down in the restoration pod within his room to rest up properly. There was no time to waste right now, he had to seize every minute and every second he could to recover his energy. Tomorrow morning, there would be 2 critical matches, from top 13 to top 7, and from top 7 to top 4, and Luo Lang didn't want to stop there. If possible, he still wanted to participate in the afternoon semi-finals and finals, and to realize that he could not afford to be the least bit sloppy. Chapter 81, Initiate Disciples. The night passed in silence. The next day, Ling Lan's group of 4 arrived at the combat hall bright and early. At this time there were even less students in the combat hall, with more teachers present instead. Their objective in coming here now was to adopt 1 or 2 outstanding children for personal instruction. This was also one of their responsibilities as an instructor. For the record, any child who could remain till the final day was most certainly an exceptional seedling that had managed to weather the beating of waves and the erosion of sand, a buildable talent, certainly good enough to satisfy their conditions for taking on a personal student. Of course, whether or not a match was made still depended on compatibility. Mind you, for some of the stronger instructors, taking on an apprentice not only depended on talent, but a large part also depended on affinity at first glance. The tournament soon started, and first up were the fights for the advancement of the top 13 into the top 7. This round, the one to receive a bye was no longer Ling Lan but the Class A first-rank Ling Jie. Ling Lan saw this notification within the communicator and couldn't help but wonder if the academy arranged byes according to a student's strength. If the next to receive a bye was Wu Jiong or Chiong, then this assumption would pretty much be verified. In Ling Lan's eyes, Ling Jie, Wu Jiong, and Chiong were of the same level. Ling Lan's opponent was the Class A 9th-ranked Qin Yi. She had seen Qin Yi's combat style before. He was an intelligence-type fighter, who liked to first figure out the opponent's true strength before countering, so almost every fight of his started with him dancing around the opponent. Ling Lan had never encountered this type of combat opponent before. In the learning space, Instructor Number 1 upheld the principle of sure kills in one blow, and was definitely a pure suppression-type attacker. Instructor Number 9 held fast to the most orthodox combat ideal: if soldiers come, send a general to defend; if the waters rise, build a dam. This principle advocated the combat style of countering a move with a move, exchanging one blow for another. Instructor Number 5's combat style was even nastier than his character. As long as he could obtain victory, he would do anything. Recalling some of Instructor Number Five's methods, Ling Lan couldn't suppress her shudders. Even now, she still felt the chills running through her body. The training of that time had almost destroyed her. 3 outlooks 1. Long, Luo Lang and Han Jijian, who were Ling Lan's regular sparring partners, were also not this type of opponent. Long liked to start with a bang and end with a bang, fighting with him made for the wildest and the most intense battles, not requiring much thought. Because Long wouldn't give you the time to strategize and think of your next move, you could only pull up your sleeves and throw yourself into the fight if you wanted to keep up with his wild attacks which pelted at you like rain. Luo Lang's combat style was of the same stream as Instructor Number 9's, however, the difference in their abilities were like heaven and earth. For Ling Lan, handling Luo Lang was the easiest and most thoughtless thing, because Ling Lan was just too familiar with Luo Lang's style of attack. Meanwhile, Han Jijian was the weakest among the 4 of them. Aware of his own weakness, he liked to experiment with strange moves when fighting them. Every time he fought he would use a different combat style. Who knows where he collected that many combat styles from, but unfortunately, due to the difference in strength, he had never been able to achieve very good results in the end. Only a few times, when Luo Lang had not adjusted in time, had Han Jijian managed to wrest victory from his hands. But against the much stronger Long and Ling Lan, Han Jijian had not won even once. This also proved that when there was enough distance between strength levels, all schemes and plots, and all the strange moves in the world, were useless. Therefore, Ling Lan was particularly alert in facing this upcoming match with Qin Yi. Of course, it wasn't that Ling Lan was worried that Qin Yi would give her any trouble in advancing, but rather, she wanted to be ready to process any insights she might obtain from fighting an opponent with a different style, which could enrich her battle experience. Meanwhile, Long was up against the 7th rank of their class, Su Zhizhi. Coincidentally, Su Zhizhi's combat style was almost the same as Long's, so this match between them was definitely going to be bursting with passion and energy. Luo Lang was relatively unlucky. He, who had been plagued with horrendous luck over the last few days, had actually been matched up with the 3rd rank of Class A, Yi Su. Any child who made it into the top 3 of Class A was definitely some supreme genius, and would most certainly have outstanding combat abilities. This was obviously going to be another tough fight for Luo Lang. When Luo Lang saw his opponent's name, his entire face collapsed, and he could almost cry. This was undoubtedly a tough bone that would be extremely hard on the teeth. Even if he managed to win this match by luck, he would probably be unable to continue fighting due to his depleted stamina, which would mean that he could only stop here, fated not to see the next match. It should be known that the matches for the top 7 to advance into the top 4 would follow right after. Would he have any hope of winning without having any time to recover his energy? The answer was that he most definitely would not. How could he not be depressed? Helplessly, Ling Lan patted Luo Lang's shoulder, consoling him weakly. Luo Lang, just do your best. She just couldn't bear to see Luo Lang's sorrowful eyes anymore. This pitiful child, why was he so unlucky? Long rubbed his chin, and said to Luo Lang with a serious look on his face, Luo Lang, don't do any more bad things from now on. Luo Lang was taken aback by these words, unsure what Long meant. Long donned a look that said, this child is unteachable, and shook his head saying, didn't boss say this before? Too many evils done will damage your RP too. Long, I'm going to kill you. Only then did Luo Lang figure out that Long was messing with him. He leapt up and lunged at Long. Long saw Luo Lang coming at him, and perked up joyfully. And so the 2 of them started throwing punches and kicks in a noisy clatter, completely ignoring everyone else around them, not at all bothered at being the center of attention. Oh, these 2 insensitive children. Ling Lan rolled her eyes dramatically, and dodged to one side with Han Jijian. The 2 of them tacitly started whispering to one another, pretending as if they were just members of the audience. Yup, they would definitely never admit that they knew those 2 big idiots who had absolutely no concept of upholding appearances. Long and Luo Lang's fierce battle drew the attention of everyone in the combat hall. Among them, 2 instructors, who had initially had a trace of boredom and impatience on their faces, became much more energetic when they saw Long and Luo Lang's spirited exchange of blows as they fought. Not bad, not bad, the old dean really didn't lie to us. The little brats from this year's first grade really do have some chops, said one of the instructors, chuckling. The other person remained stern, observing intently as Chiong and Luo Lang continued to exchange moves, before responding, "Chen, the foundations of these two brats are pretty good." Chiong and Luo Lang had trailed Ling Lan for this half a year, though it was hard to say if there was any improvement in other aspects. Their foundations in combat were definitely much sounder than they had been at the start of the school year. This was because the learning space had always emphasized that the basics were the most important. Ling Lan naturally brought this principle to Chiong and the others during their regular practice sessions. After watching for a moment, the grinning instructor suddenly sighed. "Tai, don't you find this scene familiar?" The serious-faced instructor looked at the other, uncomprehending. "Thinking back, when I met you, it was also at the Scout Academy. Back then, we also fought like this." The smiling instructor's face was filled with nostalgia. Hearing this, the stern instructor couldn't help but huff mockingly, and say, "The silly grin you had on your face all day back then annoyed me whenever I saw it." That said, he side-eyed his good friend coldly, and continued, "Your face right now is still like that, still annoying. Damn it, well, aren't you still wearing that coffin face of yours around scaring people?" The smiley instructor became disgruntled. Still, even so, his face continued to bear a smile. Looks like he was naturally born with a smiling face. "Want to fight?" Coffin Face stared narrowly at Smiley Face, fighting spirit thick in his eyes. Smiley Face blinked in realization, and said sullenly, "F***ck, almost fell for your plot. I'm not going to fight you, so troublesome." How had he forgotten that his friend was a natural battle freak? His hands would itch if he didn't get to fight at all in a day. Moreover, whenever he actually fought, if he didn't fight till both the skies and the land were dark, until both his body and energy were exhausted, he wouldn't stop. Nope, he wasn't going to inflict this self-torture on himself. Coffin Face saw that his taunts weren't going to work, and his face was full of regret. This year, it was the turn of their batch of operators to teach at the Scout Academy for 1 year. Having just left the battlefield, they were still really unused to this sort of civilian lifestyle. They naturally belonged to the battlefield. "Which child do you favor?" asked Smiley Face, brimming with curiosity. "That one with the crew cut." Coffin Face was referring to Chiong. "Yep, the crew cut brat should have the better strength. However, that pretty boy's physical characteristics are really not bad, a real trainable talent." Smiley Face seemed to like Luo Lang better. Hearing Smiley Face's words, Coffin Face already stern face became even sterner. He peered intently at Smiley Face and said, "You want to take him on as a student? An initiate? Have you thought it through?" The military world really placed a lot of importance on the master-disciple relationship. Regardless of whether it's taking on an initiate disciple or the final, true disciple, once their relationship was confirmed, they wouldn't be able to get away from this connection for the rest of their lives. For instance, if Smiley Face wanted to take on Luo Lang, even just as an initiate disciple, it would be equivalent to Smiley Face acknowledging Luo Lang as a disciple of his branch. From then on, Luo Lang would receive the protection and cultivation of Smiley Face's branch. In other words, whether Luo Lang was good or bad in the future, Smiley Face would have a hand in it. Yeah, just as an initiate disciple though. Smiley Face continued smiling widely, utterly unconcerned. "Precisely because it's just as an initiate disciple, that's why I need you to be more serious about it." Coffin Face was a little angry now. If Smiley Face was taking the boy on as a true disciple, then he would have nothing to worry about, because in that case, both the instructor and the disciple would already be grasshoppers tied together on the same string. Both would have to be equally responsible, and that relationship would be akin to that of a father and son. But an initiate disciple was different. That relationship did not require anything from the student, but had requirements for the instructor. In other words, taking on an initiate disciple meant a unidirectional relationship where the instructor provided painstaking care and effort. If the initiate disciple decided not to become the instructor's true disciple in the end, all the invested effort of the instructor previously would be wasted with no avenue for recourse, because all of it was out of the instructor's self-will. It's rare to find one that I like. It's worth it to take a little risk. Smiley Face seemed to have made up his mind. Coffin Face knew that once his good friend made a decision, he would not change his mind. He could only sigh to himself, and said nothing more. Angry? Asked Smiley Face, prodding at Coffin Face's shoulder. Smiley Face felt that his willfulness may have been a little disrespectful in the face of his good friend's concern, so he couldn't help but seek reassurance. No. I've just made a decision, said Coffin Face placidly. What decision? Smiley Face was very curious. Coffin Face peered at Smiley Face for a moment, then said, I have decided to take on that crew-cut boy as my initiate disciple. Chapter 82, Ling Lan vs. Chiong. Ah! Smiley Face finally could not maintain his smile any longer. The shock was clear on his face, but he very quickly collected his wits, and said exasperatedly, Have you gone mad? This is an initiate disciple we're talking about, initiate. If the elders in your family find out, you'll be in deep sh*t. I'm optimistic about that crew-cut boy's future. Coffin Face's expression was very calm, as if telling Smiley Face that he was worrying for nothing. Besides, didn't you say those two brats are just like we used to be? He was still the one who understood Smiley Face the most. Chiong and Luo Lang's fight had reminded Smiley Face of when they had first met, bringing up feelings of nostalgia. On top of that, in terms of both looks and character, Luo Lang closely resembled Smiley Face, which was why Smiley Face had been moved to take Luo Lang on as an initiate disciple. Of course, another reason was that Luo Lang's personal qualities were also very exceptional. Otherwise, no matter how similar they were, without any cultivation value, the thought of taking him on would never have crossed Smiley Face's mind. Coffin Face's words left Smiley Face unable to continue to try and dissuade him. Smiley Face's lips flapped soundlessly for a moment, but he finally settled on saying, Perhaps they can inherit our dreams. I hope so. Coffin Face looked towards Chiong's direction, and when Smiley Face wasn't looking, a subtle smile silently appeared on his lips, instantly gentling Coffin Face's typically austere look considerably. The arena matches for the advancement of the top 13 into the top 7 were all held simultaneously, so after Ling Lan and the other two of her group exchanged encouragements, they all went to their respective stages. The matches officially began, and most of the crowd had gathered around the stage where the Ling Lan vs. Chiong match was being held. Some of the Class A students who had already been eliminated came personally to the combat hall just to watch this match. Of course, the feelings of the Class A students were complicated, unsure whether they wanted Ling Lan to continue her one-move advancement streak or wished for someone to break it so that Ling Lan would return from that untouchable distance to a more manageable distance before them. However, regardless of what the students thought, Ling Lan and Chiong appeared to be extremely calm. When the referee called out the start of the match, Chiong first dashed to one side of the stage, while Ling Lan remained standing in the middle of the arena, facing the other from a distance. Just like that, the two of them froze. Time slipped by slowly, an unknown number of minutes passed, and the audience themselves couldn't help but become impatient. Then, one of the two finally moved. Ling Lan was the one who moved. Not because her patience was worse than Chiong's, but because she felt that continuing to wait like this was just a waste of time. Chiong's stance was defensive, so it was obvious that he didn't intend to strike first. Chiong had taken such an approach because after studying Ling Lan's previous battles, he had found that those students who had been defeated in one move by Ling Lan had all attacked first. Although he didn't know if defending and counterattacking would be effective, Chiong was hopeful. He settled on the strategy of waiting for Ling Lan to attack first. Chiong still had confidence in himself. He believed that if he put his full attention on tracking the opponent's movements, he should be able to see the other's attacking style, and perhaps would be able to stop the opponent's attack. Ling Lan knew what her opponent was thinking, and so decided not to waste any time. This time, she initiated the attack. Ling Lan charged forward, her right hand forming a fist and striking out at Chiong. Her punch actually emitted a loud explosion of air. You could just see how terrifying its speed and power was. This time, the teacher in charge of refereeing their match was no longer the one from Ling Lan's previous matches. However, when he saw this attack of Ling Lan's, his gaze revealed a trace of astonishment. This astonishment was not due to Ling Lan's speed or strength, but rather due to the move itself. Ling Lan's consecutive advancements with just one move had piqued the curiosity of many teachers, who had then gone on to observe the recordings of Ling Lan's fights. This teacher referee was one of them, and Ling Lan's current attack move had been recognized by him. This was an attack move of Ling Lan's first opponent in the ranking battles. Of course, when Ling Lan executed it, the attack speed and strength was much faster and much fiercer, and at the same time, the opening that appeared when she swung her fist was subtly fixed by crossing her left hand over her chest in preparation for a counter. In other words, the opening was no longer an opening, but a hidden trap. This was the result of Ling Lan and Little Four's research. Ling Lan had lacked proper moves suited for arena-style fighting, which had given her no choice but to appropriate moves from the other students. Finally, she had managed to synthesize around 10 moves from her research, and this was the first time she was using any of them in battle. In contrast to the students' bewilderment, the experienced teacher had been able to tell the origins of this move with one look. This was the reason behind the astonishment in the teacher's eyes. Chiong saw Ling Lan charging at him, and he reacted nimbly, dodging with a quick turn of his body. Ling Lan's attack missed, and before she could follow up with a second attack, Chiong had once again dashed away with a few quick steps, putting a distance of roughly 7 to 8 meters between him and Ling Lan. Wow, he's being really cautious. But boss, why did you decrease your speed and strength by 70%? If you had just attacked with your normal speed, he would never have been able to dodge. The watching Little Four was very puzzled. It was obvious that one move would have been enough. Why had boss held back? No matter what, I must drag the fight till about 10 moves. I don't want to see the teacher's resentful eyes anymore. Ling Lan was truly afraid of that and had decided to first take it easy for a bit. Last night, she had trained in the learning space for the entire night, which had been prolonged to a duration of 2 months, and had finally settled that problematic after effect of hers. Adding up all the time spent before and after, she had spent almost half a year's time, in the learning space, to eradicate the problem. This was why Ling Lan could control her own speed and strength today, otherwise, even if Ling Lan planned to take it easy she would have been unable to. Getting his answer, Little Four said nothing more. He still remembered Ling Lan's warning to not make noise and disturb her unnecessarily when she was fighting. If the opponent hadn't dodged far away, and Ling Lan hadn't stopped pushing her attack, Little Four wouldn't have voiced his question. Ling Lan saw that Chiong had prepared himself once more, so she charged forwards again, and the moment she got within range, she threw out a side kick. In order to successfully drag out the fight to over 10 moves, Ling Lan had no choice but to be a bit careful, and pay close attention to Chiong's condition. She didn't wish to pull back her strength and speed only for the opponent to be defeated anyway because he wasn't prepared to take her attack. That would undoubtedly be an extremely tragic thing. Of course, the teacher who had studied Ling Lan before could tell that this side kick was also an attack move of one of Ling Lan's previous opponents. However, Ling Lan had simplified this side kick. It no longer had the initial preparatory spin to accumulate strength. Although that sort of strength accumulation method could indeed increase this side kick's power by 30%, this one spin not only decreased the attack speed, but also created a large weak point. During the spin, there would be a moment when one's back would be to the opponent, if the opponent grabbed hold of this opportunity, not only could they easily break this move, but they may even counterattack to injure the user heavily instead. This was the reason why Ling Lan had been able to send the original user flying so easily in her previous match. Thus, Ling Lan decisively discarded that one spin, choosing to throw the side kick right after a half turn. The motions had been simplified, but the strength boost was partially retained. According to Ling Lan's estimations, even though the strength accumulation was weaker, there was still a 15% boost, and if the move was handled better, even 20% was possible. As such, only 10% of bonus strength was lost, but with this little loss, a large weak point could be fixed, and the attack speed would also go up. It was undoubtedly worth it. Perhaps this kick came too forcefully, for although Chiong had already been mentally prepared, he was still frightened by this ferocious kick of Ling Lan's. He abruptly realized why Ling Lan had been able to kick her opponents off the stage with one move. It was this strength, which was definitely of a horrific caliber. At that moment, Qin was still oblivious that this was already the result of Ling Lan holding back 70% of her strength and speed. Qin reaction time and speed once again proved that he was exceptional. Facing Ling Lan's powerful side kick, he again managed to evade. At this time, the watching students began cheering for Qin. Ling Lan's performance in her previous matches had been too unbelievable and aberrant, so the students couldn't help but view her as a common enemy. So, when they saw Qin managing to last for 2 moves, they all started voicing out their encouragement, hoping that he would end Ling Lan's legendary winning streak. Under the students' cheers, Qin's initially tense spirits relaxed. He felt that his initial strategy wasn't wrong. Ling Lan must definitely be someone who was good at finding his opponent's weaknesses. He had been able to catch hold of his opponent's weaknesses when they attacked first in his previous matches, which was why he had been able to defeat them in one move. However, when Ling Lan was the attacker, the roles were switched around, so Ling Lan was no longer as invincible as they had thought him to be. Very quickly, Ling Lan had launched several more consecutive attacks. If Qi Long, Luo Lang, and Han Jijian had been here, they may have been shocked and puzzled, because these few moves of Ling Lan would have been both familiar yet strange to them at the same time. That's right, these moves had all been appropriated by Ling Lan when she had fought them. However, these moves, under the combined study of Little Four and herself, had undergone a certain degree of modification. This is not to say that Qi Long's and the others' moves had any problems, but Ling Lan had modified these moves to better suit her own physical capabilities. Ah, boss, it's the 10th move now. Little Four wasn't just a simple observer, he was seriously helping Ling Lan to count the moves being exchanged. Now. Finally I can let loose. Holding back her strength and her speed, as well as keeping track of the opponent's reactions, these 10 moves had been extremely frustrating for Ling Lan. Hearing Little Four say that her imposed 10-move limit was up, her mood brightened immensely. At this time, Qin had already gotten used to Ling Lan's attack speed and strength. He felt that he was able to handle Ling Lan's attacks now, and had begun thinking of ways to counterattack. After all, he would never win by purely defending. Although he was very wary of Ling Lan's strong ability in catching an opponent's weakness, he believed that even if he was caught by Ling Lan, he would be able to handle the situation with his speed and reflexes. So, he decided to make a tentative attack, and his choice of attack was one of the moves from his family-inherited martial arts, one that was best suited for spontaneous adaptation. He's attacking, Little Four called out. Qin's constant dodging, slippery as an eel in water, had annoyed Little Four immensely. Now, seeing the opponent finally planning to attack, he was understandably thrilled. An attack that isn't an attack, a defense that isn't a defense, there must be something more. Qin thought that his speed was very fast and that the changes in his move were very subtle, but in Ling Lan's eyes, his speed was rather slow, and some of the changes were obvious at a glance. Moreover, her senses had already pinpointed a defensive blind spot in his move's defenses. Chapter 83, Extreme Talent. This was Ling Lan's innate talent. When her mental focus reached a certain boundary point, a miraculous ability would emerge. Ling Lan herself wasn't sure what it was, but she felt that it was very useful. As long as she could see the opponent's move clearly, she would be able to find the opponent's weakest point. Ling Lan may be uncertain, but number 1 in the learning space knew what it was. It was precisely because of this that number 1 had unsealed number 5, with the goal of cultivating an extraordinary Ling Lan. It couldn't be helped, this innate talent was just too rare. Even in number 1's country with its highly advanced civilization, children with this innate talent were extremely limited, almost one of a kind. It was the most precious special combat talent, profound insight, the perfect innate talent for mecha operators. A notion flitted through Ling Lan's mind, to attack the weak point, or let the opponent continue his probe and see. In the blink of an eye, Ling Lan made her decision. She decided to first take a look at the opponent's move. Ling Lan was confident, she believed that even if she gave the opponent one more move, the final outcome would not change. This wasn't blind confidence, but a belief backed up by strength. Besides, she was really kind of curious, what would the final form of Qin Yi's move be like? Having made her decision, Ling Lan reacted just as Qin Yi would have hoped. She balled up her right hand into a fist, and held an attack pose, meeting the opponent's attack head-on. A dark gleam flashed through Qin Yi's eyes, and with a shake of his wrist, his entire arm actually moved like a snake, twisting and turning, twining swiftly up Ling Lan's right arm to grab onto it securely. He caught him. At that moment, Qin Yi's gaze revealed a trace of pleasant surprise, a little shocked that he had actually managed to succeed in one move. Qin Yi believed that as long as he managed to control Ling Lan, he had obtained the key to winning. But was that truly the case? Qin Yi's pleasant surprise had yet to fade, and his follow-up move had yet to be executed, when he suddenly felt a sharp pain at his shoulder as a large force slammed into it. At the same time, there was a sudden change in his vision. In his sight, Ling Lan suddenly became the unscalable rooftop of the colossal combat hall, and his hand that had been gripping onto Ling Lan's right arm suddenly felt as if it was holding onto a slippery eel, which slipped out of his hand in a flash. A loud bam, and Qin Yi's body was roughly thrown to the floor of the combat hall. The intense pain coming from all over his body confused him. He struggled to push his upper body up, and saw Ling Lan standing high above him on the edge of the arena stage, looking down on him with a cold expression. Looking down. Qin Yi abruptly woke up, realizing that he had already fallen off the stage. In other words, he had already lost this match. According to the tournament's rules, when a fighter had been thrown out of the range of the arena, it was an immediate loss. What in the world happened? He was the one who had grabbed Ling Lan, and he was the one who had been just about to win, then why was he the one who had been flung out of the arena in the end? This match, he was truly baffled how he had lost. Qin Yi pounded his fists against the ground in frustration, unable to accept his loss. Seeing Qin Yi's dark mood, the teacher referee sighed softly. There had just been too much difference between Qin Yi's and Ling Lan's strength, which was why Qin Yi just couldn't understand how he had lost to Ling Lan. However, this wasn't the time to explain things to Qin Yi. The referee declared loudly, "This match, Ling Lan wins, successfully advancing to the top 7. Perhaps the other children had seen the match as if through fog and mist, but the observing teachers had all seen very clearly. At the time when Qin Yi had successfully grabbed hold of Ling Lan's right arm, just as his hand closed around it, Ling Lan's right hand, which had initially been fisted, had opened up, and the extended fingers had been just the right length to make contact with Qin Yi's shoulder. Of course, this little bit of contact should not have been enough to send Qin Yi flying, but the teachers were all experienced fighters, with the experienced eyes of the strong. They saw that, in the moment when Ling Lan's fingers touched Qin Yi, his fingers had fluttered a few times. This led the teachers to quickly come to the conclusion that Ling Lan had employed some technique, something along the lines of a secondary 1-inch punch, which had the effect of stacking strength. However, because the teachers had not fought with Ling Lan themselves, they could not tell for certain the power of this secret technique, and so were unsure how much Ling Lan's strength had been stacked by it. Still, this force must not be small, otherwise Qin Yi would not have been so easily knocked off the stage. Ling Lan's impressive performance made all the teachers' eyes light up, they were all nodding in approval, expressions filled with pleasant surprise. Some of them were even eager to pounce, wishing they could just take on Ling Lan as an initiate disciple right now. However, when they saw the other teachers around, who all had their sights set on Ling Lan on the stage, these teachers could only halt their steps, sighing internally. This matter wasn't going to be that simple, there were just too many competitors. In the academy, teachers could freely choose their initiate disciples, and there was no limit to this number. Likewise, students also had the right to choose the initiate teacher they wanted, but each student could only choose one teacher. In other words, for these teachers to become Ling Lan's initiate teacher, they would have to get Ling Lan to choose them willingly, and this was undoubtedly going to be very difficult. All of the teachers within the academy had their own advantages, so no one knew who Ling Lan would pick. Leaving Qin Yi's gloom aside, Ling Lan had left the stage immediately after hearing the referee teacher's announcement. Qin Yi's move had sparked her curiosity, she had never expected someone's arm to be able to twist into the shape of a fried dough twist. It looked like her previous foundational physical skills training had already pushed the limits of human flexibility, but at least it had still been within the realm of possibility for humans. It wasn't like what Qin just did. Seeing his arm twine around her arm like a snake, Ling Lan had felt an ache in her teeth, involuntarily drawing in a cold breath. God damn it, she just hated those kind of legless creepy crawly creatures. Even though she had touched, killed, and even eaten quite a few, hate was hate. This deeply rooted mentality wasn't something that could be swept away just by killing them. Ling Lan hadn't stepped off the stage for long when the Class A's second place Wu Chiong also came off his stage. His opponent had been the weakest of the group, the original 14th rank of Class A. Wu Chiong's strength was clearly much stronger than the other by a significant margin, and on top of that, Wu Chiong was an extraordinarily quick attacker. Once his opponent had been drawn into his rhythm, the opponent had been unable to keep up and had missed blocking one of Wu Chiong's punches in. The end. With that, he had been sent flying out of the arena and declared defeated. Though Wu Chiong had only been slightly behind Ling Lan in getting off the stage, because the rally of attacks had been unusually quick, over 40 moves had already passed in his match. Subsequently, several more students got off their respective stages one after another. Chiong was the fourth person of the first-grade Class A to advance into the top 7. Seeing Chiong's animated expression, Ling Lan just knew that Chiong must have had a great time in his fight, otherwise he wouldn't be looking so satisfied. Fighting an opponent with a similar style, how was it? Ling Lan couldn't help but ask curiously. Chiong's mouth split open in a wide smile. It was beyond awesome. If I get bored in future, I'll go find that punk for a fight. His match had truly been a passionate and energetic one, exceptionally lively, allowing Chiong to fully release all the pent-up energy within his body. Hearing this, Ling Lan mentally spared a moment of grief for Su Zhizhi. Being fixated on by this battle maniac, it could be foreseen that Su Zhizhi's coming days would be filled with tragic beatings. "You, don't go overboard," said Ling Lan weakly. Since they were lucky enough to be classmates, she had to try and salvage a bit of Su Zhizhi's future. "Relax, boss, I'll watch myself. I won't injure him." Chiong sent a mournful look at Ling Lan, and added, "If boss was willing to fight with me, then I wouldn't have to go look for him. Fighting with you, boss, is still more exciting." Every time he sparred with Ling Lan, although he was always the one being pummeled, he would always feel that he had gotten a bit stronger after it. So, he sincerely wished to fight Ling Lan more, but unfortunately, Ling Lan had refused to fight for a long while previously, greatly depressing him. Hearing Chiong's words, Ling Lan shuddered violently, and replied immediately, "Su Zhizhi's skills are pretty good, he's a good opponent." "Chiong, you have good taste. Better you than me, Su Zhizhi, sacrifice yourself as tribute." Ling Lan resolutely cast aside the little remaining sympathy she had for her classmate into the far reaches of outer space. Hells, if Chiong really fixated on her instead, she would have to really spend all day and night embroiled in the world of combat. That would truly be unbearable. Ling Lan's words made Chiong nod affirmatively. He too believed that his choice wasn't bad. For him, who liked to fight, being pummeled by Ling Lan was unavoidable, and when fighting with Luo Lang and Han Jijian, he found himself unable to truly let himself go, so fighting them was unsatisfying. Now that he had found Su Zhizhi who fought with the same blunt and wild style as he did, he could fight without worry, so his mood was extraordinarily good. Chiong had already thought it through early on. If Boss Lan was free, then he would look for Boss Lan to fight, torment himself, but if Boss Lan wasn't free, then he would seek out Su Zhizhi to fight, torment the other, and when Su Zhizhi ran out of energy, he would go fight with Luo Lang and Han Jijian. There was no helping it. Chiong's stamina was truly so good that it was abnormal, which was why he had no choice but to keep fighting to expend all that excess energy. "There isn't any problem with your stamina right now, right?" Ling Lan was a little worried that Chiong might have gone overboard in his glee at finding new prey. When Chiong heard this, he hurriedly shook his head. He would never make such a mistake. He gave his arms several forceful shakes, showing Ling Lan that his energy was still abundant. Although Chiong looked as if he was all brawn with little brain, he definitely wasn't a reckless person, but was more the type who seemed foolish in his great wisdom. He had a clear bottom line in his heart, knowing that play was play, but there was a limit to that. Advancing from the top 13 into the top 7 was not the end point, the following top 7 to top 4 advancement matches were directly after. If he really fooled around too much and used up most of his energy, if he then happened to lose, even if he could forgive himself, he believed that his boss Ling Lan would never let it go, and would definitely kill him personally. After half a year of interaction, Chiong knew very well what Ling Lan's creed was. Ling Lan only upheld one principle: a battle that could be won should never be lost. If victory was uncertain, then efforts should be made to win; if loss was certain, then avoid if possible; if it was unavoidable, then create all the conditions necessary to win and win it. In other words, Ling Lan was someone who hated, abhorred, loathed failing. This was a compulsion that Ling Lan had brought with her from her previous life, because back then, failure for Ling Lan would be at the cost of her life, so Ling Lan could not afford to lose. Therefore, Chiong, as Ling Lan's follower, couldn't speak of losing so easily. Chiong just couldn't drop the ball at this critical juncture, unless he no longer wanted to call Ling Lan boss. Chapter 84, The Top 4 Emerges. For the advancement of the top 13 to the top 7, the final match to end was Luo Lang and Yi Su's. The two of them were equally matched, and a winner had only been determined right at the very end when they had both been utterly worn out. Yi Su had collapsed a second later than Luo Lang, and thus gained the victory, successfully advancing. Han Jijian and the others felt sorry for Luo Lang. If Luo Lang hadn't had to expend so much energy yesterday, causing fatigue to remain in his body which held him back today, then perhaps the result would be different. But regardless, Luo Lang's match was officially over. However, Luo Lang's defeat didn't lower his standing in the eyes of the Class A students, because in this match, he had proven that his strength was roughly equivalent with that of Yi Su's. In other words, Luo Lang's strength was on par with the Class A top 3 ranks. The gazes of all the Class A students were now gathered upon Ling Lan and Chiong. If Luo Lang's strength was already on par with the top 3 of Class A, then how strong were Ling Lan and Chiong really? It should be known that Luo Lang was considered the weakest among the three of them. However, they believed that as the matches progressed, Ling Lan's and Chiong's true strength will be displayed before them. Then, they would be able to know once and for all just how much depth there really was to Ling Lan and Chiong. In short order, about half an hour later, the advancement battles for the top 7 into top 4 began. Although Yi Su really hoped he would get a bye one so that he would be able to have more time to recover his strength, unfortunately, the academy did not wish for Yi Su to be that lucky. The bye for this round was given to Chiong. When the name list for the assignment of byes came out, Ling Lan could pretty much confirm the academy's bye allocation strategy. They had chosen the strongest few; in other words, the academy was intentionally precluding the element of luck in this. For the top 7 to top 4 battles, due to Chiong's bye, there were only 3 matches. Ling Lan's luck was not much weaker than Chiong's, actually being matched up with the already worn-out Yi Su who no longer had the ability to put up a good fight. Meanwhile, Ling Jie had been matched with the original rank 5 of Class A, Jiang Yuan, while Wu Jiong had been paired with the 4th rank, Zhou Jirong, both matches a meeting of the strong. The moment Yi Su saw the matchup name list, his face fell. His opponent was actually going to be that Ling Lan. This luck of his was just too terrible. Originally, he had thought of at least trying to fight, but against such an opponent like Ling Lan, he wasn't sure he could win even if he had been full of strength, let alone in this current dire situation. Yi Su had no choice but to consider the other ranking battles he would have to fight if he lost. It should be noted that the ranking battles to determine the rankings of 13th to 8th and 7th to 5th would be held at the same time. If he used up the rest of his strength here, it was very likely that he might not even be able to hold on to 5th place. It had to be said that the stronger the child, the stronger their judgment and acceptance. Knowing when to give up was also a form of courage. The moment the referee teacher on stage said start, Yi Su, who had already thought things through, resolutely raised his hand to surrender. So, just like that, Ling Lan once again advanced easily, successfully becoming the quickest to advance among the 3 people, excluding Chiong's advancement via the bye. Meanwhile, Ling Jie's and Wu Jiong's respective matches were both very intense. Although Ling Jie and Wu Jiong were the top 2 of Class A, their strength was not yet at the level where they would suppress all opposition, being just a little stronger than their opponents. As such, it was really hard to say who would win in the end, for of course the opponents also had their eye on advancing, and had drawn up their full strength to fight it out with their opponent. However, the two of them proved to have substantial roots in the end. Lin Jongqing was the direct descendant of the top elite family of the Federation. All the combat arts he learned had been through the tests of time, with only the best foundational arts being kept, and as such he had a head start over other people. Meanwhile, Wu Jiong was also the descendant of a fourth-generation military family. A set of military combat arts was enough for him to dominate over most of the other kids. In the end, the two of them relied on their solid foundations to defeat their opponents and advanced successfully into the top 4. The advancement of these 4 students was accepted full-heartedly by the Class A students, with no objections whatsoever. The morning's battles didn't end there. Following right on its heels were the 13th to 8th and 7th to 5th place final ranking battles. This time, Yi Su's luck returned, receiving the only bye slot for the 7th to 5th place ranking fights. This gave him the time to continue resting in the recovery pod, taking advantage of every second to recover his energy. Luo Lang's luck was also not bad. For the first round, he fought against a weaker student, gaining a hard-earned victory. Then he received a bye for the next round, and had to wait for the winner of the other group to be done so they could fight for the 8th rank. Of course, he also took the chance to rest in a recovery pod to regain his strength. In the end, having recovered enough energy, both Yi Su and Luo Lang defeated their respective opponents. And so, Luo Lang obtained 8th place, while Yi Su obtained 5th place. On the rankings, Yi Su's ranking had dropped compared to when school just started, but his status was not at all lowered in the minds of the students. Yi Su's strength was definitely exceptional. It was just that no one had expected 2 aberrant oddballs such as Ling Lan and Chiong to appear in Class A. Chiong was more the oddball, while Ling Lan was more the aberrant. Meanwhile, Luo Lang's rank had risen considerably, obtaining the 8th position. Everyone felt that it was well deserved, with some students even thinking that Luo Lang's true rank should be 1 or 2 ranks higher. After all, he and Yi Su had been neck and neck during their battle, so it would be reasonable for him to be the 6th rank. However, there wasn't much difference in strength among the top 10 of Class A anyway, so there was no need to be too caught up in the details of the rankings. Finally, only the exact ranking of the top 4 was left unsettled. What were the final matchups going to be? However, the semi-finals and the finals had been scheduled for the afternoon, so the Class A students could only suppress their curiosity, and go have their lunch at the canteen first. While eating, Han Jijian voiced his concern over the possibility of Ling Lan going up against Chiong, but Chiong wasn't worried about it at all. Rather, he was excited at the prospect, thinking that that would be the perfect opportunity for him to fight all out with Boss Lan. Hearing this, although her expression retained its usual calm, Ling Lan prayed in her heart for the Academy's AI to be wise, and assigned the troublesome Chiong to be someone else's responsibility. Talking and laughing, the few of them finished their lunch, and then went back together to the combat hall, to wait for the notification of the final matchups. The time finally arrived, and the battle name list was revealed. Seeing it, Han Jijian and Luo Lang leapt up in excitement, while Wu Jiong frowned slightly, his expression turning grim. That's right, his opponent for the coming match was the one he feared the most, Ling Lan. If possible, he really had not wanted to meet him during the semi-finals, hoping that he would be able to advance to the finals in his best condition. However, Wu Jiong quickly regained his equilibrium. As a descendant of a military family, he wasn't one to shy away from tough challenges. Wu Jiong was actually very prepared. Ever since Ling Lan had first advanced in one move, he had already been paying attention to him, considering Ling Lan as his greatest rival within Class A. Indeed, in Wu Jiong's eyes, that arrogant punk Li Yingjie was not worthy of being his rival. Although Li Yingjie was a match for him now, he believed that in 3 to 5 years' time, he would definitely leave Li Yingjie in the dust as one of his stepping stones. From Wu Jiong's observations, he found that Ling Lan's current strength was certainly one level higher than them, so it would be extremely difficult to defeat him. Still, he wouldn't give up just because of this. He had contacted his father, detailing Ling Lan's combat movements to him, in hopes that his father would be able to provide some guidance. It wasn't that Wu Chiong didn't want to let his father see a recording of Ling Lan's fights, but unfortunately, the Central Scout Academy kept a very strict guard on the videos of their students. It was impossible to send out the data from within the school, the moment one left the school grounds. Any data saved within any communicators, as long as it was a video file downloaded from the school servers, would be automatically deleted via formatting, so even a top expert in AI would be unable to restore it. This was one of the ways the Academy protected its students, forbidding video images of its students from being leaked to the outside world, though of course verbal descriptions were not included under this coverage. After Wu Jiong's father had heard his descriptions, he had waited a beat before telling him to just hold on and wait for an opportunity. If he could hold on till after the opponent's 10th move, then perhaps he would be able to find a way to win. The greatest reason for this was just that Ling Lan made too few moves, so there was no way to see where his weaknesses lay. Wu Jiong had naturally taken his father's words to heart, and based on the top 13 to top 7 advancement match, his father's words were proven to be accurate. Qin Yi had just been a little too impatient, moving recklessly before he had figured out Ling Lan's true strength. Wu Jiong mentally warned himself to be patient, no matter how fierce Ling Lan's attacks were, even if there were many openings, if he wasn't sure of success, he should just continue to hold back. Very quickly, the two matches officially kicked off. After some hesitation, Han Jijian had decided to go watch Qilong and Ling Jie's battle. Meanwhile, Luo Lang had chosen to go watch Ling Lan's fight, because he wanted to see Ling Lan's true combat skills. Speaking of which, it was rather sad that after following Ling Lan for half a year and fighting him several times during that time, they had still never seen Ling Lan use any proper systematic combat arts. Because, when Ling Lan fought with them, he basically didn't use any formal moves at all. He only attacked based on instinct with direct moves, clear to see and understand. Precisely because of this point, Han Jijian and the others had never been able to pin down Ling Lan's true background. Although Han Jijian had tried beating around the bush, Ling Lan had just smiled but kept silent. Was there really a secret behind it all, or was there really no secret at all? They just had no way to know. If Ling Lan had known that Qilong and the others were so concerned about her background, she would probably laugh her head off. At this moment, Ling Lan still wasn't clear about her father's true status in this world, thinking that she was just an ordinary inconspicuous descendant of a small elite family, a child with a widowed mother who had broken ties with the small elite family at that. It had to be said that Ling Lan was a little careless in this respect. Of course, Little Four was also partly to blame here, never reminding Ling Lan to go learn more about Ling Xiao, so Ling Lan only knew that her father was an unremarkable major general in some random regiment the Federation had. So many major generals they were like hairs on the backs of cows, who had then carelessly gotten a game over when he went off to fight on the battlefield. The matches finally started, and Wu Jiong chose to do the same as Qin Yi, dodging to one side, and putting up a cautious defense. This caused Ling Lan's head to ache. Meanwhile, on Qilong's side, the fight was intense from the very beginning. Qilong had always been a child who fought based on personal instinct, so when he heard the referee teacher say start, he charged forwards immediately. Chapter 85, Qilong vs. Liangjie. Initially, Liangjie had wanted to launch a test attack once to probe Qilong's depths, but the thought had barely crossed his mind when the other's right fist had appeared unexpectedly before his eyes. It was coming at him fast and furious, the wind blasted towards him by the punch causing a mild ache in his cheeks. Liangjie reacted quickly. He leaned backwards to put as much distance as he could between the two of them, and crossed his arms in front of him to block the punch. A soft bam. The sound of a fist striking flesh. Liangjie was sent stumbling back 3 steps before the force behind Qilong's punch dissipated. But with this retreat, he had lost the initiative. Taking advantage of the opponent's inability to attack, Qilong rained a heavy barrage of combo attacks on Liangjie. This was Qilong's favored style of attack to begin with, so he was truly fighting just as he liked. In the few advancement matches at the beginning, his opponents had all been thoroughly defeated by these wild attacks of Qilong. Mind you, it wasn't easy for opponents who were slow to rev up and get their head into the game to get used to Qilong's unreasonable attacks. Qilong's fierce attacks in this match led all the watching teachers to nod repeatedly in approval, all of them thinking that he was good at timing his attacks, and had good instincts, a true natural-born fighter. When Coffin Face, who was intently watching Chiong fight from the side, saw this, his expression became heavy, as if thinking of something. Seeing this, Smiley Face couldn't hold back his curiosity. "You noticed something? Just keep watching, if it really is what I think it is." "Yun Yi, maybe, I've hit the jackpot." Coffin Face's eyes, which were originally as calm as still water, were actually shining with an unusual light. It was clear to see just how turbulent his emotions were. Smiley Face understood his good friend very well, and knew that his friend would not talk about things he wasn't sure of, and so he did not continue to question, but instead turned to put his full attention on watching Chiong and Liangjia's match. Perhaps he would be able to see something, for Smiley Face knew very well who his good friend was excited about. Although Liangjia was so cocky and arrogant that he invited dislike, it could not be denied that his abilities were really not bad and that he had really solid foundations. Even though he had been taken off guard by Chiong's fierce attack right out of the gate, it wasn't long before he gradually managed to hold his ground. Although he was still more on the passive side, he still managed to find several opportunities to fight back. This performance of his also gained the acknowledgement of quite a number of the teachers in attendance. Of course, this was not to say that Liangjia had turned the tables around and was fighting Chiong on even ground. Truth was that Chiong still had the advantage. It was pretty much impossible for Liangjia to wrest control back within 100 moves. Liangjia also understood that this situation was bad for him, and as this was also the first time he was disadvantaged in a fight, he couldn't help but become a little anxious and impatient. Since he had first entered the Central Scout Academy, his father had already told him that the first ranking tournament was very important. Its importance did not lie in the treatment one would receive after having their ranking confirmed, but rather in its function as a test to highlight the cream of the crop, so that the most exceptional students could receive the cultivation of the most exceptional instructors under the initiate program, which was unique to the Central Scout Academy. However, very few children would have the chance to experience it, for the initiate program was extremely covert, and its education system was on a one-on-one basis. Other than the children who had been selected to participate in the program, the majority of children would never get to know of its existence. Of course, with regards to some of the older elite families, those upper-ranking individuals with power and authority, this secret was no secret at all. Thus, they would remind their children to pay special attention to the first ranking tournament, which was how Liangjia knew of this as well. Frankly, the Central Scout Academy was also aware of this leak, so the concealment of this program was actually only targeted at the commoners. However, the Academy was not at all concerned, because those children who emerged with great potential and exceptional abilities were typically all from these elite families and high-ranking upper class. After all, these people possessed excellent genetics, so the quality of their descendants was guaranteed to a certain extent. Although Liangjia was a little irritable and impatient, under the solid foundational teachings of the Li family, he still managed to hold himself back, exchanging up to 100 moves with Chiong. He had originally thought that the situation would slowly get better, but after 100 moves, he found that his passive state in the match was still unchanged. At that moment, his heart started to become agitated, and the way he fought became more and more impatient. Seeing this, Smiley Face lifted an eyebrow and said, "Tai, looks like the outcome is set." Coffin Face nodded. Crew Cut Boy's opponent's patience is lacking. This is a good chance, but whether or not he can take hold of it, still depends on what the Crew Cut Boy is going to do. If it really was as he thought, the boy could not lose. Liangjia decided that he could not afford to continue dragging things out with Chiong. He needed to regain the initiative and quickly end this match in advance. Only then could he get the opportunity to train under the strongest instructor. Just by coming to that mental decision, Liangjia's entire aura changed. His initial bit of impatience disappeared in a split second and a cold air started emanating from his entire body. The students in the audience may not have been able to sense this sort of change in aura, but the eyes of the watching teachers all turned serious. Smiley Face and Coffin Face were not excluded, especially Coffin Face, who surreptitiously prepared a Federation coin in his hand, just in case. At this moment, Chiong seemed to have sensed the difference in Liangjia, but did not stop attacking with his hands and legs, instead increasing the intensity of his attacks. Coffin Face's eyes were coldly focused, and his expression became even grimmer. Could it be that Chiong had sensed the danger and so was attacking with all his might? Lin Jongqing parried attack after attack as he systematically retreated one foot after another. Meanwhile, his gaze became exceptionally cool and analytical, and there was even a trace of not too subtle killing intent. No matter how berserk Chiong was, his attacks would always have a moment of pause, and Lin Jongqing was just waiting for that moment. He wanted to defeat Chiong in one strike, so he needed to put enough distance between them, otherwise he would be too busy handling Chiong's relentless attacks to even unleash his trump card. That's right, Lin Jongqing was so confident because he still had a powerful trump card. His father had cautioned him not to use this trump card frivolously, because this was a killing art of the Li family, and was one of the true combat arts that had been passed down the Li family over thousands of years. There was enough distance now. Lin Jongqing finally got into the stance of the Li family's sure-kill technique. When Coffin Face saw this, his expression changed subtly. His fingers flipped, and the coin held in his palm was now poised between his index finger and his middle finger. If Chiong charged forwards to attack, he would immediately launch the coin to send Chiong flying out of his opponent's attack range. Just when everyone thought that Chiong would continue rushing forwards to attack Lin Jongqing, Chiong did something which stunned all the spectators. As if suddenly sensing something, Chiong, who had been preparing to attack, frowned and actually stopped moving forwards. Not only that, he also retreated swiftly, putting a considerable distance between him and Lin Jongqing. When Chiong stopped once more, his pose had already changed from its original attack stance to a defensive stance, expression cautious, seemingly very concerned about Lin Jongqing's change. Seeing this, Coffin Face's emotionless face suddenly became animated. Retrieving the coin between his fingers to envelop it once more in his palm, he muttered to himself, "That's right, this is it, this is it." Tai, what exactly is it? After watching for so long, Smiley Face found that he was still clueless, and so couldn't resist opening his mouth to ask again. "Don't rush, Yun Yi, once the results are out, I'll explain." Right then, Coffin Face just had no thought to spare for explaining things to his good friend. His spirited eyes were fixed squarely on Chiong, a deep yearning in his gaze. Initially, he had only wanted to take on Chiong as an initiate disciple because of Smiley Face, but now, he truly wanted to do so from the bottom of his heart. The spectating Han Jijian's expression also became grim, although he couldn't sense it as accurately as the instructors, he could still tell that something wasn't right with the change in Lin Jongqing's aura. Along with Lin Jongqing's strange pose, Han Jijian knew that this was going to be trouble. The clever Han Jijian deduced instantly that Lin Jongqing must have brought out his deeply hidden trump card, for this somewhat fear-inducing pose had not been seen in any of his previous matches. At that moment, Han Jijian couldn't help but muse to himself, no wonder the top of the rankings had been monopolized by the old elite families for many years, their roots were indeed deep. It should be noted that for them, who were from middle-class families within a militaristic system, being able to learn a high-level military basic art was already considered extraordinarily lucky. But for those old elite families, they had more than one set of this sort of combat arts, and the types were varied, some even including real hereditary combat arts, such as the case of the Li family. Just like that, Chiong and Lin Jongqing faced off, and this time, Chiong displayed his rare patience, holding back instead of charging forwards recklessly to attack. Lin Jongqing couldn't help but swear internally, why was this Chiong so d***m lucky? Right now, the stance he was holding was the Li family's strongest defensive counterattack move. As long as Chiong launched an attack, he could instantly take advantage of the opponent's fatal weakness during his attack, and achieve a one-hit kill effect. Unfortunately, Chiong suddenly refused to attack. Lin Jongqing did consider that perhaps Chiong had seen through his stance, but the moment this notion popped up, it was ruthlessly quashed by him. His father had said before that all opponents who saw the Li family death combat arts were dead. Chiong definitely couldn't know what he was thinking. In the end, the one who lost in terms of patience was still Lin Jongqing. Lin Jongqing decided not to wait any longer because this one killing move wasn't all he had, he still had many killing moves which required him to take the initiative. So, Ling Jie changed his stance. He rushed towards Chiong, reaching Chilong's side in a flash, and 2 fingers of his left hand headed straight for Chilong's right arm, while his right hand splayed open vertically like a blade. Seeing this, Chilong was startled, and then without even thinking about it, his right fist hurtled toward the other's left fingers. In Coffin Face's low-hanging right hand, that little coin once again appeared between his fingers. Another bam of bodily impact, and 2 figures were sent flying in separate directions. Then there was a loud ah, which was quickly followed by 2 bodies violently crashing onto the ground. Both combatants had been unable to withstand the force behind the other's blow and had crashed heavily to the ground. One of the figures smashed onto the floor of the arena stage, continued to roll over and then bounced off the edge, directly tumbling off the stage to fall below the arena. Meanwhile, the other person smashed onto the stage as well, and actually made deep scratches on the arena floor as he slid towards the edge of the arena. Just as it looked like he would fall off the stage, that person swung out his left hand in a claw and resolutely struck out with all his might at the arena floor. His fingers sunk into the ground with a resounding noise, but even so, score marks roughly 3 centimeters long were left on the surface of the arena floor. However, because of this force, the person managed to halt his falling body, and then with a somersault, he was once again standing firmly on the edge of the stage, clearly telling everyone that he was the winner of this match. The referee teacher stood at the edge of the arena, glanced down at the figure lying below the stage, and then looked at the student who was already standing securely beside him. His expression was incredulous. Looks like the first grade Class A was really going to riot. I declare, the winner of the advancement fight is, Chilong. Chapter 86, Sixth Sense. Following this declaration, Ling Jie, who was below the stage, stood up with a face full of shock as if he could not conceive that this would be the outcome. How, you knew that was my only weak point? Seeing Chilong preparing to walk off the stage, Ling Jie couldn't help but call out. It was the greatest killing move, but it also had the greatest weakness. An average person would never choose to fight in a way where both parties would take damage, not when there were other options available, but Chilong had chosen to attack that spot out of all spots. This was something he just could not comprehend. Chilong scratched his head, and thought hard for a while before replying, I didn't know. It's just my instincts were telling me that it should be that way, and so my fist went there. Of course, he didn't say that he had once almost lost his life under a similar move made by Ling Lan. He had asked Ling Lan then whether there was a way to break the move, and Ling Lan, guilty at accidentally injuring Chilong just then, had deconstructed the move for him, as well as taught him that the spot which looked the strongest was most often the weakest in moves like this. In choosing to dodge it, you would fall right into the opponent's trap. However, when fighting, Chilong didn't have the chance to think that much. He only remembered one point: the more dangerous it was, the more he should not dodge. Thus, even as he blanked out, he decided to listen to his heart and attack the spot it pointed out as attackable. Reality proved that his heart had not lied to him. However, Chilong's answer made Ling Jie's face flush red. He felt that this answer was an excuse Chilong had thought up because he was unwilling to tell him the real reason. At that moment, a swell of rage crested in his heart, and he hated the fact that he couldn't rip apart the hateful Chilong before his eyes. However, a trace of worry rose in his heart at the same time. He wondered if the Li family top-secret killing moves had been leaked. If that was really the case, it would be a devastating blow to the Li family. Mind you, for the Li family to be so firmly rooted in the Federation, with a lineage spanning thousands of years, a large part of it could be credited to this set of highly lethal combat arts. Ling Jie decided that once the ranking battles were over, he must immediately relay this news to his father so that he could investigate and find out who was it that had betrayed the Li family. It wasn't just Ling Jie who didn't believe Chilong's words, for even the other spectators were skeptical. Of course, as Chilong's sworn brother, Han Jijian knew that Chilong was really speaking the truth, because he knew very well just how powerful Chilong's animal instinct was. There was still one more person who believed Chilong's words, the quietly observing Coffin Face. The matter-of-fact look on his face only made Smiley Face, who was standing beside him, even more confused. He was just about to question the other, when Coffin Face suddenly tugged at his clothes, signaling for him to walk away with him. After answering Liangjie, Chi-Long then slowly walked off the stage towards the waiting Han Jijian. Before he could call out a greeting, he saw two youths dressed in instructor apparel, with a clearly militaristic air about them, walking towards him from the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but stop in surprise. The tall man with a cold expression started by saying, "You there, student. Excuse me, how should I address you?" At this moment, several instructors who had been thinking of taking action saw the two men's approach, and abruptly stopped their steps with bitter smiles on their faces. They knew then that things were just not fated to be with that boy who was so wild in combat, they wouldn't dare to fight over an initiate disciple with those two tough customers. Chi-Long was a little puzzled, unsure why the man had come up to him, but he still answered politely, "Hello teacher, I'm called Chi-Long." Han Jijian sensed someone behind him and quickly turned his head around to look. When he saw who it was, his expression tightened, and he immediately bent low in a bow, saying respectfully, "Good day, teachers." Seeing Chi-Long still standing with a bewildered face, he hurriedly nudged him, signaling for him to follow his example. Although Chi-Long was a little lost, unsure why Han Jijian wanted him to be so respectful to the other party, he would never go against Han Jijian's will in small matters like this, and so Chi-Long mimicked Han Jijian and gave a respectful bow as well. Coffin Face and Smiley Face exchanged a look, and Smiley Face took a closer look at Han Jijian, a trace of interest in his eyes. This little fellow wasn't simple at all, actually managing to sense something within that split second. The two men indicated for Chi-Long and Han Jijian to follow them, so Han Jijian decisively tugged on Chi-Long, pulling him along behind the teachers. Although Chi-Long really wanted to go see Ling Lan's match, he still acceded to Han Jijian's decision, and together they came to a secluded corner in the combat hall. Smiley Face took a look around, and only after confirming that there was no one within range to hear their conversation, did he nod to Coffin Face to proceed. "Chi-Long, I would like to take you on as my initiate disciple, are you willing?" Coffin Face's expression was as frigid as usual, not at all concerned that his cold demeanor would scare away this student he had his eye on. Initiate disciple. Chi-Long was at first taken aback, but then he recalled something and came to an abrupt realization. Seeing this, Coffin Face let out an internal breath of relief. Looks like this child already knew of this secret, so he wouldn't have to waste words explaining. This sort of explaining task was what he feared the most. Han Jijian glanced at Chi-Long with a face full of envy. About the matter of initiate disciples, his own father had already informed him about it when he had been accepted into the academy. This was also why he had been so respectful back when the teachers had approached Chi-Long. He had figured it out instantly. "Of course I'm willing." Becoming an initiate disciple was not like becoming an instructor's official disciple. There were no responsibilities associated with it on the student's end, only benefits. Of course Chi-Long would not turn down this opportunity to become strong quickly, which had fallen into his lap with no strings attached. Without even having to think about it, he agreed. However, Chi-Long was not someone who would forget his friends. He pulled Han Jijian closer to his side and said, "This is my good friend, called Han Jijian, IQ 260, definitely smarter than me. Teacher, could you also accept him as an initiate disciple?" Hearing this, Han Jijian's face paled dramatically and he hurried to stop him, yelling, "Chi-Long." Many children would be disliked and discarded by a teacher because of greed, and lose the chance to become an initiate disciple in the end. Seeing Chi-Long so reckless, Han Jijian was so anxious that his forehead was beaded with sweat. In his heart, he was blaming Chi-Long. Why did he have to be so willful? Didn't he know this was his chance to become strong quickly? Seeing Han Jijian so anxious for Chi-Long, while Chi-Long remained determined to obtain this privilege for his good friend, Smiley Face's smile deepened, and even the lines on Coffin Face's face gentled noticeably. The two of them shared a glance, and then Smiley Face looked once more at Han Jijian to say, "Han Jijian, if you're not against it, then be my initiate disciple." In awed surprise, Han Jijian raised his head to say, "Can I?" Smiley Face was all smiles as he nodded, and Han Jijian said emotionally, "Thank you teacher, I'm willing, I'm willing." Seeing this result, Chi-Long grinned widely in satisfaction. But Coffin Face frowned slightly as he said, didn't you have your eye on the other boy? Taking on one more disciple meant that he would have to expend double the effort. Coffin Face didn't wish for Smiley Face to become too tired. Smiley Face remained smiling as he said, taking on one more is no big deal. We'll have plenty of time this coming year ahead. That said, he removed 2 flat and rectangular copper plates from his pocket, both of which had an orchid blossom carved on it, and handed them to Han Jijian, saying, "One's for you, while the other is for the other initiate disciple I've got my eye on. He should also be one of your companions, that boy who was fighting with Chiong in the morning." Hearing this, Chiong and Han Jijian looked at each other in pleasant surprise, and said in unison, "Luo Lang." Smiley Face smiled and said, "Should be him." Han Jijian did not hesitate, immediately contacting Luo Lang through his communicator, throwing down a brief, "Get here," and hanging up before Luo Lang could answer. Luo Lang, who had been in the midst of watching Ling Lan and Wu Jiong's match, came over, utterly confused. When Smiley Face repeated his intentions to take him on as an initiate disciple, Luo Lang likewise agreed without any hesitation, directly taking one of the copper plates from Han Jijian's hands. This was a token representing the teacher's commitment, it could not be lost. Meanwhile, Chiong had received a silver dollar, but the image on it was that of a pine tree, hardy and strong, tasteful in its simplicity. Having gained satisfactory initiate disciples, Coffin Face and Smiley Face no longer had any thought of remaining in the combat hall. Bidding farewell to Chiong and the others, they left the combat hall after arranging a time and place for training. On the road, Smiley Face finally asked the question he had held back for so long. "Tai, what exactly does that Chiong have to cause you to be so excited, to even bring out that token which represents an official disciple? If I had the authority to accept true disciples, I'd even be willing to give a gold dollar," said Coffin Face seriously. "That boy Chiong, if I'm not mistaken, has awakened the 6th sense." Coffin Face words shocked Smiley Face. "How can that be? Even we have only just touched on the edges of the 6th sense. Perhaps, this is an innate talent he was born with." Coffin Face could only explain it this way. The 6th sense was a miraculous ability, allowing one to sense danger and opportunity instinctually. Right now, the Federation already knew how to rely on extremely cruel torments to force trainees to gain this ability, but of course, the success rate was exceedingly low. Only those with resolute personalities who had been through countless battles could have the chance to obtain this, as they called it, ability from the realm of the gods. For instance, he and Smiley Face were part of the few lucky ones. This was also the first time he had seen it in a child. That unpolished natural ability was even stronger than that which they've obtained through external forces. Perhaps this was their chance to cultivate an ultimate warrior for their sect. Coffin Face had already decided that he would train Chiong well, he would not allow such an extraordinary talent to be lost within the masses. He also considered that if he couldn't teach Chiong well enough, then he would entrust Chiong to his honorable teacher for mentoring. If instructor number 1 from the learning space were here, his face would be filled with disdain upon hearing what Coffin Face had said. This was no 6th sense. It was, in fact, an awakened sensory talent, proper name, perception, otherwise known as animal instinct, and was one of the lower average level talents. From this, we can see that the technology and its accompanying combat cultivation systems of the current world and the Mandora star system were light years apart, completely not of the same level. Meanwhile, after collecting their thoughts and feelings, Chiong, Han Jijian, and Luo Lang hurried back to Ling Lan's combat arena to watch her match. Ling Lan's match was the complete opposite of Chiong's, no intensity in sight. The two combatants were battling it out in terms of patience, both sides testing the other. Ling Lan knew very well where her problem lay. Killing people was no problem. Even if 10 more Wu Jiong appeared, she would be able to KO them easily. However, to win without harming her opponent, or even just lightly wounding her opponent, was a great challenge for Ling Lan. After all the moves she had mastered were ultimate killing moves. The moves that she could take out for a formal match were just too limited. Translator's thoughts. Ryuxinji. Flirting with the edges of the top 10. Nice. Whether we get up there or not, thank you all very much for the votes, and for reading and commenting. Some of your comments really make my day. 3-inch. Here's one extra chapter for the week. Have a great weekend, y'all. Chapter 87, A New Upset Record. Of course, Ling Lan could also choose to fight by just reacting to the opponent's moves. However the opponent chose to fight, that'd be how she'd break the move. Unfortunately, Wu Jiong was unwilling to play along with this plan of hers. In other words, Wu Jiong was determined not to take the initiative and attack but wanted Ling Lan to start attacking. As such, Ling Lan was currently having a headache. This was also why Qilong's side had already exchanged over 100 moves, but here on Ling Lan's end, only 10 or so tentative moves had been exchanged. In other words, a majority of the time was wasted by the two fighters just circling each other. However, whatever Ling Lan may lack, patience wasn't one of them. Even Instructor Number 1 had mentioned before that Ling Lan's patience was of an abnormal level, except when she herself did not wish to tolerate something. It could be predicted that this stalemate of theirs where they continued to circle around each other would continue indefinitely. This caused many of the spectating students to lose their patience, leaving in droves, while a majority of the teachers also shifted their gazes from Ling Lan to observe the situation at some of the other arenas. Within the mind space, Little Four had also become increasingly agitated at the current endless circling. "Boss, aren't you dizzy at all? They've already circled for around 50 to 60 circles, right?" "I'm fine. No dizziness at all," Ling Lan replied, self-mockingly. She was rather helpless to do anything about the current situation. It should be noted that during several of her attacks, she had intentionally exposed some small openings, but unfortunately, Wu Jiong's patience and self-discipline were both excellent, actually managing to resist the temptation to attack. "Boss, just KO him directly," urged Little Four. His boss could obviously finish this with just the tip of a finger. Why did she have to make things so complicated? Little Four really didn't understand what Ling Lan was worrying about. KO directly? If only it were that easy. Ling Lan threw an angry glare at Little Four, telling him to stop making this sort of useless suggestion. Ling Lan's distrust made Little Four very angry. His little cheeks immediately puffed up in anger, and his lips were puckered tightly in a deep pout. Huffily, he said, "Boss, why do you need to fight at his pace? Won't you be able to hit him if you just move faster?" Little Four knew Ling Lan's abilities very well. Her attack speed could go even higher, so if she just raised it by a notch, this detestable punk before her would definitely be unable to dodge. Ling Lan was stunned for a moment, but then started chuckling wryly. She found that she had really wedged herself into a box. Why did she have to target the opponent's weakness to attack? True, she possessed the ability to see the opponent's weakness with one look, allowing her to find the opponent's fatal weakness in the moment of the other's attack to defeat them. But that's not all she possessed. She still had her own strength, speed, and reflexes that were superior to the average person's. It was entirely possible for her to rely on these other things to steamroll her opponent. This was the true display of strength. "Little Four, you're really my good little brother." "Thanks." Ling Lan, who had resolved her dilemma, bestowed a wide smile upon Little Four, warm like the sun in winter, so warm that Little Four's little heart began pounding wildly, as he basked in this warmth that made people never want to leave. Little Four felt as if his entire being was suffused with warmth, his puffed-up little cheeks deflated, and the corner of his lips twitched upwards involuntarily. Her problem solved, Ling Lan did not hesitate to go out at full speed, and with a quick stomp of her feet, she used the force of the spring to dash towards Wu Jiong on the opposite side. At the same time, her fisted right hand punched out fiercely at the opponent. Wu Jiong was startled by this series of actions, but it was just a momentary lapse. He quickly raised up both his hands into a blocking stance, preparing himself to block this powerful hit of Ling Lan's. Internally, Wu Jiong was very surprised and confused, because this attack sequence had already been used by Ling Lan at the start of the match, and he had blocked it perfectly then. An attack method that had already proven to be useless. Why did Ling Lan want to use it again? Wu Jiong couldn't figure it out, but he very quickly found out why. The same block, the same stance, the same speed, expecting that he would be able to block it perfectly the same way, Wu Jiong was shocked to find that the fist heading straight for him suddenly, just when it was about 30 centimeters from his face, disappeared. Yes, the fist that had clearly been right in front of his eyes a moment ago, vanished from sight just like that. Absurdity. What in the world happened? Even as his mind struggled to comprehend what had happened, Wu Jiong knew that he was in trouble. The thought had barely surfaced in his mind when he felt his left shoulder being struck by a heavy force. This force sent his body flying backwards uncontrollably, where he then started falling rapidly towards the ground. Not good, I'm hit. The intense pain radiating from his left shoulder made Wu Jiong suck in a cold breath. However, he did not give up. Holding back the pain, he forced himself to twist in mid-air, discharging the force with a somersault to land firmly on the floor. He pressed his right hand to his left shoulder, swiftly checking on his injury. Okay, it's just a muscle injury. Wu Jiong was relieved. The force behind Ling Lan's blow hadn't been too strong, just inflicting a light surface wound, which wouldn't affect him in his following fights. However, Wu Jiong only had time to rejoice for a moment. Right after he confirmed that he had only received a light wound, Ling Lan's next attack had arrived. This time, I must be able to see the attack. Wu Jiong was not convinced by that last strike. He thought that his miss was because he had let down his guard a little. After all, he had managed to defend perfectly against that attack several times in the 10 moves or so before it. He did not believe that he would make the same mistake again this time with his full focus engaged. But reality stunned Wu Jiong. This time, he not only did not see Ling Lan's attack movement, even Ling Lan himself disappeared from his sight. He saw it well. At about a distance of 3 meters away from him, Ling Lan's entire body suddenly disappeared. God damn it, could it be that Ling Lan could also turn invisible? Wu Jiong couldn't help but curse internally. Of course, he knew this was impossible, and the reality was that Ling Lan's speed was too fast for his eyes to keep up with. Was this really possible? The few students who were still watching Ling Lan and Wu Jiong's match couldn't help but also yell out in shock at this time. Because, just like with Wu Jiong, Ling Lan had disappeared from their view. Of course, they could see much better. The split second after Ling Lan disappeared, he reappeared right in front of Wu Jiong, but because he was in a crouch, Wu Jiong did not see Ling Lan below him. Chiong was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He clutched at Han Jijian's hand and said, "Heavens, boss has become stronger again. This speed, it's just too goddamn cool." Hearing this, Luo Lang could only nod vigorously beside him. Both his eyes were trained on the match, unwilling to be distracted, afraid that he would miss an even more spectacular motion. Become stronger again? Han Jijian was the only one who was doubtful. Ling Lan's performance didn't seem like he had suddenly become stronger, but was more like his strength had been unsealed. With a pow, Wu Jiong once again flew through the air with a muffled grunt. Ling Lan. Everyone couldn't help but shout, for the crouching Ling Lan had directly thrown an upper kick to send the unprepared Wu Jiong straight up into the sky. The explosive strength from the legs was much stronger than strength from the arms, and this time, Wu Jiong was hit on his right shoulder. This time, it was no longer just a surface injury. After the initial sharp pain, Wu Jiong could only feel an expanse of numbness in his right shoulder. He could not feel his entire right arm anymore. Cold sweat broke out over his entire body. What was the condition of his right shoulder? Had his bones been shattered by the kick? Although the Federation had developed regenerative healing fluid, which could speed up the recovery process of wounds, shattered bones were not so easily fixed. An injury like that in the wrong place could affect him for life. This kick of Ling Lan had looked fierce, but she had actually controlled her strength so that she would not cause long-lasting damage to Wu Jiong. Although she couldn't be certain that there wouldn't be any fractures in the bones, there would definitely be no serious injury such as breaks or shattering of the bones. Pow! 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 Ling Lan's attack didn't stop there. 3 consecutive meetings between fist and flesh, the airborne Ling Lan no longer gave Wu Jiong any chance of retaliating, directly striking him out of the arena perimeters to fall below the stage. Then, she landed firmly on the arena stage, gaze impassive as she waited for the referee's final declaration. Perhaps Ling Lan's attack speed had been too quick, or perhaps Ling Lan and Wu Jiong had dithered for too long in the early stages of the fight. whatever the case, the referee teacher responsible for the match actually froze in shock for a full 30 seconds. The scene was still and silent. No one dared to say a word in the face of Ling Lan's ferocity. His performance before and after were just too different that everyone was in disbelief. Just before, the two combatants were still circling each other endlessly, and now, within the blink of an eye, the outcome was determined. That second rank was so easily KO'd. Was Ling Lan just playing around all this while? Everyone was speechless, unsure how they were supposed to face Ling Lan after this. They bemoaned in their hearts, why did such an aberrant existence like Ling Lan have to appear in their grade this year? He was so strong that they could not even imagine defeating him anymore. The teacher suddenly woke up and hurried to declare, this match, Ling Lan advances. Congratulations to Ling Lan for entering the finals. The referee teacher's declaration caused Chiong and the other two to cheer. And then, scattered applause could be heard until the entire arena was filled with the sound of applause. Even some of the upper-grade seniors watching the match were also clapping. Ling Lan was just too strong. After a brief bout of despondency, the first-grade children were all convinced by Ling Lan's strength. The ideology of survival of the fittest made them acknowledge Ling Lan's supremacy. The applause from the upper-grade seniors wasn't out of acknowledgement for Ling Lan, but more in admiration of Ling Lan's success in achieving an upset. The probability for a lower-ranking student to win all this way and advance into the finals was actually very, very low, and though it wasn't unheard of in the history of the Scout Academy, such occurrences were fewer than few. But this year, people were shocked. Because two people managed to achieve upsets at the same time to advance into the finals. Undoubtedly, both Ling Lan and Chiong had established a new record, a new history, at the Central Scout Academy. In the dean's office, two people were currently observing the match. Old Su, what do you think? Smiling, the dean pointed at the cool-faced Ling Lan left standing on the stage. Not bad, Ling Xiao truly has a worthy successor now. The man called Old Su was dressed in a trim military uniform, and the stars on his shoulders and the insignia on his chest told the world that he was a lieutenant general. Lieutenant General Su asked pressingly, have you arranged an initiate teacher for the child? If you don't have a suitable candidate, I can arrange something. Chapter 88, Ling Xiao's Legacy. Chapter 88, Ling Xiao's Legacy. With a half-smile, the dean looked at Lieutenant General Su. The teasing glint in his good friend's eyes caused Lieutenant General Su's face to burn slightly, and he said embarrassedly, aren't I just concerned about Ling Xiao's child? So much that I've forgotten this is your territory. How could you not have made arrangements? I've worried for nothing. Being concerned for Ling Xiao's child is a good thing. How about this, why don't you pass me the thing that Ling Xiao left in your care? The dean's smile was even deeper than before. Lieutenant General Su didn't even have to think about it, refusing immediately. No way. The item that Ling Xiao left with me before he was deployed may very well be the secret behind his ascension to God-class operator. It belongs to the Federation, and to our military. The dean's smile disappeared. Ling Xiao left me a message that that item is to be left for his child. Old Su, don't cross the line. Ling Xiao sacrificed his life for the Federation. We cannot wrong him, and wrong his child. Lieutenant General Su's expression turned a little ugly, and he said heavily, that's why I've been spending so much effort to protect this child, even raising his secrecy level, and finally sending him into your care. Besides, not giving him Ling Xiao's relic is also for his own safety. The legacy of a God-class operator is something everyone would go crazy over. That child would not be able to protect it. Su Tingzhu. You God**MN bastard. The dean slammed his hands on the desk and stood up, no longer able to maintain his composure. Yi Fun, calm down. Lieutenant General Su glared back just as fiercely. Over this matter, every time they met, they would leave on bad terms. Calm down. I am already calm enough, tolerating you for 6 years. Right now is the time when this child needs guidance for initiation, and which instructor could be better than a God-class operator? That is Ling Xiao's legacy, said the dean seriously. This is the right of Ling Xiao's son. He has the right to inherit everything of his father's. I did not say that I wouldn't let the child inherit. Once we have deciphered it, we will reproduce a copy for him. He will still be able to obtain everything of Ling Zhao's. Lieutenant General Su was very angry at his old friend's misunderstanding. He wasn't planning to rob Ling Lan of his rights, but only wished that Ling Zhao's legacy could be circulated around the military, perhaps even becoming standardized. It could be imagined how impactful that would be. The Federation's combat power would certainly get a swift boost, perhaps even becoming a terrifying force powerful enough to be a deterrent for the bordering enemy nations. It should be known that Ling Xiao had been the youngest God-class operator of the Federation who had advanced the fastest. The Dean said mockingly, "It's been 6 years. Has your military department cracked any bit of it?" Lieutenant General Su was silent. After 10 seconds, he replied solemnly, "I believe that, after another few years, we will definitely be able to decode it and obtain Ling Zhao's legacy." Stop lying to yourself. You all have no idea what to do with that thing. Although the Dean was just the Dean of the Central Scout Academy, that didn't mean he was ignorant of all the news and secrets of the internal military. Having the truth thrown into his face by his old friend, Lieutenant General Su's expression was a little awkward. The Dean pretended not to notice Lieutenant General Su's awkwardness and continued to say, "This proves that some activation condition must have been set on that thing by Ling Xiao. Perhaps only his successor can activate it." Lieutenant General smiled bitterly at these words. In truth, he also knew that it was highly probable that that was the case, but he just couldn't let it go and wanted to try for a little longer. "I'm also doing this for the future of the Federation. If we could just decrypt that thing, even if it doesn't result in another God-class operator for the Federation, it could still help the Federation cultivate a countless number of high-level operators. If our luck is a bit better, even Imperial operators are possible." The Dean's tone gentled. "That's why, I have given you 6 years. If you all had cracked it, I would make a copy for Ling Lan, and consider Ling Zhao's will done. However, you all still have not cracked it, and Ling Zhao's child has now officially entered this academy. At the start of the next 6 months, he will have the right to enter the virtual world and accept initiate instruction. I have to pass on Ling Zhao's relic to that child so that he is not held back." Lieutenant General Su was still non-committal. Passing it on to that child, how far can he go? None of the children of a God-class operator have been able to break past their limits to become a high-level operator. Even if we use agents to heavily cultivate them, advancement to ace operator level has already been considered a grand feat, but if the item remains with the military, once it's decrypted, there will be countless aces, even Imperials. Old Yi, no matter how you look at it, it's more beneficial in my hands, just give me a little more time, alright? With effort, the Dean held back the rage within his chest and said, "This is all based on the assumption that you all will be able to crack it. What if you all cannot crack it within your lifetimes? Or perhaps Ling Xiao has set it so that if it's not his successor, it's impossible to obtain his legacy. Forcefully trying to crack it might trigger it to self-erase via formatting, that way, we won't be able to get anything at all. Not just that, we would also have caused Ling Xiao's child to lose out on obtaining his legacy. We cannot be that selfish." Lieutenant General Su was a very tenacious person. Once he had decided on something, he typically would not change his mind easily. Even if everything the Dean said was true, he still didn't want to accept the Dean's words. The Dean felt rather helpless. He also understood his good friend's personality, more susceptible to persuasion than coercion, so he thought of a compromise. He said, "Old Su, let's try a different method. Since your military department hasn't been able to crack it so far, then let's put it in the virtual world of the Central Scout Academy. We can allow all the children free access to it, and let the children challenge it. Perhaps then, we might be able to obtain some unexpected rewards. You should know, the way children think is very imaginative and unrestrained, completely beyond what we adults can do. Also, hiding this thing among all the other open missions, I believe no one would imagine that this would be Ling Xiao's legacy. Even if Ling Xiao's child really obtains the legacy, there shouldn't be any danger. Hiding in plain sight, was it? Lieutenant General Su considered the plan, weighing the potential costs and benefits. Seeing that Lieutenant General Su was a little persuaded, the dean decided to add more fuel to the fire. He patted Lieutenant General Su's shoulder and said, "Old Su, don't forget, these children are truly the future of the Federation. No matter who obtains Ling Zhao's legacy, our Federation will have everything to gain and nothing to lose." Lieutenant General Su was finally convinced, but he put forward a request: that item has to remain under our monitoring. This way, no matter who obtained the legacy, they would be able to receive the inheritor's information immediately, so that they would be able to seek him out to get him to divulge the contents of the legacy, giving the Federation the means to become stronger. The dean thought for a moment, and then agreed, but suggested that before anyone managed to crack it, the monitoring staff may not have private contact with the world outside the academy. In other words, before there was any change, they would have to stay put within the academy as instructors and wash their hands of any messy and improper conduct. Lieutenant General Su agreed to that in turn. After all, when their monitoring staff entered the Central Scout Academy, it was only reasonable to play by their host's rules. The two of them agreed on a time to transfer Ling Zhao's legacy, and then Lieutenant General Su bid farewell and left. Seeing Lieutenant General Su get onto a mecha and leave, the dean exhaled a shallow breath, and said softly, "Ling Zhao, my boy, this is all I can do. Whether or not he can obtain your legacy will be all up to your son now." Ling Lan, who had just ended her match, could not know that in the dean's office just a few kilometers away, for the sake of her rights, two old men had gone through a spirited debate. Some parts of it were even laden with the stench of gunpowder but the dean had managed to win her the chance to obtain the legacy in the end. Ling Lan got off the arena stage and was immediately surrounded by Chiong and the other two. Chiong in fact had just pounced, but was kicked away by the conservative Ling Lan. She was still a virgin maiden, okay? How could she just let any man hug her so easily? As Wu Jiong's injury was a little severe, he had to lie down in a recovery healing pod for a length of time, so the third and fourth rank determination battle would be delayed by half an hour. Meanwhile, Ling Lan and Chiong's match would be held after Wu Jiong and Ling Jie's match. Ling Lan's group of four was just about to go to the side to rest when, after taking just a few steps, Ling Lan felt that familiar tyrannical suction coming from the learning space. D*mit, here we go again. Cold sweat poured from Ling Lan's forehead as she fought desperately against that suction force. Right now, she was a little confused. Why would this awareness-sucking phenomenon of the learning space appear randomly in the light of day? Previously, it had always only happened when she was about to go to bed at night. Ling Lan knew she couldn't hold on for too long, so she tugged on Chiong's arm and said, "Chiong, I'm not feeling so well. Quick, help me to a recovery pod." Due to her strong resistance against the suction, Ling Lan's face was extremely pale, causing Chiong and the others to become very worried. Han Jijian indicated for Chiong to hurry up and help Ling Lan to the recovery pods, and asked concernedly, "Boss Lan, has the acceleration you did earlier caused damage to your body?" Ling Lan was just cracking her head trying to think of an excuse for her strange condition when Han Jijian unexpectedly delivered up this perfect excuse to her. She nodded and said, "Yes, that acceleration movement draws on the body's energy, which is why I don't use it normally. But as long as the draw isn't too much, there isn't really a problem. I just need to lie down in a recovery pod for a while to recover." Ling Lan's reply reassured Chiong and the others. Chiong abruptly thought of something most important, and quickly opened his mouth to ask, "Then, for the match with me later, can you make it in time, boss?" Ling Lan smiled wryly. She herself had no clue how long those few instructors within the learning space would hold her for this time. It might just be for a few minutes, but it could also be for a day, or even for several days and nights. Unable to say for certain, Ling Lan could only say ambiguously, "This depends on how much energy I have used up this time. If it's just a bit, then I'll be fine after a few minutes, but if it's more, I may not be able to make it to the final match." Ling Lan's words made Chiong deflate instantly. He had really been looking forward to fighting a great match with boss Ling Lan. Seeing this, Ling Lan said sternly, "Chiong, regardless of what happens, you must persevere. You must not make our grade 1 class A lose face." Hearing this, Chiong was taken aback, unsure what Ling Lan was talking about. Han Jijian understood however, and seeing Qi Long's perplexed face, he hurried to explain, Boss Lan means that if, in the end, you are the one to represent Grade 1 Class A to challenge the upper grades, you must not disgrace our Class A. Qi Long understood then, and he nodded solemnly to show that he understood. Don't worry, I'm like a Rochi too that can't be killed. Although Qi Long wasn't sure what the Rochi Ling Lan had mentioned before meant, he really liked how it was described as impossible to beat to death, thinking that the description fit him very well. Ling Lan couldn't help but laugh, though of course she kept her reason for laughing to herself. However, she hadn't laughed for long before her face paled even more. The force trying to suck Ling Lan's awareness into the learning space was gradually increasing in intensity, and Ling Lan almost didn't manage to resist it, almost fainting right then. Seeing Ling Lan's face becoming even paler, Qi Long and the others no longer dared to talk to Ling Lan and affect him even more. Soon, they had rushed to the recovery pods which had been supplied by the combat hall for the students. Luo Lang hurriedly opened one of the recovery pods, and Qi Long and Han Jijian supported Ling Lan to lie down in it. Ling Lan only had enough time to say a breathy, thanks, and then she could no longer resist the yet stronger pull and fainted on the spot. Qi Long saw Ling Lan close his eyes and enter a deep sleep, and then they slowly closed the recovery pod. Seeing the healing fluid envelop Ling Lan, their faces were writ with worry, but for now, all they could do was watch over him. There was nothing they could do to help Ling Lan but wait for him to recover. They only hoped that this time would go by faster. However, in the end, Ling Lan did not wake up in time, and so was absent for the final match. This was equal to a loss by forfeit. Qi Long became the Grade 1 Class A first rank, and also received the right to challenge the upper grade Class A top rank. This was the cross-grade challenge tournament that all the students were excited about. The cross-grade challenge tournament would begin tomorrow. Within the combat hall, there would be only one arena. The lowest grade would keep challenging upwards until he lost. Of course, he could also keep winning until he reached the final match, successfully claiming the peak to become the true Scout Academy No. 1. Still, all the children of Grade 1 Class A knew that Ling Lan was the true top rank, the undisputed king of Grade 1 Class A. On this point, even Qi Long himself had no doubts. Chapter 89, The Mysterious Murals. Chapter 89, The Mysterious Murals. When Ling Lan, who had had her consciousness forcefully extracted, opened her eyes once more, she found that she wasn't in any particular instructor's training space, nor was she in the main hall of the learning space where Little Four was at. Instead, she was in an extremely dark and gloomy tunnel. Ling Lan couldn't help but frown. She wasn't a stranger to tunnels in the mind space. Once, one of Instructor No. 5's twisted experiments had been held in this sort of setting. Of course, that experience definitely could not be called pleasant, so Ling Lan was not a big fan of this sort of surroundings. Still, Ling Lan was also very clear on the fact that whether she liked it or not, she would have to stay put here. The learning space had never put anything up for negotiation. Ling Lan waited for a good long while, but no instructor presented themselves. The furrow of her brows deepened. What exactly was going on? Hello, is anybody there? Instructor No. 1. Instructor No. 5. Instructor No. 9, yelled out Ling Lan. She did not want to waste time here on this sort of endless waiting. Remember, on the outside, Qi Long was still waiting to fight a match with her, and she really didn't want to be a no-show. The only response Ling Lan received was a gradually fading echo from the tunnel. There was no human response. After some thought, Ling Lan raised her hand to rub at her forehead and said with a helpless tone, Little Four, stop playing, come out now. She thought that this could be a prank by Little Four, but unfortunately, silence was still the only response Ling Lan received. And so Ling Lan was stumped. Could it be that she had guessed wrongly? Ling Lan's brows were scrunched up tightly as her gaze swept over her surroundings in hopes of being able to find some clue. If this was a test, the learning space would definitely provide some sort of hint. The lighting in the tunnel wasn't very good. She could only see for a distance of about 10 meters. All around her was a thick darkness, just like a black hole capable of devouring everything, so still and quiet that she felt suffocated. Ling Lan took several slow steps forwards, and it suddenly got even darker. Ling Lan squinted her eyes, trying to get her eyes adapted quicker to the meager light that was almost darkness. Ling Lan thought that it would be dark all along the tunnel, but unexpectedly, it got subtly brighter right in front of her as she shuffled along, and then she found that 2 meters ahead, on the wall on her right-hand side, there was a small platform jutting out, with a small oil lamp sitting on it. The lamp was emitting a feeble light, lighting up the area around it for several meters. How stingy. Couldn't they have put out a bigger one? A brighter one? Ling Lan was a bit disgruntled. As a girl, she really hated the dark. Ling Lan's grumbles had just faded when her face went slack in surprise. She had noticed that she was surrounded by thick darkness once again, not a trace of light visible. Seems like, this tunnel has a curve to it. Only that could explain why her sight could be obscured, preventing her from seeing the light of the next oil lamp. Ling Lan continued to move forwards. When she once again entered the place where the light was the darkest, she saw something from the corner of her eye which made her let out an involuntary cry of surprise. She felt as if the wall at that section was not the same as what she saw earlier, an even flat sheet, but instead had highs and lows as if marked with something. Could it be that the wall contained some secret? Or perhaps the information of the test? Ling Lan felt a surge of excitement. She quickly retreated back to where the oil lamp was, and with a leap through the air, she plucked down the oil lamp from its platform. Looks like there was a reason for setting out oil lamps that can be removed. I actually overlooked that. Luckily my sight is amazing, letting me see things that most people can't, so I didn't miss it in the end. Even as Ling Lan congratulated herself, she became even more cautious. She had sensed that the test set by the learning space this time was not easy, no instructions from the instructors, and also no hints from the system. She even suspected that, if she hadn't discovered the key point hidden on the walls, she might very well have gone around in never-ending circles in the tunnel, until she managed to find it, or perhaps, if she never managed to find it, she would be here until she died. Ling Lan shook her head vigorously, telling herself to stop scaring herself. She lifted the oil lamp and continued onwards with a hand on the wall. Finally, the uneven section of wall she had noticed revealed itself before her. It turned out to be a realistic lifelike mural. Ling Lan lifted the oil lamp high, and rays of light shone over the mural to display it in its entirety before her eyes. And then, Ling Lan felt a rush of killing intent assault her senses, making her draw in a cold breath. On the mural, corpses littered a wild plain. Their bodies were broken and battered, and on those corpses whose faces were still distinguishable, one expression was vividly portrayed: terror, a profound terror born from extreme despair. And in the center of this plain piled with corpses, a person stood tall. He was looking at everything surrounding him with a smile on his face, as if in admiration, but also as if he were enjoying this lavish feast of bloody carnage before his eyes. At the same time, gripped in his hands, was the head of an infant still in its swaddling clothes. His fingers had already sunk into the infant's flesh, causing countless rivulets of fresh blood to flow down and obscure the infant's face. Ling Lan felt a chill penetrate her heart. She could clearly sense the emotions of the ruthless killer in the image. There was no frenzy, nor was there any distortion in his rationality. Instead, there was a sort of extreme calm. He was thoroughly enjoying all of this. Killing people was just another game. There was no semblance of humanity within him. Could this person still be considered human? Ling Lan held back her discomfort and continued to walk. After another 10 meters or so, another mural appeared. It was completely different from the previous one. This time, the image was packed with a horde of live people. They were prostrated on the ground, with quite a few of them looking up towards somewhere high above. Although the expressions on their slanted faces were all different, there was one point they all had in common: their eyes were all filled with a zealous reverence. And their focus was at the highest point of the mural. A human being, fashioned like a deity, was holding on to a staff, smiling benevolently down at all of his believers at his feet. Unsure why, Ling Lan, who should have felt warmed and calmed by this picture, again felt a chill run through her. She couldn't help but feel that that deity's smile carried a type of mockery and contempt, as if within his eyes, all he saw were a multitude of ants. Ling Lan's brows drew even closer together. What were these murals trying to tell her? Ling Lan knew that the learning space would not give out useless images. If there was no meaning to them, the two walls of the tunnel would be smooth and unblemished, not to mention how concealed the murals were. Ling Lan was not someone to think herself into knots. Since she couldn't figure it out now, then she would just continue moving onwards to find the answer. Subsequently, more murals appeared one after another, bringing Ling Lan through demonic realms, fantasy dreamscapes, spiritual planes, and also bestial wildernesses. All kinds of strange and fascinating worlds presented themselves before Ling Lan one by one. Even as Ling Lan was awed and stunned by all of them, her confusion grew. What exactly were all these seemingly unrelated murals driving at? Just like that, Ling Lan skimmed over all these murals one by one. After approximately half an hour, when the countless murals were starting to make Ling Lan's eyes cross and head spin, yet another new mural appeared. This time, Ling Lan found her steps stopping as she exclaimed loudly in surprise because this mural was completely different from any of the others she had seen previously. It was not depicting the story of any gods or demons, but chronicled the life of a regular human being. Indeed, it was a long mural split into 6 panels, and though the images on the 6 panels were different, they all featured the same protagonist. In the first panel, he had a confident smile on his face, and his eyes danced with excitement. Carrying his own weapon, a bastard sword, slung over his back, he walked out of his own world. In the picture, behind the protagonist was a golden paddy field. It was harvest season, a peaceful refuge. In the second panel, he came to a world buffeted by foul winds and bloody rain. He saw hell on earth, as a group of bandits raped and pillaged a random village. Young and filled with a sense of righteousness, he was enraged, drawing out the bastard sword from behind his back to clash with the bandits. The story was picked up closely in the third panel. At his back, countless youths followed his lead, lifting all kinds of weapons to fight back, finally killing every single one of the bandits. And then, since the village had already been destroyed, the survivors all willingly decided to accompany him on his travels. In the fourth panel, the group helped many other people who needed similar help. They lifted their weapons to defend themselves and to defend others, and here, the people gathered around the protagonist had increased. In the fifth panel, 2 different camps of people were warring with each other. The protagonist was standing in the middle of one of the camps, his bastard sword lifted high above him, pointed at the enemy as he shouted to attack. Countless warriors followed his lead into battle, courageously charging at the enemy. In the final panel, he had ascended the dragon's throne which represented the right to rule. He was smiling, while the warriors who had followed him faithfully by his side had their arms raised high as they cheered. Joy and excitement were written all over their faces, for they had managed to defeat all the enemies that had threatened them and establish the utopia they had dreamed of. Achieving success and establishing a legacy. Ling Lan wondered at this strange turn. After all, the previous murals had all depicted stories of spirituality, gods and demons. It was a bit hard to take this sudden lane shift into a record of the struggles of a human. Ling Lan only paused for a moment. When she finished looking over the entire mural, she chose to continue moving forwards. She had only taken a few steps when she abruptly stopped, and as if thinking of something, she quickly backtracked to return to that image on the first panel. In short order, she skipped to the sixth panel, and then Ling Lan's initially calm face turned grim in an instant. Is this image trying to tell me about the corruption of a human heart? Gaining power, but losing one's true self in the process? Is it worth it or is it not worth it? Or perhaps there is yet some other deeper meaning. Ling Lan's brows became even more tightly furrowed. The smile of the protagonist in the first panel was sincere and enthusiastic, and very warm. But by the sixth panel, the same smile had already become fake and superficial, even cold. Ling Lan stared closely at the protagonist's smile on the sixth panel, and the more she stared the more strange and unsettled she felt. Perhaps Ling Lan had stared too long, for she felt as if the smile on the protagonist's face was growing wider and wider, and at the same time, the chill emanating from the depths of his eyes seemed to become ever more palpable. It got to the point where Ling Lan could vaguely sense a surge of killing intent. Ling Lan's heart skipped a beat, but just as she thought to jump away from the mural, she found that her body could no longer move. F***ck. What in the world was happening? Why couldn't she move? Right then, Ling Lan noticed that, within the mural, an odd streak of black had appeared on the protagonist's originally gray-white eyes, and was rapidly expanding to encompass the entire mural. Soon, the mural had become a terrifying vortex of swirling darkness, and unsurprisingly, deimmobilized. Ling Lan was directly sucked into it. Chapter 90, Evolution Mission. Chapter 90, Evolution Mission. Ling Lan could only feel herself tumbling and being tugged every which way within the black vortex, and then she was swiftly sucked into a bottomless black hole. She felt as if she was traveling through the black hole, perhaps it was for only 1 second, or perhaps a long time had passed, like maybe an hour, or even a day. Ling Lan's awareness became somewhat dulled, and just as she was blanking out, light flashed before her eyes, and she was spat out from the black vortex. Ling Lan felt herself falling rapidly. At this time, Ling Lan could see that she had arrived at an unknown small valley and was now hurtling down towards a small grassy hillside. Ling Lan didn't know if this patch of grass was potentially dangerous, so she took in a deep breath, and using her developed core strength, she swept her right foot down several times, sending several strong gusts of wind flying down towards the grass. These winds thoroughly ruffled the grass below, sending the wild hares hiding within scattering in fright, with even several ground rodents among them. The possibility of there being a hidden swamp or traps, none. The possibility of concealed venomous insects and other dangerous pests, infinitely close to zero. In that split second, Ling Lan determined that the spot she was about to land on was safe, and so she freely allowed her body to fall. Still, she remained cautious, for Ling Lan knew that in an unknown world, there would also be unknown dangers. After landing safely, Ling Lan carefully observed the surroundings of her landing point. Seeing that there really was no danger, only then did she take the time to take a closer look at the beautiful valley before her. The view in the valley was breathtaking. On the distant hillsides, countless trees grew, a patch of gold here, a patch of vibrant red there, and verdant greens were everywhere. At the foot of the hills, the thick grass was interspersed with wild flowers in a variety of colors, swaying gracefully in the wind. There was also a small brook that weaved among the flowering meadow, concealed by the surroundings in some parts while clearly displayed in others. Like this, it had a sort of bashful beauty, a somewhat elusive quality about it. But nearer to her side, the brook suddenly widened considerably, becoming a small river which was neither too deep nor too shallow, and there were even some palm-sized fish frolicking within it. On the river bank, clusters of multicolored wild flowers were scattered across the ground, and as the river water flowed over cobblestones of varying hues, the beauty of the flowers entwined with the radiance of the shimmering water, the splendor of each enhancing the other. Just like that, her eyes were treated to an idyllic portrait of a fairy tale land, giving Ling Lan the mistaken impression that she had returned to the earth of her previous life. Although back then she had only seen such beautiful scenery online, she still remembered how enchanting those images were. Now, in this current world, it was already impossible to see this sort of beautiful natural scenery. The more advanced technology was, the more damage was done to the environment. Even though the Federation now had countless inhabitable planets which resembled Earth, it was impossible to find scenery as beautiful as that which had once existed on Earth. By the brook there was also a small footpath, meandering off into the distance in 2 directions. This proved that this valley was not uninhabited, otherwise there would not be such a path. Seeing this, Ling Lan was undoubtedly glad, because this meant that she would be able to find out quickly where she was, or perhaps find out what she was supposed to do next. Although Ling Lan's entry method this time was rather strange, she had already determined that she must have entered one of the specially designated missions of the learning space. Only when she completed the mission would she be able to return once more to the Great Hall of the learning space, or perhaps to one of the instructor's training spaces. In fact, Ling Lan was very suspicious. This hintless setup, where one had to rely solely on one's own ability in a wild goose chase, was very much like something the insane Instructor Number 5 would cook up. Only he would do such an irresponsible thing, throwing her into the mission realm without any notice. If it were Number 1 or Number 9, they would definitely meet up with her first to give her some guidelines. Of course, this was all just Ling Lan's speculation and could not be confirmed. She would have to first finish this mission and return before she could find out for sure. So, the first thing Ling Lan needed to do was find out what her mission was this time, otherwise she wouldn't be able to take the next step. This was currently Ling Lan's biggest problem. It wasn't like before, when the instructors would explain the mission, or when the system would announce the parameters. This time, it was clear that she had to rely on her own investigation and judgment. Were those murals a hint for part of the mission? For some reason, Ling Lan just could not put those murals out of her mind. There was just something about them that made her think that they were a key point, but in what way exactly, Ling Lan just could not say. Since she couldn't glean anything from the murals right now, she would just look for some new clues in this place first. Her mind made up, Ling Lan started moving. She first looked at the direction of the river flow, and then started walking along the footpath, heading in the direction of the source of the brook. Ling Lan really liked to start from the beginning. That way, she believed that regardless of whether she wanted to search or to solve a problem, the order would be systematic, and it wouldn't be as easy to miss anything. Just like that, Ling Lan slowly followed the path to wind up those little slopes. She ascended step by step, and after about 30 minutes, when Ling Lan turned a corner along the footpath, she saw a large mountain in the near distance. At a glance, she could see that the path would end abruptly before that mountain. This way should be a dead end. If she wanted to save time, Ling Lan should just turn back now, and search for clues in the other direction. Brows furrowed, Ling Lan looked towards the mountain, considering whether she should just turn back here. Ling Lan, you must remember, there is no such thing as almost in the study of physical skills, and there are definitely no shortcuts. Through hard training, knowing means mastering everything. If not everything is mastered, then it means you do not know. There are only these two categories, no other. Instructor number 9's clear voice suddenly rang out in Ling Lan's mind in recollection. Back then, when she was still learning the foundational physical skills, Instructor number 9 had asked her whether she knew them yet. Being cautious, Ling Lan had replied by saying that she almost knew them. This answer caused Instructor number 9 to give her a good long lecture, warning her that she should make sure everything she does is really at 100% before thinking of her next step. 100% confirmation, is it? Ling Lan scratched her head and released a quiet sigh, giving up on the notion of heading back. There shouldn't be a time limit for this mission. In that case, she might as well run to the end and see. Ling Lan knew that if she didn't take the effort to make sure, she would not be at ease. Ling Lan continued onwards towards the towering mountain, and after approximately half an hour, Ling Lan finally arrived at the base of the mountain. This mountain had a curve to it, curving inwards and causing an oval plot of flat ground to appear before it. On the plot of land were many trees of varying heights and sizes. Some of the trees were incomparably thick, having already grown here for who knows how many centuries, perhaps even millenniums. Meanwhile, it had only taken one glance for Ling Lan's eyes to light up, because she had noticed an almost imperceptibly small path winding into the forest. This was all thanks to number 1 who had previously made her stay in a primordial deep forest for several months, leading her to learn how to find those very well hidden yet safe paths, no matter if they were created by wild beasts or herself. The corners of Ling Lan's lips quirked up into a smile. So it was true that 100% confirmation was needed for anything, otherwise too many chances would have easily slipped by unnoticed. With a light heart, Ling Lan stepped into the woods. Following that concealed pathway, she walked past this short 30 meters of forested land, and what met her sight was a tiny fissure, so small that it could have been missed, right at the bottom section of the mountain. This fissure was so thin and narrow that it would have been unnoticeable from a distance. Even at a closer distance, without going through those tall, imposing trees blocking her line of sight, it would have been impossible to see it. A strand of sky one, was it? It truly was extremely concealed. The trick with the line of sight, along with the trap of habitual thinking, would easily cause most people to overlook it. Ling Lan herself had almost given up halfway through, but luckily she had remembered Instructor number 9's teachings, which had made her persist in her efforts. Ling Lan felt a stirring of emotion, perhaps the hint she needed would be inside this place. Or perhaps the answer. Ling Lan slowly approached the fissure. Sure enough, it was a strand of sky. The fissure would only allow a person of average build to pass through it. If someone a little plumper would like to go through, they would probably have to make some special preparations before they could do so. Of course, for Ling Lan, there was no problem at all. Ling Lan's spiritual appearance was currently that of a 6-year-old child. At the very beginning when Ling Lan had first entered the learning space, Ling Lan's spiritual self had yet to merge completely with her current body, so her spiritual avatar had looked like her old self from the previous world for a period of time. But after that, as she grew older and the merge completed successfully, Ling Lan's spiritual avatar had slowly matched up with her outer appearance, so she now looked exactly the same inside the learning space as she did in the outside world. Ling Lan successfully went through the strand of sky, and unexpectedly, there was another valley within the valley. The first thing she saw was a large lake. It was likely that this lake was the source of the little stream she had followed along the way here, while the water source for the lake must be the snow melt coming from the surrounding mountains reaching up to the sky. Ling Lan skirted the edges of the lake, which was emitting wisps of cold air, and continued following the path. After walking for another 2 to 3 minutes, an expanse of glinting gold came into view, causing Ling Lan to squint involuntarily. This was a large paddy field, which could be described as stretching as far as the eye could see. When the wind of the valley swept by, a golden wave would roll through the field. Right now was the harvest season of the valley, and Ling Lan had the sudden urge to rush into the fields and gather up all that bountiful grain. The commoner mentality of her previous world was acting up again, influencing her thoughts and emotions. Ling Lan couldn't help but chuckle at herself. Just as Ling Lan was about to continue moving on, a thought flashed through her mind. She recalled the mural that had caused her to be sucked into the black hole. In the first panel of that mural, wasn't there a paddy field just like this? Could it be that she was now within the world on that mural? This was actually highly probable. Since she had been sucked in by that mural, then it would make complete sense for her to have entered its world. If this deduction was correct, Ling Lan would have to think, what exactly did the learning space want her to do by sending her into this world? Thinking back on the protagonist's smile in that first panel and in the final panel, about how the two smiles appeared so similar yet conveyed such different meaning, Ling Lan felt as if she were on the edge of an epiphany. Did her mission have something to do with those smiles? Ling Lan had just thought of this when a mechanical voice rang out from the skies of the valley above her, "Congratulations, you have identified the vital clue. Now assigning the learning space's exclusive mission, seek out your correct evolution pathway." Chapter 91, Test or Choice. Chapter 91, Test or Choice. Right after the announcement by the system, a large black vortex appeared once more before Ling Lan and sucked her in without any fanfare. F***CK, again. Ling Lan was speechless. Couldn't the learning space be a little more gentle? However, having experienced it once, Ling Lan was no longer as flustered this time. It was still impossible to pin down a sense of time, but when a brightness flashed before Ling Lan's eyes, she knew that she was about to be disgorged. Sure enough, just like the first time, she was spat out into the air, but this time Ling Lan was ready for it. She landed on her feet in an absolutely elegant pose. Ling Lan decisively gave an internal cheer for her own outstanding performance. Of course, the check before landing was still necessary, for Ling Lan had not forgotten the sly ways of the learning space. Yep, it was definitely sly to the extreme. Ling Lan, who had fallen for its traps more than once at the beginning, had by now already learned the basic instinct of maintaining her vigilance at all times. The spot where Ling Lan had landed on was a desolate hillside. The completely exposed yellow soil no longer contained any of the flourishingly beautiful vigor of life of the mountain valley, but was all dried and yellow cracked earth, with hardly any of the greenery which represented life. At a glance, there was only bleakness and desolation, and even an almost suffocating sense of despair. Even more frighteningly, a weathered old road weaving through the land was already stained with a sheet of red, the way littered with corpses. Not too far from Ling Lan, some frightened people were running in desperation, while a group of frenzied men chased them from behind with swords and knives in hand. Ling Lan could see that this was definitely the scene from the second panel. Only now, the protagonist from the image was missing, while Ling Lan herself had been added. Was this a test? Were they looking to see what choice she would make? To become an emissary of justice, or to remain as a cold-hearted observer? Taking joy in helping others was a good thing. Ling Lan felt that this was the basics of being a good person. However, there was a prerequisite to this. Before helping, she had to consider whether she had the ability to help, and also whether the other was someone worthy of her help. For instance, these people before her right now, those folks running away, were they worth her help? Also, how strong were those people carrying weapons? Were they good or bad? Ling Lan, who was standing high up at the top of the slope, looked down at the bloody scene below with a cold expression, as if she could see none of the loss of life going on. Why? Why did those people just think of running, and did not even try to fight back? Ling Lan's emotions were a little conflicted, somewhat sympathetic and filled with hate for the attackers, yet also a little disappointed with the victims. In fact, those people running away were not much fewer in numbers than those chasing them. If they had really wanted to fight back, the situation wasn't entirely hopeless. Ling Lan looked at the person right at the front of those escaping, and saw that the person's eyes were filled with a desire to live so intense that it had turned into a fervor which cared nothing for the costs incurred in its pursuit. And abruptly, Ling Lan felt as if she understood. When faced with a situation where their life hangs in the balance, humans would reflexively choose the path which they feel is the safest and most dependable. Like right now, in this sort of desperate situation, as long as he could run just a little faster than the other people, the man would be able to escape from the range of the slaughter, which meant that he had the hope of surviving. This was basic human instinct, a deeply concealed inner ugliness. It was a demon that would be released in this sort of desperate times. Ling Lan couldn't help but laugh, the sound laced with mockery. Wasn't this just another version of survival of the fittest? Unfortunately. Ling Lan's gaze turned to those killers giving chase. The contempt and cruel joy in their eyes were unmistakable. All this just proved that no matter how hard the people tried to run, it was useless. All of those people trying to escape would not be able to outrun the killers' blades. The killers were just whetting their appetite for the kill by first playing a game of cat and mouse, enjoying the spectacle of ants displaying the baseness of their humanity. Ling Lan suddenly thought of the invasion of Japanese troops into China in her previous world. The Guangdong army of a mere 20,000 men had actually managed to conquer the entire northeast China. This result was undoubtedly ludicrous. Just the total population within those provinces was enough to flatten the Guangdong army several times over. So why had they been able to invade and take control so easily? Was there the same baseness of humanity at play then? Ling Lan shook her head and laughed in spite of herself, and cast off all the stray thoughts in her mind. The current Ling Lan was only the Ling Lan of this life, the previous world did not concern her anymore. Just then, at the very back of the pack, an older man finally could not evade the swords any longer. He fell to the ground, but at the same time, he gave a strong shove to the young man who had been dragging him along all this time as they ran. Xiaolong, run quickly. Knowing that he had no hopes of survival, the old man grabbed onto one of the chasing killers as they stepped over him. He held on with a death grip, and his face was filled with a savage sort of release. The young man who had been shoved forwards did not dare to stop, and could only keep running forwards with all his strength, tears streaming down his face. He could not let this chance gifted by his relative go to waste. The old man was swiftly killed under the hacking of blades, and one of the killers spat on his corpse as he pulled back his sword, and said scornfully, thinking to survive from our blades. In his King dreams. A dream, was it? Ling Lan's right hand surreptitiously slipped a sharp dagger from the side of her calf. She held the hilt in an inverted grip, with the end of the hilt between her thumb and index finger. Meanwhile, her left hand pulled out an extremely short tri-edged trench knife. She had decided that she would help these escapees. The actions of that old man before his death proved that they were not cowards, it was just that there was no one to spark their rage and courage. Perhaps Ling Lan's killing intent was too strong, for one of the killers who was in the midst of enjoying his slaughter suddenly turned to look in Ling Lan's direction. Of course, Ling Lan wasn't planning to hide. Just like that, she stood high above and watched them, waiting for them to move. Those people saw that it was just a child, and their faces filled with glee. After killing so many adults, they had gotten a little sick of it. Perhaps this pitiful little rabbit would bring them more satisfaction. The first killer pointed Ling Lan out to the men beside him and indicated for them to bring the child over. One of the men leapt out from the crowd and headed towards Ling Lan. Seeing this, Ling Lan suddenly turned and ran. This reaction was just too normal. When a child saw something or someone that frightened them, this was what they would do. This movement of Ling Lan's also drew the attention of the runners, and Ling Lan could then clearly hear several shocked cries, as well as several shrill voices urging her to run faster. So, even as their humanity was on the brink of crumbling, these people still retained a smidgen of care for the young. Humans, as expected, were extremely complicated. Even though it was obvious that they couldn't even help themselves in this scenario, seeing an even weaker being in peril, they couldn't help but be concerned. However, the moment did not allow Ling Lan to ponder this any further. The killer who had split off from the group was already close, having run up the slope. Little baby rabbit, stop running. Come quietly and follow your gramps back, so we can play together. The man's face was filled with excitement, and his tongue actually slipped out to lick at his lower lip. He was thinking of the ways he would torment this poor little wretch that seemed so pitiable, and was truly very pitiable. Originally, Ling Lan had decided to just kill the other here, because she had already drawn the opponent to a blind spot out of view of the other people, but when she heard this, she changed her mind. She decided not to do anything, and let the other capture her. Ling Lan wasn't going to let any of them go. She wanted to keep all of them right here. To do this, it wouldn't be easy. Ling Lan didn't know if the opponent had something that could transmit messages instantly. If she made a move, and the person had reflexes quick enough to send out information on her to the rest of his group, it wouldn't be good. It was true that Ling Lan wanted to help these people, but she also didn't want to bring trouble on herself. To avoid this, she would have to kill all the enemies here instantly. If these people were unprepared, she was confident that she could get them all in one go. But how could she make them lower their guard to let her draw close? That had been Ling Lan's only problem, and now, with this, the problem was no longer a problem. Ling Lan screamed as she was grabbed by the other. She struggled desperately, but how could her tiny body escape the powerful grip of an adult man? The man cheerfully dragged Ling Lan back to his group. Behind him, the tri-edged knife in Ling Lan's left hand was already positioned over the other's heart. At any strange movement, her knife would be thrust without mercy into the other. "Chief, here's a cute little mouse." The beast holding on to Ling Lan threw her directly before his leader, where Ling Lan cowered and peered at them fearfully. Meanwhile, those people running away had also been surrounded by some of the other killers, who were herding them towards Ling Lan's direction. Sure enough, the killers had just been playing around with these poor people, giving them the false impression that they had any chance of survival. From the corner of her eyes, Ling Lan saw the despair on the ash-pale faces of the people being herded back at sword point. The opponent's sudden burst of speed let them know once and for all that they had never had any hope to begin with, and so, they gave up on themselves. Why did they have to give up? Were they not willing to even try? Failure and giving up were what Ling Lan hated the most. Your life was your own, even if it had to end, shouldn't it be of your own choice? Doesn't look like someone from their village. He really looks so fresh and lovely. The leader immediately noticed how different Ling Lan was compared to the others. His brows drew in slightly, and there was some doubt and suspicion in his eyes. Ling Lan's expression stayed unchanging. Other than fright, there was just more fright. It perfectly encapsulated how a 6-year-old child would react when faced with strangers, when faced with danger. Yup, thank you very much to Instructor number 5, for teaching her all these random useless things. Now they were actually useful. Perhaps it's a child from a merchant group. Didn't we just rob and kill a merchant group yesterday on the old road? One of the men didn't think it was a problem. It was quite normal after all for some people to slip through while they were busy robbing. His subordinate's words cleared up the leader's concerns, though he really wasn't all that concerned to begin with, and had only been a little puzzled. After all, what harm could a 5- or 6-year-old child do? Even if the child had a kitchen knife, it was a bigger worry whether the child would cut themselves. True, then let us have some fun. The leader's words made the men around him burst out into raucous laughter. Some of them were even itching to get started, eager to personally torment this pitiable little mouse. Wouldn't extreme terror look interesting on a child's face? Meanwhile, the other people who had been chased over to observe didn't dare to make a sound, afraid that if they made any noise, they would be the one to be tortured and killed instead. Of course, some of them even had the guilty thought that perhaps if this child could satisfy the perverse appetites of these demons, maybe they wouldn't be killed. Ling Lan had not pinned any hopes on these people to begin with, but unexpectedly, someone within the group actually tried to beg for mercy on her behalf. "I beg you, please let him go. He's just a child." From the corner of her eyes, Ling Lan saw that the one who spoke was the young man who had been pushed by the old man. His face was full of entreaty, though of course, more despair. Perhaps he too knew that speaking out was useless, but he had still chosen to open his mouth at a bid for that almost non-existent chance of hope. Chapter 92, Massacre in Progress. Chapter 92, Massacre in Progress. "Huh, punk, such pretty words, then, would you like to die first in his place?" The head stared at the young man in amusement. He was truly interested to see if there really was someone who would be willing to trade their life to save a completely unrelated stranger. How could that be possible? Ling Lan knew very well that she herself would never do such a thing. She also didn't believe that there would be someone so saintly that they would willingly give their life for a stranger. However, the youth's reply stunned Ling Lan. For a moment, she even thought that she was experiencing an auditory hallucination. That young man had actually stated that he was willing to trade his life. F***CK. Darn learning space, couldn't it present a slightly more normal scenario? Ling Lan scorned it mentally, but it couldn't be denied that her heart had sped up for a beat at the moment she had heard this answer. Perhaps her heart also couldn't understand how an imbecile like this could exist in this dimension. "Huh, little mouse, looks like you have pretty great luck. Someone's actually willing to die in your place." The head patted Ling Lan's face, and lifted his head to chortle, "Shouldn't you properly thank that big brother?" The young man's unexpected response had thoroughly amused the head, giving him a taste of something new. Of course, he was even gladder to destroy and push these two people before him into the depths of despair. "Come, as thanks, you'll have to smile and watch as my subordinate slowly peel his skin off." The head savagely twisted Ling Lan's head to face the young man. Meanwhile, the young man had already been propped up by two large men, while another, licking the polished knife in his hand, looked as if he was considering which part of the young man he should start cutting from. When the people being forced to kneel saw this scene, their faces filled with terror. Some of them were even filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend why the young man would try to save a strange child, and even be willing to be subjected to such inhumane torture for the child's sake before his death. On the side of the killers, all of their attention were now on the young man. They had reveled in this sort of scenario all along, seeing the pain and despair of a person and listening to their wails before they died excited them. Even the head's attention was on the young man, completely forgetting about Ling Lan within his grasp. This was a chance. With everyone's attention on the young man, Ling Lan knew that the best moment for her to strike had arrived. Ling Lan's head remained still, but her arms twisted and bent to an extremely bizarre degree, breaking past the physical limits of the human body. The dagger in her hand then swung down mercilessly at the head still holding onto her face. The head was guffawing as his subordinate slowly neared the young man, staring delightedly at the young man's desperate struggles. He was anticipating the scene when the young man would finally crumble, when he would scream and cry about how much he regretted his choice. Then suddenly, he felt a cold flash at his throat, and then the scene in front of him was spinning. He saw his subordinates, as they busied themselves making preparations to kill and maim those pitiful ants. He even saw the pitiable little mouse in his hands, who was strangely standing beside a very familiar body. But of course, most surprisingly, that body did not have a head. Head? Familiar? Wasn't that his body? He was falling apart in his shock. What the hell had just happened? Ling Lan had succeeded in one move, and without any hesitation, she broke the grip of the palm still holding onto her, and leapt at the few killers nearest to her. They still hadn't noticed that their head had been killed, and was currently happily watching as their companion threatened and tormented that self-sacrificing young man. In order not to attract the attention of those at the front, Ling Lan kept a tight control on her speed. She didn't move as fast as she could, but made sure to watch her shadow, and moved with a stealthy silence. Several times she flickered, and another few people had their throats callously slashed by Ling Lan's dagger. As blood gushed violently from their gaping throats, their mouths were muffled tightly by Ling Lan as they died. They did not have any chance to sound a warning, to tell their companions that a death god was approaching from their backs. Frankly, Ling Lan's throat-slashing technique was a learning space exclusive method. When she had cut the lifeline in their throats, she had also cut off their ability to speak. However, just to make sure there were no mistakes, Ling Lan still decided to cover their mouths. The young man who was facing Ling Lan was the only one who could see all this clearly. His eyes bulged, and his expression turned to one of stunned disbelief, and even his initially struggling body abruptly stilled. This strange reaction caused all the observing killers to pause in astonishment. Subconsciously, they prepared to turn and look, to see what exactly was going on behind them to elicit such a reaction from the young man, to the point that he would forget about his own imminent death. What a dumb pig of a teammate. Ling Lan decisively labeled the young man as dumb. Luckily, he hadn't revealed any joy or excitement on his face, otherwise these killers would certainly have their guards up in a flash. Right now, they were just curious about what the young man had seen. Ling Lan knew there was no more time. She needed to eliminate all these killers before they figured out what was going on, or else they might become an even bigger problem. This time, Ling Lan no longer controlled herself, she unleashed every bit of her strength and speed. Like an ephemeral shadow, Ling Lan swept across the scene, the tri-edged trench knife and the dagger in her hands swiping interchangeably in a deadly dance. Everywhere she went, the unprepared killers found a weapon piercing one of their vital spots unerringly, sending countless blossoms of blood blooming into the air. Ling Lan's path was a straight line. While this wasn't a good path for killing enemies, it was the best path for the rescue. Although the enemies at the fringes of both sides may be able to escape, this would prevent the young man from being used as a hostage. As predicted, Ling Lan managed to stay one step ahead, killing the two men, immobilizing the young man before they could react. At the same time, she sent the young man behind her with a kick. There wasn't a single killer left there, so it was the safest place. By this time, quite a few of the killers had finally gotten a hold of themselves. Ling Lan had originally been afraid that they would scatter and run, depriving her of the chance of killing them all, but unexpectedly, the men just raised up their weapons and charged at her with dreadful bellows. How nice. So the opponents were also dumb as pigs. This made both sides even then. Ling Lan did not give these people any chances. Within several blinks of an eye, all of the men had been eliminated. Meanwhile, there wasn't a single speck of blood on Ling Lan's body, other than the dust which had been thrown up into the air during the fight. On this desolate plain, countless corpses had been added once more, but this time, the bodies were those of the merciless killers. Ling Lan stood up straight and coolly stowed away her weapons. She looked down at the head's head on the floor, whose frozen features still held that crazed smile with a trace of fear, unimaginably creepy. Ling Lan nodded to herself, and mumbled under her breath, as expected, after a head leaves the body, it doesn't die straight away. There's a delay of 1 to 2 seconds, or perhaps even longer. Ling Lan did not spare a look for those unsettled survivors, but prepared to leave. Ling Lan had just taken several steps forward when that young man shouted, "Wait." Because the young man had been silly enough to try and trade his life for hers, Ling Lan decided to give him a chance. Are you alone? If you have nowhere to go, why don't you come back with me to my village? The young man worked hard to squeeze out a smile. He had just been saved from the brink of death after all. Even the calmest of people would be unable to keep their cool, not to mention that he wasn't a calm person to begin with. Was this the next hint of the mission? Ling Lan thought it over, and decided that she should go take a look at the village. After all, right now, she was completely clueless about this so-called evolution pathway and had no idea what she was supposed to do next anyway. Seeing Ling Lan nod, the young man was thrilled. And just like that, Ling Lan prepared to follow the young man back to his village. Before they left, the people recovered some of the possessions they had had to discard while running, so everyone had a large bundle on their back as they prepared to set out. However, a majority of their companions were to remain here forever, never able to return. The survivors were unsure how they were supposed to face the relatives of those people who were eagerly awaiting their return. On the road, Ling Lan found out that these people were all from the same village. Their excursion this time was to procure some necessities at a small town about 30 li away. They had never expected such a terrible thing to happen. Ling Lan followed them as they made their way around a small hillside, and the desolation was noticeably clearing up as they progressed, with more and more greenery becoming visible. The young man told Ling Lan that their village was built around a natural heaven-blessed spring, which was the site of the green lung of this wasteland, allowing all the people in their village to survive in this arid land. After traversing another distance of road, a green abundance of grass came into view. But when the young man turned excitedly to tell Ling Lan that they were about to arrive at the village, Ling Lan's expression changed dramatically. She signaled for everyone to hide, while she quietly crept ahead. Luckily, this wasn't a boundless expanse of flat grassland, but was a hilly area with plenty of erratic ups and downs. Soon, Ling Lan had followed the curve of the mountain to arrive at the mouth of the village. However, one look at the scene before her eyes and Ling Lan understood that the young man's village was also facing the tragic outcome of being massacred. On several large trees by the village gates, a significant number of strapping young men were already bound and hung on the branches, some still alive. Meanwhile, around them, the elderly, the women, and the children were all tied together. They were kneeling on the ground and struggling desperately, crying and screaming as they tried to crawl closer to their loved ones. Laughing uproariously, the killers watching over them used their weapons to knock down anyone who tried to resist, and made them watch on helplessly as their sons, husbands, and fathers had their bowels cut open and their hearts torn out, dying before their very eyes. Scumbags! The rage in Ling Lan's heart flared into a furious flame. This scene had thoroughly crossed over the line of Ling Lan's forbidden territory. If at the start Ling Lan could be said to be hesitant to intervene because she hated troublesome matters, right now, Ling Lan just really wanted to kill every single one of these scumbags that definitely could not be considered human anymore. However, Ling Lan wasn't someone who would let rage get to her head. She wasn't going to allow a moment of recklessness to cause her to fail to rescue these people and lose her life instead. Ling Lan still remembered that phrasal hint given by the system. An exclusive mission, it was likely that she wasn't permitted to die in this mission. The moment she died, the mission would end, never to repeat. After dealing with the learning space for almost a full 6 years, Ling Lan was very familiar with the learning space's mission reward mechanism. The stranger and more unique the mission was, the more generous the reward. With regards to the exclusive mission, just based off the word exclusive alone, Ling Lan could confirm that the mission reward would definitely be generous to the point where she would regret it if she didn't manage to get it. Therefore, from the very beginning, Ling Lan had never even considered giving up. No matter how great the difficulty, she must complete this mission. Chapter 93, The Resurrected Demon in the Heart. Chapter 93, The Resurrected Demon in the Heart. Ling Lan closely observed the situation, and found that there were only 17 men watching over the villagers. However, Ling Lan suspected that there were more men around than this group of killers, otherwise the 100 or so strong young men of the village would not have been rounded up so easily. There were probably more killers within the village proper. Killing off these 17 men was actually not that difficult, but the true difficulty lay in how she could kill all of them before they could sound the alert and regroup. And like before, she needed to prevent a hostage situation from happening. After considering it for a moment, Ling Lan snuck back to where the young man and the others were hiding, and relayed what was happening at the village entrance to them. Just as everyone was panicking, with some even suggesting that they should just abandon the village and run, the young man once again offered a differing opinion. He felt that they should go back and save their relatives, otherwise their lives would be meaningless. The young man's tenacity and passion moved the others, so everyone ultimately decided to go to the village entrance to try and rescue people. Of course, they were also well aware that everything was moot without Ling Lan's help. Involuntarily, all of their gazes fell on Ling Lan, but only the Young man's gaze was filled with apology. He had only invited the solitary Ling Lan to follow them out of good intentions, hoping that he could put down roots in their village and stop having to wander. Never had he expected that he would cause Ling Lan to be dragged into danger once again. Ling Lan's original plan was to coordinate with these people anyway, to draw away some of the guards from the village entrance. So, she did not rebuff them, but instead presented them with a straightforward account of her plan. Perhaps everyone had things they wanted to protect at all costs, for although Ling Lan's plan could very well cost them their lives, at that moment, not a single person backed down, or voiced any objection. With faces filled with determination, the villagers agreed to execute Ling Lan's plan. Seeing these people whose mental states were completely different from how they were initially, Ling Lan realized that humans, despite having countless faults, when placed in a situation where they had to protect something they just couldn't live without, their decisions may very likely astound. Take the situation right now for example, these people no longer displayed any of the selfishness they had at the start. Ling Lan led them to a hidden call won by the village entrance, and then she sneakily dashed closer to the village entrance to lie flat on the ground. Luckily, Ling Lan was now a child with a small body, so even though there wasn't much cover near the village entrance, a slightly larger rock still managed to conceal most of Ling Lan's body. Once in position, Ling Lan turned to the call and gave the others the hand signal to begin. Those people abruptly stood up, lifted the wooden staffs and rocks they had found lying about, and rushed out of the kernel. "Bastards! I'm gonna kill you all!" All of them shouted in unison. The commotion startled those men at the village entrance, but when they saw the ragtag group with their makeshift weapons, they burst into wild laughter. In fact, there even was some element of pleasant surprise in their reactions, gleeful that more prey had decided to serve themselves up for their amusement. In contrast, some of the women and elders tied up there started yelling in shock and terror, "Run away! Don't come!" At this point, they considered their lives forfeit, so those who were still free should just stay away. Every saved life counted. Among the 17 people, there was a small head. He signaled for 10 men from the group to go capture those suicidal people. Ling Lan calmly watched as the 10 men passed by her side and rushed towards the colonel. Meanwhile, the group led by the young men faltered and started to pull back amidst the cries of their relatives, actually turning tail to run. These actions naturally made the 10 men chasing after them laugh even harder. As this was happening, the remaining 7 men did not stop their killing games. The head let his subordinate pull out one of the women who had yelled for the others to run, but their chosen target was not the woman herself, but was the little girl child of 3 to 4 years of age clinging to her. Another 2 subordinates came out and savagely ripped the little girl away from her mother. They paid no heed to the little girl's terrified wails, tying her hands together securely, preparing to hang her on one of the large trees of the village entrance. The tree that they chose was already filled with countless other murdered villagers. Seeing this, the woman went berserk. Without any hesitation, she lunged at the man holding her daughter. Although her hands were tied behind her back, she still sunk her teeth into his wrist, trying to make him let go of her daughter. In order for her own daughter to have a chance of survival, she didn't care if she had to give up her life. The woman portrayed the selflessness of maternal love to the max, causing Ling Lan's heart to clench, aching in sympathy. This detestable learning space, why did it have to show her such a scene? Ling Lan almost lost her cool, almost wanting to just rush out and kill every single one of those scumbags right then and there. But number 5's crazy torments had not been in vain. Ling Lan's spirit wouldn't waver just because of this scene. Still, even so, both of Ling Lan's hands were clenched tightly over the weapons in her hands, almost as if she were going to crush them with her grip. The woman actually knew that what she was doing was useless. Her daughter still wouldn't be able to escape death in the end. Still, she refused to give up, desperately holding on to her bite on the killer's wrist. Even though her head was being pummeled fiercely by the man, even though blood had already coated her entire face, even though she was likely to die in the very next second, she did not let up from start till end. Because she knew that the moment she loosened her teeth, her daughter's life would really be lost. And she absolutely did not want to see her own daughter die right before her eyes. Seeing her mother being hit till her whole head was drenched with blood, the small little girl could only wail in shock and terror, "Mama, Mama." That killer's awkward situation caused all the other men to laugh at him. There wasn't much camaraderie among them, so no one even thought of coming over to help him escape from the woman's savage bite. Even the head himself was guffawing. Seeing a companion make a fool of themselves was also part of their entertainment. Meanwhile, Ling Lan took the chance to slip behind them, finally baring her eager fangs. I've gotten sick of killing women, perhaps this little brat can excite me a little more. The head indicated for another subordinate to tie up the little girl. Just then, Ling Lan pounced, leaping towards the thug still beating on the little girl's mother. At the same time, she sent a pebble flying with a kick, aimed straight for the killer who was just about to hang the little girl up. A muffled whump, and the head of the killer who was tying up the little girl burst open. A reddish-white liquid sprayed out, some of it staining the little girl's body. Meanwhile, on Ling Lan's end, there was just a cold flash, and the thug's throat had been slashed open. A stream of warm blood spurted out to splash on the mother's head, mingling with her own blood on her face. The thug's expression was a stunned one. Till the very end, he had no idea why liquid would be spouting from his throat. He slowly fell over, slumping to the ground alongside the mother. After dispatching the thug, Ling Lan did not stop. Before the other killers could understand what was going on, she unleashed her greatest speed and strength. The remaining few killers didn't even see anything, or if they had sharp eyes, all they saw was a passing shadow. In the blink of an eye, Ling Lan had efficiently finished off the 4 small fry, and then she immediately leapt at the head. The small head was undoubtedly the strongest of the bunch. Seeing what had happened, he instantly knew they had hit a steel plate too. He knew he should shout, so the master killers inside the village could come quickly. The head instinctively defended his neck. His above-average eyesight had allowed him to see that all his subordinates had died from a slash of the throat. He thought that as long as he could hold out for a while, he would be able to yell and inform his boss inside the village that an enemy had come, perhaps then he'd still have a chance of surviving. Well, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. How could Ling Lan give him such a chance? Otherwise she wouldn't have used bait to lure away a large portion of his subordinates. She had done that specifically to avoid giving them the chance to notify their compatriots in the village. Just as the head was about to yell, he suddenly felt as if his palm had been pierced by something, and then the same sensation was at his throat. Due to the unimaginable speed, he actually didn't feel any pain. He had thought that it would hurt, but he felt nothing till the moment he died. Ling Lan's tri-edged trench knife stabbed mercilessly into the opponent's throat, sealing his intended alert within his throat. She could even hear the faint clicking coming from deep within the opponent's throat as he tried to speak. "You all have no more chances," said Ling Lan coldly as she pulled out the trench knife. The head's eyes were wide as he fell face first to the ground. In fact, even before Ling Lan had removed the trench knife, the other was already fully dead. Ling Lan did not hesitate, but immediately rushed towards the call outside the village entrance. She still remembered that there were other people waiting for her rescue, and 10 more killers for her to dispatch. Ling Lan hadn't moved far from the village entrance when she caught sight of the group of killers chasing after the young man's company. The time Ling Lan had used to kill the 7 men at the village entrance had really been very short, so these people hadn't had time to get very far. At this time, Ling Lan had no more concerns, so these 10 killers were summarily dispatched by her. Meanwhile, the villagers who had played bait were all fine, with only one person spraining their ankle while running, but it wasn't serious and wouldn't affect his mobility. The young man and the others followed Ling Lan back to the village entrance, and helped to untie and release the bound villagers there. Upon questioning, they found out that the village had been set upon by bandits and that this group was just the first batch of captured villagers. There were more villagers within the village whose fates were uncertain, though the odds weren't in their favor. Once again, Ling Lan became the focus of attention. Ling Lan simply instructed the young man to find a place to hide with all of the villagers, while she herself went deeper into the village to scout. Under the grateful stares of all the villagers, Ling Lan slipped into the village. She wasn't doing this for the villagers, but rather to vent the righteous aggression she had bottled up inside. She just wanted to kill all those inhumane beasts, but of course saving some of the villagers along the way was a welcome plus. Ling Lan did not have a so-called hero complex, she just didn't want this sort of inhumane beasts to exist in this world. Perhaps the history of the invasion of China, so hated by the Chinese people, in her past world had left a deeply embedded wound within the hearts of all the impassioned descendants of China. Thus, when faced with such a similar scene, this banked rage was triggered. I am me. I only live to follow my heart. Ling Lan had temporarily forgotten the mission, only wanting to go wild without reservations for once, and let out that demon imprisoned within her heart. Indeed, under number 5's insane torments, Ling Lan, who had once lost control of herself, was just like a demon who would cut people down like grass. And right now, facing this group of beasts wearing human skins, was the best time for the demon within her heart to resurrect. A trace of madness bloomed in Ling Lan's eyes, but this madness was very restrained, so honed and focused in its intensity that it presented as calm. Chapter 94, The Test of Dao. Chapter 94, The Test of Dao. Ling Lan secretly snuck into the village. By now, the inside of the village was a sea of blood, a true hell on earth. Quite a number of the villagers had died on the roads or in their doorways, every one of them with their eyes wide open, staring sightlessly at their ruined village, unable to be at peace. Their facial expressions differed, there was fear, despair, and even some with a sort of speechless grief and indignation. Perhaps they were filled with bitter hate, wondering why this catastrophe would befall them when they had just been peacefully living out their lives. Along her way, Ling Lan crouched down, silently closing the eyes of one of the villagers who had died a traumatic death. Right then, there was not a speck of emotion in Ling Lan's gaze. It was as calm as water, and a rush of terrifyingly cold air was emanating from her body. As she walked, whenever she saw any killers alone or in small groups, Ling Lan would decisively dispose of them before silently leaving. If she saw a large group of thugs together, she would go around them. Perhaps these killers were too engrossed in their killing frenzy, for they did not notice at all that their companions were being slowly picked off little by little. Then, at one point, when Ling Lan had once again gotten rid of another batch of thugs, she accidentally missed one who had been relieving himself in a hidden corner, out of sight. Ling Lan noticed her mistake swiftly and sent a dagger flying through the air to pierce through the other's throat, but it was still a step too late. A sharp whistle rent the blood-stenched air of the village. Ling Lan couldn't help but make a soft sound of regret. Just as she had feared, the thugs really had a way to pass on a message instantly. Without a doubt, the other thugs would now be wary and on the defensive, which would make Ling Lan's hunt a little more difficult. Still, it was just a little more difficult. A cold smile appeared on Ling Lan's lips. The hunting game would not end just because of this. Ling Lan's figure slowly disappeared from her present location. By the time the other killers rushed to the scene, all they could see was their companions' corpses lying on the ground, without any sign of the one who killed them. This incident was quickly reported to the main leader of this particular massacre, who immediately gave the order for his subordinates to gather, naturally not forgetting to ask them to bring hostages along with them. He highly suspected that this master killer may have ties with the village people. As they gathered, Ling Lan managed to kill off yet a few more groups of thugs, saving a significant number of villagers in the process. But Ling Lan did not stop to talk to any of them, only continuing on her hurried way after killing the thugs. The villagers had no idea where Ling Lan came from, but this did not prevent them from being grateful for her help. Moreover, Ling Lan did not know that, some of the rescued villagers didn't just leave, some of the strapping young men found some weapons and made their own rescue teams, silently making their way in different directions, hoping to save even more of their loved ones and other village folk. Meanwhile, outside the village entrance, the young man, after finding a relatively safe location for the younger kids, the weak and infirm old folk, and the fragile women, as well as some injured men who could not fight, led the remaining villagers who could still put up a fight to pick up the weapons of the killers Ling Lan had killed, and rushed over too. Along the way, many bloody battles broke out. The villagers went head-to-head with small groups of killers, and paid a bloody price to overwhelm these killers stained with the blood of their relatives, saving their own relatives who were still alive. Only when all of the killers had gathered before the main leader did the leader discover that this place which, in his eyes, was a place where they could kill and indulge in their perverse interests, had actually cost him around 2/3 of his men, leaving behind only about 100 men. D****. Who is it? Show yourself. The main leader was enraged by this drastic loss of men. He signaled for one of his men to bring out one of the hostages, and then bellowed, "If you don't show yourself, I'll kill him." Since the hidden attacker had come for the sake of this village, then they must certainly care about the lives of these ants. As long as the others showed themselves, the leader believed that he and his men would definitely be able to hack the attacker into 1,000 pieces. After waiting for a minute, the surroundings still remained silent as a tomb. With vehemence, the leader shouted, "Kill him." The villager was summarily executed by his subordinate, and blood coated the ground, drawing the terrified screams of the other villagers. I'm not a saintly matron, or a benevolent hero, all I know is, only keeping calm will give me the chance to accomplish my goals. Ling Lan held on tightly to the weapons in her hands, her eyes coolly observing the bloody scene before her. Indeed, her goal was to kill every one of these beastly scumbags and save as many villagers as she could. As such, she could not give in to irrational ardor. The leader saw that his first threat was ineffective, and signaled for a subordinate to bring out 3 more villagers. This time, one of the villagers was a tiny baby still in its swaddling clothes. Ling Lan's irises contracted, and she shut her eyes in anguish. Did she have to continue tolerating this? Do I really have to wait until they become tired of killing and become distracted, and a chance presents itself, for me to make a move? God damn it. My heart tells me, no, I don't want it to be like this. Instructor number 5, your so-called insane level training didn't work after all, otherwise, why can't I become truly cold-blooded? Why can't I turn a blind eye to an innocent child dying before me? Could this be my forbidden ground? Does this count as a human weakness? According to my instructor's words, I should restrain this tendency towards mercy to become stronger, and not yield to my soft heart and compassion. I should restrain it, but... Within Ling Lan's heart, a dilemma occurred for the first time. Her initially steady heart started showing subtle signs of uncertainty. Within the learning space, number 5 and number 9 barged into number 1's space unannounced. Number 1, who had been standing alone in the virtual space deep in thought, saw the uninvited guests and was rather displeased. Coldly, he said, "What did you two come here for? I would like to know, what Dao Ling Lan will choose in the end." Number 9's face was full of worry. If Ling Lan selected a Dao unsuited for her in her evolution, she may very well end up doing double the work for half the results. In contrast, number 5 smirked evilly. I hope she walks the path of the heartless Dao, or maybe the killing Dao. This was a type of shortcut, although the barriers she would face in the later stages with these Daos would be a little more difficult than other Daos, that was after all a consideration for the future. Number 5 believed that there would be ways to resolve it then, and it was overall worth it since she would be able to raise herself to the level of a master within a short period of time. For this purpose, his training in the period preceding this had intentionally been steering Ling Lan's personality and way of handling things towards the direction of these 2 Dao. If Ling Lan held fast to her memories of this time, it was highly possible that she would end up walking one of these 2 Dao. I disagree, raged number 9. Ling Lan may look like she has a hard heart, and she may do things with resolution, and have an extraordinarily high tolerance, but I know, Ling Lan's true self is passionate and gentle. She is compassionate, so the path suited for her should be the Fellowship Dao or the Benevolence Dao. I only know that the test she entered is for the Sovereign Dao. Number 1 told them about Ling Lan's current situation. What? Yelled number 5 and number 9 simultaneously in shock. They had never considered that Ling Lan would enter the test for the Sovereign Dao. Ling Lan had no sovereign-like thoughts at all. How could it be possible for her to pass this test? Seeing the shock-pale faces of the 2 and their flustered appearance, number 1 harumphed coldly and said, entering the test for the Sovereign Dao, doesn't mean that she must definitely walk this Dao. But, it is typically very hard for anyone to jump out of the boundaries of the test and forge their own Dao. Number 9 had no confidence at all on this matter. Based off what she knew, there has not been a single child that had managed to make this step. Number 9's words caused number 1 and number 5 to fall silent. They too knew that this was extremely difficult, and that number 1's words were mostly self-consolation. Perhaps, Ling Lan really can walk the path of the Sovereign Dao. It's not like every person who walks it has sovereign-like thoughts to begin with, he he he. Number 5 rambled on for a bit before he couldn't continue to lie to himself and the others anymore, and could only use fake laughter to fend off number 1 and number 9's unimpressed cold stares. It was true that sovereign thinking wasn't something innate, but a child would still have to have some instinctive greed on this front. For example, liking from young to be stronger by a head, taller by an inch, liking to show off, or even liking to take on leadership roles. Ling Lan was truly lacking in this respect. I believe Ling Lan is not a typical person, said number 1 finally after a long moment of silence. He believed that no matter if the sovereign Dao suited Ling Lan or not, Ling Lan would definitely complete this test and find the Dao that truly belonged to her. Ling Lan, who was still within the test mission, closed her eyes in silent contemplation. She heard the leader's countdown, and knew that if she didn't show herself, 3 lives would end right there, one of which was a babe who had not been long in this world. Kill them. The leader's cry woke Ling Lan up, and she subconsciously took a step forward, revealing her silhouette. You finally appeared. Amidst the leader's wild laughter, his 3 subordinates who were holding onto the hostages firmly swung their sharp blades down. Impulsiveness is a demon, the results are not nice. Ling Lan's gaze no longer wavered. Her split-second falter had shown her the truth, making her realize that being soft-hearted was indeed a mistake. But, holding back was an even bigger mistake. I might as well have just chosen to battle it out in blood from the start, exchanging a tooth for a tooth, and blood for blood was what I should have done. Why did she have to control herself? Why did she have to worry so much? If she hadn't shown up, these villagers would still have died at the hands of these killers. In that case, she might as well have killed off all of these killers as soon as possible, and saved as many people as she could that way. The choice was actually very simple. She didn't have to be a saintly matron or a benevolent hero, under the condition that her life was safe, she only needed to do whatever she could do with resolve. Hesitation would only cause her to sink deeper into more troublesome plights, just like what was happening now. The main leader saw Ling Lan rushing forwards with an icy expression, and signaled for his subordinates to pull out 5 or 6 villagers, shouting, "Don't move, or else I'll kill them. Do it. I will avenge them." Ling Lan's speed became even faster, and she lunged fiercely at the killer closest to her, blade swinging. Seeing that the attacker wasn't fazed at all by his threats, the leader screamed in crazed anger, "Kill them. Kill them all. Do it. I will also do the same and kill you all." The current Ling Lan had eyes like ice, and everywhere her hands fluttered by, a corpse was left behind amidst a spray of blood. Ling Lan did not dodge these blood splatters, and soon her sweet little face had been stained crimson with blood, which slowly fell from her face drip by drip. She looked just like a ghoul that had crawled out from hell, here to collect all the living souls from the area. "Who the hell are you?" Finding that the villagers' lives were no deterrent to Ling Lan's slaughter, the leader was a little panicked. Ling Lan's killing method was quick and decisive, extremely efficient. Every swing of her arm took away yet another of his subordinates' lives. In short order, 10 or so men had already died by her hand. Translator's thoughts. Ryuxinji. If you're getting sick of the bloodshed, hang in there. The killings end in the next chapter. Tongue sticking out. Chapter 95, Cracking the Mission. Chapter 95, Cracking the Mission. A debt collector. Ling Lan's trench knife stabbed mercilessly into the heart of one of the subordinates, and blood once again stained her hair. As she leapt away to lunge at another, she didn't forget to leave this response behind. Ling Lan's savagery caused the killers to have no time to bother with the villagers. They all lifted their weapons and charged at Ling Lan, preparing to surround her and attack her from all sides. "I've wounded him," shouted one of the thugs suddenly. There was still a trace of blood clinging to his weapon, but this was also his final achievement, for Ling Lan's dagger cut through his throat the next second. "After striving for so long, I still couldn't avoid getting injured." Ling Lan looked at the cut on her shoulder area impassively. Though it was still bleeding sluggishly, Ling Lan did not retreat at all, seemingly not feeling any pain from the wound. She decisively swung her weapons around and thrust them at the next foe. She had no wild hopes of killing all of these beastly scumbags without any injury to herself, although she had considered at one point to complete the mission perfectly in such a way, which was why she had chosen to tolerate so much at the start. But that sort of toleration had made her feel unbearably frustrated and irritable, deeply uncomfortable. In contrast, though she had gotten injured, her current mood was extraordinarily light. She relished this sort of battle, this sensation of freedom. This is the kind of battle I yearn for. No suppression or holding back, free to do whatever I want to do. Yes, freedom is what I want. Humans were resilient. As long as they were given a slim thread of survival, they would be able to unleash unimaginable power, and the villagers who had been held captive here were no exception. The tools the thugs had used to threaten them had finally been turned back against the thugs themselves, and Ling Lan's overwhelming strength and ferocity stoked the villagers' courage. Everyone there knew that if they didn't fight back, all that awaited them was death, and now that they had the hope of survival. For the sake of their husbands and wives, for the sake of their parents and relatives, and also for themselves, everyone in the village, whether male or female, young or old, took up weapons, determined to engage these criminals who had destroyed their happy homes in a battle to the death. It was very difficult for regular people with low combat ability, like the villagers, to finish off these exceptionally strong killers. However, the villagers had already decided to risk everything, determined to die honorably even if they couldn't succeed. Just think about how many villagers there were. If one wasn't enough, then try two; if two wasn't enough, then try three. This was no longer a game where the strong butchered the weak, but was now a horrific melee fight. Beside the body of every despicable killer, you could basically see a villager tangled up with him, almost inseparable. This was how the villagers fought. Very simply, the elderly entrusted their hopes to the younger generation, rushing forward to pull a random killer into a death embrace. Then, even if their chests were hacked into paste, they wouldn't let go. It had to be said that the latent reserves of humans were truly unfathomable. The strength of these old people before death became inexplicably horrifying, capable of rendering the killers completely immobile. Then, the second villager would rush forward, followed by the third, the fourth, and so on, until the opponent was dead. The villagers' sudden fearlessness in the face of death shocked the killers. Following the death of one killer after another, the remaining killers actually began to panic. In particular, once their greatest leader was successfully killed by Ling Lan, they could no longer control the fear in their hearts, and began fleeing like beaten dogs towards the outsides of the village. Though Ling Lan tried her best, a few killers still managed to escape, making her feel a little disappointed. She had really wanted to end every single one of them here. Although the killers were dead, this village was pretty much destroyed. Only 30% of the villagers had survived, with a majority being women and children, as well as a small number of young men. Almost all of the elderly had perished in that final clash. Ling Lan didn't linger. She felt that it was inappropriate for her to remain in this village which needed to be rebuilt. The villagers were still in a stupor from their grief, and so did not notice when Ling Lan left. "Benefactor, don't go," shouted the young man suddenly, rushing over with the rest of the villagers his team had rescued. This shout seemed to awaken the villagers from their grief, and they all gathered around her, begging Ling Lan not to leave them. Ling Lan did not look back, only replying coolly, "I am not your benefactor." "No, you are. If you hadn't killed most of the killers, we wouldn't have been able to survive." Of course, the villagers didn't believe Ling Lan's words. If Ling Lan hadn't intervened, they wouldn't have been able to oppose the killers no matter how hard they tried. "You've saved us. We are willing to acknowledge you as master." Perhaps the villagers were grateful, or perhaps they just needed the protection of someone strong, for the young man's suggestion was unequivocally approved. They were all willing to become Ling Lan's servants. The villagers' words led Ling Lan to recall the image within the third panel of the mural. That protagonist had possessed countless subordinates. Perhaps this was where he had started to amass power. According to the mission itinerary, she should just agree and continue to experience all the images within those 6 panels of the mural. Perhaps then she would complete the mission. Ling Lan fell into a contemplative silence, and then, just as she was about to speak up and agree, she abruptly remembered her mission description, to find the right evolution pathway for herself. If she just blindly followed the contents of the mural, would that be right? Ling Lan felt as if she had hit upon a key point. Back then, it was because she had noticed the difference between the protagonist's smile in the first panel and the sixth panel that she had been sucked into the mural. In that case, could she take it as the protagonist's path of becoming a king in total domination being a mistake? So the main point of this mission was the term right. Ling Lan had the strong feeling that the answer was right before her, but there just happened to be a thin layer of paper still in the way. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became, until she reached a point where she felt that her thoughts were a bit of a mess. Ling Lan habitually sat down in a meditative pose and began circulating her qi. After one circuit, the stray thoughts in her mind all disappeared, and things became clearer. Ling Lan once again thought back to the earlier question, but this time she started chasing the thought from the beginning. It had all started because she had noticed that the smile in the first panel and the sixth panel were different. The smile in the first panel was sincere, innocent, and passionate, while the smile in the final panel had become fake, affected, and cold. This indicated that after the protagonist had gone through the experiences of the mural, he had changed from a pure-hearted youth into a dark and deceitful ruler. As he grew up, he had also lost his innocence. The right evolution pathway. A notion sparked through Ling Lan's mind. She suddenly thought, could it be that the learning space felt that the protagonist's choice to become a ruler was wrong? No, no, no. Ling Lan felt that there was something wrong with this assumption, perhaps there was still some deeper meaning. Ling Lan thought back to the countless other murals she had seen in the tunnel. Although they all depicted different things, with different forms and different content, they all had one point in common: their protagonists were all strong in a particular aspect. This fit perfectly with the learning space's reason for existing. Cultivating its host to become strong was the only calling of the learning space, so regardless of which path of strength the host decided to pursue, the learning space would not restrict its host, but was rather happy to provide support. Thus, there was absolutely nothing wrong if the protagonist in the mural decided to become a king who liked to expand his territory. Then, the problem might be with the protagonist's mental state. Could the loss of self be what the learning space really disapproved of? At this thought, Ling Lan felt as if she had opened a door that had originally been sealed up tight, bringing in a sea of light. All the conundrums she had before had been answered. Ling Lan thought to herself, although the protagonist managed to become a king, he lost the sincerity and passion he had in the beginning, losing his true self. The mission this time may very well be for me to understand my true self, and figure out what my true thoughts are. I want to possess a healthy body, I want to live freely, I want to do whatever I want to do without worry. I don't want to see any sinister plots, and I don't want to be controlled. I want to make a few close friends and bosom buddies, and raise an exceptional baby. Yes, I hate troublesome things, and I don't want to be tied down. Ling Lan abruptly opened her eyes, stood up to face the young man waiting patiently by her side and said firmly, I refuse. Why? Cried the young man sadly. His entire expression actually twisted, and his gaze was resentful. Your fates rest in your own hands. What does it have to do with me? Ling Lan said impassively. This was truly spoken from her heart. Why should I take care of you all? Why should I bear your responsibilities? No one can force me to do what I don't want to do, no one. Then why did you save us? You might as well have let us die at the hands of those people. The young man burst into tears, and all the villagers also started crying. Even the sky started to weep rain, as if unsatisfied with Ling Lan's heartlessness. To save or not to save is my choice, to die or not to die is yours. Ling Lan threw down this final statement, and then immediately turned to walk away, no hesitation at all in her demeanor. In that moment, Ling Lan had made her decision. She wanted to be a free spirit, and do whatever she wanted to do. She didn't want to live according to the world's rules of right and wrong, and restrict her own movements that way. Gradually, Ling Lan left that blood-stained village further and further behind, coming to a desolate hillside of yellow soil. Ling Lan didn't know if her choice was the right one, but she regretted nothing. Instead, her heart was light, because the mission this time had let her reaffirm the path she wanted to walk. So that she wouldn't be tied down, so that she could live freely, so that she could give birth to an absolutely exceptional baby, she needed to become much stronger. Just as Ling Lan was about to unleash a scream to vent the pent-up emotions in her heart, a black vortex suddenly appeared once again before her eyes, pulling her inside it in an instant. F***ck, again. Ling Lan only had enough time to say that before she was entirely devoured by the black vortex. The tall slope of yellow soil once more subsided into silence, just as if Ling Lan had never been there. Alone in his space, number 1 was sitting cross-legged in contemplation when his mind flickered, and then he abruptly disappeared. At the same time, with joyful faces, number 5 and number 9 also disappeared from within their own spaces, and the three of them appeared together before the gates of the test of Dao. Very quickly, a black vortex appeared before them, and then a small figure dropped out from it. Ling Lan calmly adjusted her posture in the air, and then landed safely on her feet. Ling Lan, congratulations, you have passed, said instructor number 1 coolly. Number 5 and number 9 shared a glance, subtle knowing smiles on the corners of their lips. Number 1's true emotions were not as calm as his appearance would suggest. Chapter 96, The Dominance Dao. Chapter 96, The Dominance Dao. Ling Lan blinked at the three instructors before her in bemusement. She hadn't expected this mission to involve all three of her instructors at the same time. The fact that even the usually aloof number 1 had appeared made her feel rather touched. What's going on, instructors? Asked Ling Lan. Number 9 was the most anxious. She immediately opened her mouth to ask, Ling Lan, what Dao did you choose? Dao. Ling Lan was taken aback, but understood right after and replied quickly, I didn't choose any of those Daos. How could that be possible? Number 9's face was filled with disbelief. Passing meant that the testy had found the Dao that belonged to them. Why did Ling Lan have to say that she hadn't chosen a Dao? Number 9 wasn't the only one who didn't believe her, even the typically contrary number 5 also didn't believe her. Only number 1 had an unfathomable look of deep thought on his face. Well, I can't really say I didn't choose, said Ling Lan bashfully as she rubbed her head and smiled. I chose to walk my own Dao, and then the system said I passed and just let me out. Number 1's eyes brightened, flaring with an intense light, while number 5 and number 9's faces were filled with shock, which quickly turned into triumphant joy. How lucky were they, to be able to raise a pupil who could forge her own Dao. This sort of person would undoubtedly become a historic figure. Ling Lan said somewhat regretfully, unfortunately, I'm not sure whether I can complete it. The development of this Dao is all up to me to figure out. After Ling Lan had been sucked in by the black vortex from the scene of the second panel, she hadn't appeared in a new scene, but had entered an expanse of nothingness instead. Everything had been a grey blankness around her, not a single thing in existence, while Ling Lan herself had just been suspended in mid-air within this nothingness. Just as Ling Lan was getting restless, the grey blankness suddenly twisted and actually turned into an enormous grey dragon to pounce at the suspended Ling Lan. Back then, Ling Lan had been terrified, but finding that she had been robbed of the ability to move, she could only watch helplessly as this enormous grey dragon swallowed her whole. Within that split second, countless images flashed before Ling Lan's eyes. The countless Daos which existed in the world were displayed before her, and she experienced all the trials and epiphanies associated with the Daos along with the images. When Ling Lan woke up once more, she found that she was still suspended within the nothingness, unharmed, as if all that had just happened had just been a passing dream. An extremely wispy voice came from a distance, of these countless Daos, one of them belongs to you. Which one will you choose? Dao. Is that the evolution pathway I want? Asked Ling Lan pensively. Those paths earlier, didn't you see them all? Replied the wispy voice. Hate, frenzy, tolerance, control, ties, responsibility, and even kindness and murder, every person had to abandon some part of themselves. Is this the cost for evolution? This sort of choice greatly displeased Ling Lan. Was it really necessary to make sacrifices to become stronger? Gain and loss has always been fair, to sacrifice or not, is up to the individual. The wispy voice was cold and emotionless, but it also spoke the truth. In the end, everything was up to personal choice. Is it fair? Ling Lan closed her eyes, once again immersing herself in the grief and epiphanies brought on by those images. It was true that all those people had become the top of their fields, standing at the pinnacle of human achievement, but they also lost some very important things in the meantime. Even those people who had chosen the fellowship Dao still lost their family. When one's love was all-encompassing, and all men were equal in one's eyes, what significance did family have? She did not believe that those people had chosen the fellowship Dao purely for themselves to begin with. It was likely that they had chosen it also for the sake of their families, but in the end, the outcome was distinctly different from their original intentions. In that case, what purpose was there in becoming strong this way? It was true that Ling Lan wanted to become strong because she didn't want to live a restrained life. If she was strong enough, her father's military benefits wouldn't be coveted by others, and she eventually wouldn't have to keep pretending to be a man to hold on to them. She really wanted to give birth to an exceptional baby, but her identity now meant she needed to be strong enough to push down a man she liked in order to get the other half of the genetic material needed for her child. Moreover, she wanted her child to be able to live openly without having to sneak around, growing up honestly under the care of her boundless love. She wanted to live this life without any regrets, looking down upon the whole world with a smile. All of this required her to become even stronger, perhaps even strong enough to stand at the very top. However, this didn't mean that she was willing to sacrifice certain things in the process. For instance, she didn't want to become a madman or a villain, scorned by the world, so the demonic Dao, ghoul Dao, or killing Dao were all unsuitable for her. She also didn't want to become a saint, a benevolent figure, or a king, to become some sort of leader, for this would force her children to have to be on their guard from a young age, losing the childish innocence and joy they should have. Thus, the sage Dao, sovereign Dao, and benevolence Dao were all not the Dao she needed either. Whatever emotionless type Dao or relationship-centered Dao were all nonsense, hearts Dao, literary Dao, martial Dao. All these evolutionary Daos with their multitude of restrictions and conditions were not at all pathways that Ling Lan wanted to walk. After analyzing each and every one of the Daos, Ling Lan still couldn't find a Dao that suited her. Dissatisfied, she said, "Didn't you say that there would a Dao suitable for me among all these Daos? Why is there none that catches my eye?" The wispy voice rang out once more, "There are hundreds and thousands of Dao in the world, how do you know that there is no Dao that is suitable for you?" Ling Lan's response was quick. "In other words, the Daos I've seen are only a portion. Then isn't that strange? Why won't you let me see them all?" The wispy voice rang out again, but it no longer sounded cool and unaffected. This time, there was a trace of dissatisfaction in its tone as it said, "Due to coincidence and serendipity, you've been given the blessing of several Daos. Don't be too greedy now." Ling Lan cared not for the voice's dissatisfaction, but rather found the answer she sought from its response. "In that case, I won't choose any of those Daos you've shown me." Ling Lan's reply stunned the wispy voice. "Why?" Previously, anyone faced with this situation would always joyfully choose one of the Daos offered. Why would this person before it now bear to give up such a great opportunity? It was finding this a little hard to accept. "Didn't you say that there were hundreds and thousands of Dao in this world? Then I need to find the one that suits me best." Ling Lan used its own words against it, the teasing tone in her voice obvious. The wispy voice was instantly aggravated. "All these Daos I've given you are Daos which have been tried and tested, created and developed by those who have succeeded, capable of helping you grow strong quickly. Anything else would have to depend on your own capabilities, leaving you stumbling in the dark. You may end up accomplishing nothing in your life, unable to become strong. Are you stupid?" "Hee, not faking it anymore." Ling Lan poked fun at the voice. The voice went silent, and Ling Lan continued to say, "You're the system of the learning space, aren't you? Stop pretending to be some mysterious master and just tell me straight, what exactly is this?" Choosing the right evolutionary Dao refers to your path of evolution. This time, the voice was no longer wispy, but was the usual system's voice Ling Lan was familiar with. Only then did Ling Lan nod contentedly. "There we go, acting all high and mighty like some deity, beating around the bush with mysticism and riddles. These were all things she wasn't used to." "Isn't this just taking on training step by step?" asked Ling Lan curiously. She still hadn't wrapped her mind around the appearance of this mysterious concept of Dao. Dao is a sort of enlightenment, a plane of thought, a realm, not just regimented numbers and training. The system's reply was airy, but Ling Lan still understood and nodded somewhat thoughtfully. This was thanks to Ling Lan having read way too many novels in the past, some Chinese Buddhist scriptures and teachings would often appear in novels, so this sort of words with deep Zen flavor was no problem for her. All those Daos I saw were a type of extreme. In other words, when someone walks to a particular extreme, he may be able to realize some profound secret of that extreme. There were many things to do with humans which cannot be explained by technology. For instance, the chi cultivation exercises she had learned was one of these miraculous things. This time, the learning spaces system did not respond, for these things needed to be discovered by the host themselves. After another few minutes, the learning spaces system asked again, "You really don't want to choose those Daos? They're really a shortcut, you know." But Ling Lan recalled those cultivation-type novels she had read. It's been said that the experience of others can only be referenced but not imitated blindly, because everyone is different. Only those things which one has realized on one's own are truly suited for oneself, so perhaps Tao is the same. Ling Lan had her answer. She shook her head once more. "I don't want them." "Is it that you don't want to become strong anymore?" The system's voice was somewhat disappointed. Its host Ling Lan was exceptional on so many fronts, so it just couldn't understand why Ling Lan would give up this obvious chance to become strong. "Of course I want to, but like you said earlier, only one Tao of the hundreds and thousands in this world will be suitable for me, and I really want to walk that Tao," said Ling Lan firmly. "Even if you end up a complete failure, you mustn't regret this," cautioned the system once more. No regrets. Ling Lan was a greedy person. She wasn't willing to cast away her feelings. Perhaps this avarice would ultimately cause her to lose the chance to grasp Tao, but she believed that even if she never found the Tao that belonged to her, she could still become strong. In that case, shutting down the learning space's legacy system. Since the host had no need of it, then there was no need for the existence of the learning space's legacy system. Following this announcement, Ling Lan felt all the miscellaneous images of Tao within her mind being extracted, along with all the accompanying epiphanies. At the end, a thundering voice crashed down, "What is Tao?" The answer spilled forth from within Ling Lan, "A human's true heart." Her reply echoed throughout the space, and the light in Ling Lan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. She said firmly once more, "Yes, a human's true heart." "And what is your Tao?" "Freedom, an existence without shackles, so my Tao should also be free, not limited to the boundaries of any Tao, it is the existence of any possible Tao." Ling Lan abruptly lifted her head, and the light in her eyes was so bright it could almost illuminate this entire virtual space. "So, I shall name my Tao as the Dominance Dao. Congratulations, you have passed." The voice of the system rang out once more, telling Ling Lan the good news. Before Ling Lan could continue to ask any questions, she had been whisked away again by a black vortex, and when she was spat out once more, she had already arrived at where Instructor Number 1 and the others were at. "The Dominance Dao, is it?" Number 1 peered intently at Ling Lan, and a momentary trace of satisfaction flit through his eyes. This was truly the dominant heir his disciple should have. He was very pleased with Ling Lan's choice. Chapter 97, Logging into the Virtual World. Chapter 97, Logging into the Virtual World. Mission completed, Ling Lan was sent back to the Great Hall of the Learning Space by Number 1 and the others. Little Four was sitting in a corner, nodding off. When Ling Lan appeared, Little Four was immediately shocked awake, and opening his eyes to see Ling Lan, he quickly pounced and hugged her tight. The sudden extraction of Ling Lan's awareness while she was scheduled for combat had thoroughly frightened Little Four. Although Little Four was also a member of the learning space, he was a support intelligence entity responsible for helping the host to handle general affairs and had no control over the actions of the learning space. Still, he secretly made a resolution: he would make himself evolve further so that he could help Ling Lan bring the entire learning system under her control, so that the learning space would no longer be able to extract Ling Lan's consciousness as it liked. This incident led both Ling Lan and Little Four to find their respective objectives for becoming stronger. The two of them no longer just went with the flow, but began working purposefully for the future. By the time Ling Lan woke up, the arena battles were already all over. Ling Lan ended the ranking battles this time in second place. Ling Lan wasn't all too bothered by this, for Ling Lan's current goal was already not something this small little scout academy could satisfy. She wished even more for even more powerful people to fight. Ever since Ling Lan came out from the learning space, she had already vaguely gained some insight on the existence of Dao. Although she still couldn't borrow any of its energy, this was enough to imbue her body with a trace essence of Dao. In other words, if Ling Lan exposed just a little of this Dao essence, even a 10th grade student would be unable to resist its influence and would become unable to perform at full capacity. This was what made Dao so terrifying. It had the ability to limit and weaken the opponent. Ling Lan believed that this wasn't all there was to Dao, but she had only just learned of it and was still unclear about what Dao truly was. At the same time, she was also unsure as to the limits of this essence. How strong did an opponent have to be before this Dao essence would lose its effectiveness? All of this still awaited her exploration and research. However, right now, Ling Lan wasn't ready to delve into this yet. Her entire concentration had been captured by the virtual world. That's right, Ling Lan and the others had finally been approved to enter the virtual space that could stand as a self-contained world of its own. The catch was that they still couldn't freely access and explore the whole virtual world of the Federation, but were restricted to hanging out in the virtual world of the Central Scout Academy. In Ling Lan's words, this was obviously the newbie village of the game world. Only when one's level was high enough would one be able to go out into the big bad world out there. Still, just this was enough on its own to thrill Ling Lan and the others. Before entering, they promised to meet up at the login point inside. Subsequently, they all went back to their own dorms, and lied down in their respective personal login pods. The current virtual world was not like that of Ling Lan's previous world. The Federation was extremely strict with the management of the virtual world. The rules and regulations associated with it were no less than that of the real world, and was in fact significantly stricter. It should be known that over the millenniums, there had been over dozens of cases where the anarchy within the virtual world had spilled over to cause catastrophes in real-world society. All these incidences caused the federal government to start taking the virtual world seriously, and to come up with various laws specifically targeted towards the regulation of the virtual world, which had also come to be known as humanity's second world. Of course, the emergence of these regulations caused this second world to become very organized, which in turn led to this second world's rapid development, becoming unbelievably prosperous. It should be known that the Federation's mainframe used a human's brainwaves as the condition for logging in, and that every person's brainwaves were one of a kind, never changing. Think about it. Every person could only have one ID and one image, no alternate accounts. If someone were caught committing some crime or breaking some law, they would be stripped of their right to log into the virtual world, and may even have to go to jail. Current humans had already gotten used to existing within a virtual world, living a second life within this secondary world. This made people care very much about their own IDs, taking care with their virtual selves, obeying the law. Of course, if you weren't afraid of the federal government stripping away your right to enter this second world, you could just cause as much trouble as you want. Naturally, this wasn't foolproof. As technology continued to develop, humans were also continuing to evolve. Black hat hackers who existed tens of thousands of years ago still existed tens of thousands of years later, but now they were called under one umbrella term, hacker. This was not because hackers had become weaker, but rather, hackers as a collective had a higher entry point now. Only those whose minds had mutated in a way that allowed them to hide their true self within the virtual world could become a hacker. Of course, among the hacker collective, there was still a side branch. That was a group of hackers who had the power to harm the electrical brainwaves of other humans, thus being able to commit murder within the virtual world. They were known by the people of the Federation as virtual specters. A scary existence capable of eating the souls of humans. Of course, all this had nothing to do with the present Ling Lan. It was impossible for Ling Lan, who could only hang around the virtual world of the Central Scout Academy, to bump into these fearsome beings. She was currently excitedly waiting for the connection from her login pod to go through. Very quickly, Ling Lan had arrived at a large hall. It looked very familiar, actually being the exact replica of the Central Scout Academy's Great Hall. This caused Ling Lan to sweat drop. Who knew the academy would be so shameless as to set the login screen of the login pods to be the school's Great Hall? Ling Lan looked left and right, but didn't notice any selection icons of any kind. However, in the near distance, a glimmering pillar of light could be seen slowly rotating. Just as she was puzzling over the situation, Ling Lan suddenly heard a familiar voice ring out inside her mind, "Boss, do you want to change your name and appearance?" Little Four. How did you get here? Hadn't she been brought here by her brainwaves? How had Little Four been brought along? Little Four said smugly, "Who do you think I am? I am the god of the virtual world. As long as there is a login signal, is there anywhere I can't go?" Before Ling Lan could ask any other questions, he asked again, "Boss, do you want to change your name and appearance?" "I was just wondering why there wasn't the option to change my appearance. Where is it?" "Quickly, tell me," said Ling Lan happily. This was her first time encountering the virtual world, so she was truly clueless how to go about doing things. At these words, Little Four's expression turned scornful as he said, "Please boss, what option to change your appearance? There's no such thing. Once the mainframe has confirmed your brainwaves, it'll automatically model your virtual self after your real-world name and appearance, and this is also the only ID you can use to enter the virtual world." Ling Lan said glumly, "Then there wouldn't be any sense of being in a virtual world. Isn't that just like reality? Otherwise, how would the government here be able to control this virtual world?" Little Four wasn't at all surprised. Ling Lan sighed deeply, feeling rather disillusioned, but she abruptly perked up and asked, "Little Four, what did you say earlier?" Little Four cast a scornful look at Ling Lan, wondering if Ling Lan had gotten dementia so young. "I asked if boss wanted to change your name and appearance." Ling Lan clapped her hands together loudly, "Yes, that." Confused, she asked, "Little Four, if the mainframe generates name and appearance automatically after confirming my brainwaves, then how can you help me change my appearance and ID? And if you help me to change them, will I be stuck that way from now on?" Little Four glared at Ling Lan, miffed that Ling Lan thought so little of him. He sniffed and said, "Am I that lame? Who do you think I am? God. I can change your brainwave information every time you log into the mainframe, and let you have a different appearance and ID every single time." Ling Lan was moved. "Doesn't that mean that I can have countless alternate accounts?" Little Four said smugly, "That's right, but I recommend you start out with just your real account and just one alternate account for now. Making too many would also be a waste." "Why would I use an alternate account?" Ling Lan didn't think that she needed to do anything illegal or unconscionable, so she really didn't see the need for an alternate account. Little Four looked at her as if she were an idiot. "Don't you want to go out and look around? With the appearance of an adult?" Ling Lan blinked, startled, but was then overwhelmed with joy. "I can go out. Not just stay confined here in the Central Scout Academy." Unhappily, Little Four reminded her once more, "Boss, I already told you, I am a godlike existence. All the restrictions of the virtual world doesn't exist for me." "Yup, it's like what you mentioned before, all tofu walls one." Ling Lan felt dizzy with joy. She thought that she would still be trapped within the Scout Academy for another few years before she could come into contact with the greater world outside, but unexpectedly, because of Little Four, she could enter mainstream society right now, to get a true understanding of this world. However, Ling Lan quickly calmed herself. 6 years of training within the learning space ensured that Ling Lan would never remain in an abnormal mental state for long. Once again, she refused Little Four's offer, because she needed to log in with her real ID and image for today, for this was the day she would be meeting up with her other companions in the virtual world for the first time. Still, Ling Lan also told Little Four that the next time they had the chance, she would use a fake adult appearance to explore the outside world, to get a better understanding of this virtual world. Under Little Four's nudging, Ling Lan walked to stand before that pillar of light, which was actually the teleportation tunnel to enter the virtual world. Ling Lan only hesitated for a moment before stepping resolutely into the light. Ling Lan's entry point was a large plaza, which vaguely resembled the plaza of the Central Scout Academy, except it was bigger and wider. This was also the first entry point for all the students. Ling Lan could already see several familiar figures sitting on one of the long benches in the plaza, not too far away, waiting for her to arrive. Ling Lan walked over, smiling as she said, "You all sure move fast, all of you actually arriving before me." Seated on the bench, Han Shuya pouted and said somewhat sulkily, "Boss, you are the last one. What took you so long? We've been waiting for almost half a day." Beside Han Shuya, Luo Chao smiled shyly at Ling Lan, face filled with a quiet joy. For the past few days, because she was afraid that she would affect Ling Lan and the other boys during their fights, she had not gone to the hall to cheer them on, and this had caused Luo Chao's spirits to become a little low. When she saw Ling Lan once more, Luo Chao's mood immediately brightened immensely. Chiong, who had become slightly impatient due to the long wait, hurriedly said, "I've asked those NPCs too. There are a lot of missions here, which can give us cash, or even let us learn some combat moves." Chiong, with his passion for fighting, was completely helpless against this temptation, almost ready to abandon his boss and run off to seek the true path of combat. Seeing how eager and restless everyone was, Ling Lan said, "Why don't we first exchange contact information, and then just go our own ways for a bit? We can just contact each other if we need any help." Okay. Ling Lan's suggestion was unanimously approved. They all also believed that it was much more convenient to move separately. Just like that, each of them recorded down the other's contact information, and then they all went their separate ways. Chapter 98, Legacy Mission. Chapter 98, Legacy Mission. After everyone had left, Little Four asked listlessly, "Boss, what should we do now?" Little Four, who had already been to the real virtual world, just couldn't muster up any enthusiasm for this enclosed little world. "Let us just explore this newbie village a little." In contrast, Ling Lan was very interested, for this was the very first time she was encountering the virtual world. She never expected that it would be so realistic. When she had first seen Chiong and the others, she had almost thought that they were still in the real world. Newbie village? What does that mean? Little Four was troubled. Why couldn't he understand what his boss was saying? However, for the sake of not cracking his image of smartest intelligence entity, he didn't dare ask Ling Lan what it was, but instead secretly went to trawl through his own databases. Very quickly, in some random web novel, Little Four found the term, and when he took a look at the context of the term, he finally understood. Little Four looked around at this closeted little world, compared it with the meaning of newbie village in net gaming, and found that his boss's description was just perfect. Once more, Little Four was awed by Ling Lan's deep knowledge. Boss sure is boss, alright, able to use such concise and simple terms or sentences to describe a complicated thing in its entirety. Just look here, to ensure that those children who have yet to properly establish their values and worldviews were not led astray, the Academy chose to protect them within an enclosure. Wasn't this exactly like the newbie villages which had been established in netgaming 10,000 years ago to protect the rights of new players? Setting aside Little Four's current adulation towards Ling Lan, which was surging like the waters of the Huang He Won and threatening to overflow, Ling Lan spent a whole day satisfying her curiosity, roughly exploring the entire area of this small enclosed world and getting a rough idea of the conditions within this enclosed city. The city was very large, over 100 times larger than the Scout Academy in reality. By Ling Lan's estimations, it was impossible to learn all the nooks and crannies of this city without spending several years' time. This vastness was probably also for the sake of keeping the Scout Academy students at bay. After all, they had to stay put here in this patch of virtual reality for over 10 years while they remained in the academy. If they conquered this city within a few days, the students would definitely riot. Time in the virtual world wasn't extended like Ling Lan imagined it to be, but moved at the same pace as real-world time. In other words, a day in the virtual world was equal to one real day. Ling Lan wandered the city shops for a while and found that there weren't any strange or incomprehensible products. Everything in the shops were items that also existed in reality. Then, when she asked, she found out that the things one bought in this virtual world were actually things being bought in reality. The moment you made an order and paid, the seller would send out the goods in the real world. Oh, right. A gentle reminder, things bought in the virtual world were non-refundable. Of course, all sorts of learning halls were still the most common in the city. Within them were countless recordings of lessons for various courses. As long as you could complete certain preset missions, you would be able to receive one of the course videos for free. Of course, you could also choose to buy the lessons outright, but the cost in gold was enough to blind you. Hells, it was just too expensive. If it were possible to transfer some credits in from the real world to exchange for currency, perhaps the students would not be so resentful, but unfortunately, to push the students to become independent quicker, the academy banned this trading function. Even more unreasonable was that every student who first entered wouldn't be given any money at all by the miserly academy, not even a single cent. Want to buy something in the virtual world? That's fine, students. Please accept a mission and use your own 2 hands to build your fortune. All the NPCs will smilingly parrot this sentence, completely unmoved by the children's tantrums or wailing complaints. Of course, the academy wasn't truly that heartless. They set up countless easy small missions within the virtual world. Naturally, the money one could earn from these missions wasn't much, but as long as one completed the mission, one could obtain the associated gold or redeem particular course. Instructions for free. Rumor had it that there were also some legacy missions and ultimate combat moves available which caused the students' eyes to burn with want, for these missions could let an average child rise meteorically overnight. Of course, it wasn't easy to get this type of high-level mission, which was dependent on luck and circumstance. Moreover, even if you received this kind of mission, whether you could complete it was still uncertain. Ultimate moves and legacies weren't that easy to obtain. These hidden details were still completely unknown to Ling Lan and the other new students who had just gained access to the virtual world. They could only begin from the small missions, and learn more about this second world of humanity as they earned some pocket money. As Ling Lan had the ultimate cheating device in the form of Little Four, she truly took to the virtual world like a fish to water. Facing the tens of thousands of content produced daily, Little Four carefully helped Ling Lan to pick out those missions which had the best cost-benefit ratio, allowing Ling Lan to accumulate gold at the fastest possible speed. If necessary, Little Four could also directly bypass the lock on the virtual space and exchange credits for virtual currency to bring to Ling Lan. But this suggestion was immediately refused by Ling Lan. Ling Lan felt that she already had too much of an advantage presently because of Little Four. If she pushed it even more, she would really draw the wrath of the heavens and the grudge of the people. Ling Lan decided it would be better to keep a lower profile. Of course, Ling Lan also refused Little Four because she still had one great advantage: the battle points she had gained in the ranking tournament were actually valid for changing into virtual currency. Ling Lan guessed that this was a reward mechanism put in place by the Academy for the top talents, a covert form of encouragement. It could be expected that these exceptional children would be able to rely on this additional wealth from reality to pick up useful skills a step earlier, which was in line with the educational compass of the Scout Academy. Just like that, Ling Lan busily passed a year between the Scout Academy and the virtual world. Within this period, she went through 2 more ranking tournaments, and for both times, she maintained her ranking at 4th place. The first time, she met Luo Lang in the semi-finals and chose to give up, while the second time, she met Qilong in the semi-finals and also chose to give up. Don't blame Ling Lan for not having any fighting spirit, the difference between their strengths was just too wide. Asking Ling Lan to fight with them was really just like asking her to bully children, and there was really no benefit for either side. If not to guarantee that she would be able to get the best education and the best cultivation resources, Ling Lan would have no desire to fight at all. This move also caused Ling Lan's reputation to only circulate within her grade. The upper grade seniors had still had some interest in Ling Lan at the beginning, but in the end, seeing Ling Lan consecutively get held back in the top 4, they gradually lost interest. Ling Lan didn't care about any of this. The Scout Academy was just a place for her to learn, not a place for her to show off. Besides, she was very busy every day. She had lessons of the Scout Academy to learn, missions of the learning space to do, and she still had to make some time to research the Dao she wanted to walk. Of course, she also didn't forget to go complete several small missions in the virtual world with the highest returns as selected by Little Four every day. On this day, Ling Lan logged into the virtual world as usual to do her missions, but the moment she entered the virtual world, she was immediately bombarded by the countless alerts of her companions trying to contact her. She opened her flashing communicator, and found that Chiong and the others were desperately trying to get hold of her. "What's up?" Ling Lan was extremely curious. Although the others would contact her every once in a while, they had never tried to contact her all at once like this before. Something big must have happened. "Boss, where are you?" Chiong's loud voice almost shattered Ling Lan's eardrums. Ling Lan took a look at the familiar buildings around her and replied, 100 meters in front of the electrodynamics building. This time, Ling Lan was preparing to complete a particular physics instructor's mission, and obtain instruction from said instructor in physics topics. This wasn't in the form of a video, but was a personal one-on-one instruction. Furthermore, the instruction time awarded depended on how well the mission was completed. In other words, the better Ling Lan did in the mission, the longer the instruction time she would get. This was also why she was willing to take on this mission. He. Boss really likes to joke, you can even measure out 100 meters just like that, said Chiong amidst silly laughter. He had of course picked up on Ling Lan's dissatisfaction in her tone, it must be because of his overly loud volume earlier, but he was really just too excited and just couldn't control it. Don't accept that mission right now. Chiong suddenly thought of why Boss would be there, and hurried to stop him. Although the reward of that mission was tantalizing, the mission contents were truly rage-inducing. It was an examination mission, involving 2 solid hours of examination time. Of course, this wasn't the reason why the children would be driven wild. Were there any dumb children who could enter the Central Scout Academy? They weren't at all afraid of tests. But, as a mission from a physics instructor, why were the contents being tested from all subjects? Even the smartest child would have 1 or 2 weaker subjects, thus, a majority of the children had all failed, with only a few all-round abnormals who managed to scrape by. Among Chiong and the others in the group, only Han Jijian had managed to pass the test and receive a month of face-to-face instruction. This caused Han Jijian's knowledge in electrodynamics to improve in leaps and bounds. According to Han Jijian, he didn't have to worry about anyone chasing up to him in this subject for the next 5 years now. It was truly fantastic. Reason? Asked Ling Lan calmly. She wasn't someone who would easily give up on her objective. Chiong would have to give her a convincing reason, otherwise she would still choose to proceed with the mission. Come quickly to Mecha Street, a legacy mission has appeared here. Chiong tried to lower his voice, but he couldn't hold back his excitement. He was so moved that he was on the verge of frenzy. Legacy mission? Really? Ling Lan was startled by this news. Within this year, she had gradually come to understand some of the secrets of the virtual world, finding out that it was possible that there were some legacy missions here just waiting for the right person to come along and find it. Still, that was just a rumor after all. She had yet to hear of any student who actually obtained a legacy mission, but of course this didn't include any students who may have obtained a legacy and then kept it a secret. Of course, really. This mission has already been verified by the Academy. Now everyone is preparing to go give it a try, but I hear from the students who've tried that the test of this mission is really weird. They all lost without knowing why, and was sent directly back out. But no one really believes what they say, and are all waiting to go try it once for themselves. Boss, that's a legacy mission. Legacy, Chiong spilled all that he knew in a flood, shouting in his enthusiasm. Chiong just couldn't contain his excitement. The term legacy could not be used lightly in this world. Only those strong enough to reach the level of an imperial operator and beyond had the right to bequeath their life's learnings through a legacy method to a disciple. And a legacy mission was a type of test set by an imperial level and above fighter to choose a disciple. Chapter 99, Walk One's Own Path. Chapter 99, Walk One's Own Path. It can't be, aren't legacy missions the type that can only be stumbled upon by luck? Why would they have an open test this time? Ling Lan's first reflex was to think that this was a joke, but then, considering Chiong's straightforward personality, he would never joke about something as major as this. So, she started asking for more information. I'm not sure about that myself. Maybe the one who set the legacy mission just likes to use this kind of wide-scale elimination method to choose a disciple. Still, I like it, said Chiong, grinning happily. He felt that he would have very little luck with those legacies which depended on chance, so he was ecstatic to see this type of publicly accessible legacy mission. Plus, he felt that this sort of legacy was fairer. Chiong would think this way due to his personality, being someone who favored the direct approach. Just looking at the convoluted twists and turns of some things gave him a headache. So it's a C-selection one. Ling Lan exclaimed in realization. Of course, Ling Lan's words made Chiong on the other end of the communicator gasp out in repeated admiration once more, for he felt that this descriptor was truly perfect for the situation. The skin on Ling Lan's face had gotten exceptionally thick by now, having gotten used to taking credit for all those net terminology or modern slang so popular in her previous world. Thus, she just calmly took it in stride and told Chiong that she would hurry over immediately. Although Ling Lan wasn't particularly keen about this public legacy mission, this was still Ling Lan's first encounter with a so-called legacy mission after all. She was very curious, and so decided to hold off on her current mission and go take a look at Chiong's area first. Little Four fully supported this plan. He was very annoyed at himself for overlooking this legacy mission, and so decided that he would analyze this sort of legacy mission closely to avoid missing them in the future. He would make sure to find all the legacy missions and present them to his boss. It had to be said that Little Four was really very greedy, actually planning to round up all the legacy missions within the virtual network. Luckily Ling Lan didn't notice what Little Four was thinking right now, otherwise she would certainly be rendered speechless. Legacies weren't like the Chinese cabbages they could eat every day. As its name implied, Mecha Street was a street filled with mecha shops. However, in the newbie village, the enclosed city of the Scout Academy, what the shops sold were all kinds of mecha figurines of different sizes, readily available for the students to peruse to better understand this world's strongest solo weaponry. Whether they were male or female, as long as they had money, they would definitely buy one of the mecha models they liked. The mecha models were very realistic. The materials used to make them were actually of the same alloy type as real mecha. That said, real mecha were made with the highest grade materials, while the models were made with secondary level materials, along with some miscellaneous junk materials. Still, every part of the mecha was made perfectly, just like on a real mecha. All movable and removable parts worked exactly like a real mecha, and even the controls and operational instruments within the mecha's cockpit were all present and accounted for. This made them perfect for letting the children learn about the internal structure of mecha and some of its basic operations. The moment Ling Lan arrived at Mecha Street, she could see countless students surging in a particular direction. So, without even having to ask Chiong for directions, Ling Lan knew exactly where she should go. It was very likely that these students had all rushed over after hearing the news. Moving with the crowd, Ling Lan finally arrived at her destination. Seeing the human blockade spanning 100 meters long, Ling Lan couldn't help but frown deeply. Just at a glance, there were probably about almost 10,000 students gathered here. Ling Lan could only contact Chiong once again to find out where they were. Because they had arrived early, they were now stuck about 60 to 70 meters to the front. They had never expected that within a few short minutes, over 10,000 students would have rushed over. Now, they were stuck with no way to move forward or backward, and so could only stay put and wait for their turn to take the test. Seeing this, Ling Lan decisively turned around, prepared to go back to her earlier mission. So many people, who knows when it'll be before it's her turn. Ling Lan didn't have that much time to waste, in fact, her time had been tight to start with. But Little Four stopped her, asking her to wait a while, before disappearing in a hurry. Ling Lan thought of Little Four's abilities and so decided to be patient and wait. However, she didn't like to be surrounded by people, so Ling Lan looked around to her left and right. The shops on Mecha Street were basically all three-story buildings, with the lowest level being taller than the floors of a regular building by about a half-story because the model mecha on the first floor were all very big and tall, some even reaching a height of up to 3 meters high. These models could allow a person to sit in the mecha's cockpit to experience firsthand how it really felt to operate one, but of course, the price of this type of mecha wasn't cheap. Without external financial support, relying solely on the students' own efforts to gather money, it would be impossible to purchase these mecha without investing up to 7 or 8 years of time. Of course, if Ling Lan wanted, with Little Four's assistance, she would be able to purchase it after 2 years at max. The second story of the shops were where the well-crafted miniature model mecha were displayed, available for perusal and purchase by students who liked collecting them. Meanwhile, the third story was where the cashier was located, and where one could go to pre-order some model mecha. After all, some mecha were extremely expensive, so the shops didn't want to tie up too much of their cash flow in stock. Every mecha seller's shopfront was decorated uniquely and with personal flair. There were those which drew inspiration from sci-fi and fantasy, while others were simple, some traditional, and even more in line with modern trends. Ling Lan's attention had been drawn by a shop roughly 3 meters in front of her. A canvas sign full of vintage flavor hung from its walls, and a string of small red lanterns trailed down from the roof of the third story. Ling Lan's eyes flashed, perhaps she could make use of this. Before she could be surrounded by people, Ling Lan took advantage of the little space she had around her to take 2 small quick steps, and then, with a spring of her toes, she leapt off the ground. "Owie, who stepped on my head?" A small student whose attention had been absorbed by the front suddenly felt someone stepping on his head. He quickly looked up and saw a small nimble figure flying by. Someone is jumping on top. Quite a few other people had also noticed Ling Lan's actions, and they all began making a racket. Ling Lan could be seen flying to land on the side of the wall of the shop, where she tugged on the string of lanterns with one hand to send herself flying upwards once again. Ling Lan's body was extremely agile, she managed to flip up onto the roof in an instant like a nimble monkey. F***ck, so that's also a way of doing things. Those observing abruptly realized that it wasn't absolutely necessary to walk on the ground to move to the front. Those with fast reflexes immediately copied Ling Lan and began climbing up the shop. However, it wasn't long before everyone else gathered their wits and leapt towards that string of lanterns. The result was tragic but predictable. How could this small string of lanterns bear the weight of so many people? It snapped from the middle, causing many of the students on the lower half to fall down. It would have been fine if things ended there, but at that moment, everyone was still rushing towards that shop, thus resulting in a disastrous stampede. It was said later that countless students had been evicted right out of the virtual world because of this stampede incident. When those students tried logging in once more, they were warned that their virtual bodies had been destroyed by unbearable pressure, and that they would have to wait till 3 days later before they could log in again. This caused the students to beat their chests in frustration, full of bitter regret. If they had known this would be the outcome, why did they have to try and follow that despicable person's shortcut? If they had just obediently kept their place in line, they were likely to have gotten their turn after just a full day and night of waiting. Ling Lan had no idea that her spontaneous movements had actually sparked such a tragedy within the virtual world. She sped over the rooftops, and it wasn't long before she saw Chiong and the others hemmed in on all sides by people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 9, yup, every one of them was there, all stuck within the crowd. Making a direct call to Chiong's communicator, Ling Lan said smugly, "Lil, boy Chiong, I see you." It was rare that she had the urge to tease them. Ling Lan sat on the edge of a rooftop and looked down at her friends peering around trying to find her when they heard the news. "Boss, where are you? Why can't I see you?" Chiong was very surprised. He was barricaded on all sides, stuck, so how in the world had Boss come to find them from over 100 meters away? Han Jijian lowered his head in thought, when suddenly an idea popped into his head. He looked up and immediately saw Ling Lan grinning and waving at them. What an intelligent child, being able to find the key points so quickly. Ling Lan confirmed once more that Han Jijian was very smart. As long as he was given a tiny hint, he could immediately hone in on the most important points. Under Han Jijian's prompting, Chiong and the others also looked up to see Ling Lan smirking at them. With some frustration, Chiong said, "Now why didn't I think of that?" Since this virtual world was known to be almost 100% realistic, of course it would be possible to also travel over the rooftops. Unfortunately, it was already too late now. They were squeezed within the crowd, unable to find any space to sprint towards a shop wall. In the end, they could only regretfully let Ling Lan help them to go ahead and find out about the contents of the mission. Ling Lan naturally did not object. She waved a casual farewell to them and then disappeared. Han Jijian sighed and said, "Boss Ling Lan is truly the boss, always able to think of things we'd never think of. Compared to him, we're just too weak." Rather than martial prowess, Han Jijian was more admiring of Ling Lan's intellect. This was a natural focal point for intelligent people. Chiong nodded in agreement, and said somewhat dejectedly, "Yeah, we all learned combat arts together, but in the end, while we can still only use them as sparring stances, boss can apply them as killing tools already." Chiong would still pester Ling Lan to spar with him every once in a while, and Ling Lan would accept if she was in a good mood. Both of them would only use those common combat arts taught by the school during those spars. However, for the exact same move, while Chiong was still just replicating it as taught, Ling Lan was already simplifying it and absorbing it, making it truly part of her own personal combat arts. Those observing from the sidelines may not have been able to see the situation clearly, but Chiong, who was in the thick of it, knew very well that Ling Lan was truly very scary. His combat ability had already surpassed them by too much. At times, he would even get the illusion that the pressure Ling Lan exerted was as formidable as his father's. Because every time they crossed moves, Ling Lan would always pull back right before he would hit his fatal spots. To an outsider, it would seem as if they were fighting evenly, but in fact, Ling Lan was just holding back. Sometimes, his moves even had a trace of mentoring embedded within them, pushing Chiong's understanding of how to fight better. However, even though Ling Lan was already holding back that much, Chiong could still feel the force of the wind behind Ling Lan's fists. It scraped over his body so sharply that it felt as if it could split his skin. This force was a terrifying one, and he knew he would have no chance of surviving even just one hit. It would be a total game over. This truly displayed the resilience of Chiong's personality. He did not become sullen and depressed in the face of Ling Lan's fearsome strength, but instead respected Ling Lan even more. At the same time, he also pushed himself to train harder, refusing to allow himself to be too much weaker than the boss he had acknowledged. This was his pride as a follower. Chapter 100, The Case of the Glass Window. Chapter 100, The Case of the Glass Window. It wasn't long before Ling Lan arrived at the mission location. Frankly, if you didn't look closely, it would be impossible to see where it was, because the entire Mecha Street was filled with people. The ground wasn't visible no matter which end you looked at. However, Ling Lan's eyes were sharp. She noticed that at the entrance of one particular shop, the children were lined up and entering one at a time, and so she knew she had found the right place. Ling Lan did not choose to jump down, for she suspected that if she tried to cut the line right then, it would definitely incite the rage of the crowd. If that happened, no matter how adept she was at fighting, she would still be beaten up by all the students like a rat crossing the street one. So she laid flat on the roof, and peeked over the eaves to look down. As she expected, the third story had windows. That being so, she positioned herself, and then, hanging down with her feet hooked on the eaves, she managed to touch the windows of the third story. Right now, Ling Lan only hoped that the glass wouldn't be anything insane like bulletproof glass or tempered glass. She tapped on the panes lightly, and the glass produced a crisp and clear sound. It should just be regular glass. Ling Lan decisively clenched her fist and threw a heavy punch. A crisp bang rang out, and there was now a hole in the glass. Ling Lan continued to rain several more blows at the window until all the glass had been shattered. Ling Lan's savage method was noticed by the students below, and a furor broke out among the students waiting on the street. They had never even considered such a violent way of entering a shophouse. Quite a few of the students were mentally chiding themselves, if they had only known of this method earlier, then they wouldn't have had to wait so patiently in line for so long. Ling Lan paid no mind to the envy-jealousy hate of the students below. She loosened the grip of her legs, both hands grabbing on tightly to the window frame, and nimbly flipped herself from outside the window into the shop. But when Ling Lan got a better look at the scene inside the shop, she was instantly depressed. Because, of all the places she could enter from, she had coincidentally entered the room where the portal to the test was located. As a result, she was immediately caught red-handed by the instructors posted there to maintain order. An elderly instructor with a white beard pointed a trembling finger at her and raged, "Who are you? From which grade? How can you be so disrespectful?" Ling Lan was wearing the red uniform specific to the special classes, so it went without saying that he was one of those prideful princes. The only question was which grade he was from. Ling Lan swiftly took a look around the room, and found that other than the one angry old teacher in front of her, the other teachers, especially those of the younger generation, weren't as angry as she would have expected. Some were even smiling slightly with a trace of approval in their gazes. This action of hers was obviously going against the established order of things, and may even create chaos and confusion. Why weren't the instructors offended? Why would they even approve? Ling Lan abruptly remembered that this was a world where the strongest survive, where everything was decided through strength. Was intelligence also considered a type of strength? Did the Academy openly announce this legacy mission, but never really intended for the children to enter the test under normal pathways? So, this method of hers, which would seem so rebellious and off the beaten track in her previous world, was actually considered a display of intelligence here. Ling Lan did not linger on the idea, letting it sweep by without thinking any more of it. This was because she needed to respond properly to the instructor. The Academy placed top priority in respecting one's teachers and honoring the truth, and Ling Lan had no intentions of flouting this tradition. "Good day, teacher. I am Ling Lan of Grade 2 Class A." Ling Lan's calm self-introduction caused some of the teachers to break out into laughter. This child showed no hint of shame for being caught doing something wrong. His expression was closer to that of an innocent babe's. "Even if you are a child from Class A, one of the most excellent of students within the Academy, I will submit a complaint to the school administration on your horrible behavior and make them take away your right to be in Class A." Ling Lan's easy attitude without any sign of repentance had thoroughly enraged the already angry old teacher. The old teacher's words made the younger teachers around him smile bitterly, silently shaking their heads. This elderly teacher was infamous within the Academy for being mule-headed. Right was right, wrong was wrong, no ifs and buts about it. He was a stubborn old fogey who would show no mercy. It was for this very reason that the Academy administration had put him in charge of keeping order here. They were hoping he would be able to frighten some of the Academy's more unruly students with his sternness and keep them in check. Who knew that before he could have a chance to frighten those naughty students, he would already clash with an intelligent child with unorthodox thinking. The younger instructors were all glum. If this old teacher weren't here, they would have just let Ling Lan go ahead and take the test already. It couldn't be helped. They just really liked this sort of student who was willing to leap out of the box, and who was filled with limitless potential. Ling Lan was also extremely troubled. She kneaded her forehead, thinking about how she could solve this problem. It wasn't that she was really afraid that the elderly teacher would complain, but rather, she felt that it would be wrong to make this old man with a head full of white hair angry. After a beat of silence, Ling Lan opened her mouth to ask, "May I know who is the owner of this shop?" A young man was sitting on a sofa by the side talking quietly with another young man in military uniform as they watched events unfold. Hearing the question of the child who broke the window, he hurriedly raised his hand and said, "That's me. I'm over here." With a smile on his face, he waited with interest to see what Ling Lan would do next. Seeing the young man's intrigued expression, Ling Lan's heart settled. With a slight bow of her head, she said sincerely, "I'm sorry I broke your shop's window pane. May I know how much it would cost to install a new one? I will pay for it." It's fine, it's just a small glass pane," said the young man, still smiling, casually refusing Ling Lan's offer. But Ling Lan insisted, "I did it, so I will take responsibility. The Academy has taught us before that we should not run away from our responsibilities." Ling Lan's words caused all the teachers present to nod their heads silently. Even the angered elderly instructor was stroking his white beard in gratification, and the harsh expression on his face gentled considerably. An impressive child. A sharp glint flashed through the eyes of the young soldier beside the young man. Diffusing the elderly instructor's rage with just a few short sentences, he could already predict that this case would end peacefully. What if this piece of glass is very expensive? I know well that you Scout Academy students don't have much money here, said the young man with a mischievous smirk. It seemed like the young man just wanted to mess around with Ling Lan on purpose. At the same time, he was subtly reminding Ling Lan that she shouldn't make promises so quickly before she had all the information. With a shake of her wrist, Ling Lan sent the small item in her hand flying through the air straight towards the young man. This movement was extremely sudden, but the young man was not at all flustered. He calmly reached out his right hand and easily caught the item. This sharp and clean catch caused Ling Lan's brows to lift up slightly. Looks like the owner of this shop was more than he seemed. Ling Lan kept her surprise lidded as a smirk appeared on her face. This is a fragment of that glass of yours. It would be easy enough to find a device to assess its components. We students of the Scout Academy are protected by the Scout Academy. I believe that Big Brother wouldn't want to offend the Scout Academy, right? Every student who studied at the Scout Academy would receive the Academy's protection. Any adult who tried to cheat or deceive the students would certainly draw the frenzied vengeance of the Scout Academy. The way Ling Lan looked at the young man, just as if he were an idiot, made the young soldier beside him chuckle, while the young man couldn't help but hide his face behind a hand, speechless. He just hadn't been able to stop himself from teasing this cute little boy a little. Did the boy have to retaliate so fiercely? Actually being looked down upon by a 7-year-old child. Boo-hoo-hoo, he didn't want to live anymore. The elderly instructor's face, which had already gentled completely by this time, actually smiled a little at this speech of Ling Lan's, nodding all the while. So this child wasn't an unruly and naughty child, he was very clear on what was right and wrong in the bigger picture, and was also a responsible child. He really wasn't a bad child at all. Looks like he couldn't treat him too harshly now, to avoid hurting the child's development. Unknowingly, the elderly instructor's thoughts had been changed by Ling Lan's performance. Alright, just giving me 500 Federation virtual coins will do. The young man could only give an amount that was lower than the market rate by 30%. Ling Lan naturally didn't refuse the other's kind intentions and stupidly insist on paying the so-called correct price just to prove how noble she was. That done, Ling Lan packed away her contempt, her expression turning earnest as she thanked the young man. This caused the young man's spirits to brighten instantly, and he once again felt like this child before him was just too adorable. Boo-hoo-hoo, he must definitely propose to his girlfriend as soon as possible so they could consummate their marriage and have a plump little baby next year as cute as this child before him. Ling Lan swiftly transferred the requested gold coins to the young man, and the case of the broken window was settled just like that. Then, she walked over to stand in front of the elderly instructor and said seriously, "Thank you, teacher, for your guidance." These words of Ling Lan finally moved the old instructor. The children these days were all very rebellious, and would usually hold a grudge against their teachers when rebuked, rather than be grateful for it. Yet, the elderly instructor could see very clearly that Ling Lan was sincere when she thanked him. Ling Lan's current demeanor made the old instructor unable to maintain his initial sternness, so he only said gruffly, "Remember, there's no next time." Was this still that merciless stubborn old fogey they all knew? All of the other instructors were extremely surprised that the elderly instructor would let Ling Lan off so easily too. They had initially thought that the elderly instructor would personally go all the way to the disciplinary department to make a complaint. Who would have guessed that the end of the matter would be this all thunder but no rain type of result? A smile hung on the corners of the young soldier's lips as he looked at Ling Lan's face, which was dripping with sincerity. What a perfect finishing blow. Who knew that after leaving the academy for over a decade, another apparently exceptional child would appear? Lin Lan. Lin 3. Lin 4. Ling 5. The child's surname and that of the prodigy of his time actually sounded the same. What a coincidence, could it be that it was the same Ling? At this thought, the young soldier's expression dimmed. When he looked at Ling Lan once more, his gaze carried a trace of prayer, hoping that this stunningly intelligent child would be able to grow up safely. He hoped that the child would not end up like his old classmate, who had lost his wings to some sinister plot 8 years ago before he could fully shine his brightest. The old instructor ignored the shock on the other instructors' faces. He scoffed in his heart, "Did you all really think I was senile and blinded by old age? That I wouldn't be able to see this child's brilliance? Being hard on him would have just been to prevent him from walking down the wrong path due to his overwhelming intellect. But this child really handled this matter well. He completely captured my weak points, making me unable to continue being stern. Oh, how perfectly he did it. A trace of worry appeared on the elderly instructor's face, along with some quiet satisfaction. His feelings were mixed. This child would either grow up to become a hero, or an outlaw, who knew what path he would choose in the future. Seeing that the case of the broken window had been settled favorably, the teacher in charge of calling the students to enter the test did not continue to call on the next student. Instead, he indicated for Ling Lan to come over and gave him some time to prepare as he waited to be transported through the portal for the test.